My family spent 7 years treating me like a delusional loser playing pretend on a laptop in a rundown apartment. So when my AI company went public at a $3.2 billion valuation, I didn't send them a proud text or an invitation to the IPO party. I turned off my phone, went for a run, and let them find out on the CNN morning broadcast along with the rest of the world. The text came through at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I was sitting in a glass-walled conference room in downtown Chicago, flanked by our investment bankers from J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs. We were finalizing the S-1 filing for our initial public offering. It was the absolute zenith of my professional life, the culmination of 7 years of blood, sweat, and absolute isolation. And my phone kept vibrating against the mahogany table. I glanced down. The Miller Clan family group chat, all 52 members of my extended family was lighting up like a Christmas tree. Dad, talk to the neighbors today. They asked about Julian. I didn't know what to tell them. Saying he's 34 and still playing with computers in a basement didn't seem like a good answer. Dad, Julian, it's time. Get a real job. Your online thing is pathetic. I'm humiliated. Mom, your father has a point, sweetheart. We're just worried. Sister Chloe, Dad's right. This has gone on long enough. You're embarrassing the family. Uncle Robert, the kid needs to grow up. He's pushing 35. Aunt Susan, maybe it's time to consider a coding bootcamp. Get a corporate IT job? Cousin Mark, bro needs a reality check. I watched the reactions pile up. Thumbs up, laughing emojis, the 100 emoji. 52 people weighing in on my failure. 52 people who had collectively decided my life's work was a pathetic joke without knowing a single, solitary detail about what I actually did for a living. My CFO, Maya Ramirez, noticed me staring blankly at my screen. Everything okay, Julian? Family stuff, I muttered, flipping the phone face down. Let's keep going. We need to nail down the share allocation. Maya gave me a knowing look. She was one of the very few people on earth who knew the depths of my complicated relationship with my family. The S1 goes live Friday morning, she said quietly. After that, everything changes. Do they know? No, I said. Are you going to tell them? I thought about it for exactly 2 seconds. I thought about the holidays where I was seated at the kids' table. I thought about the pitying looks. No. Let them find out with everyone else. I had started my company, Cognicore, in 2017. I funded it with $82,000, literally my life savings, 3 maxed out credit cards, and an $18,000 loan from my former college roommate, Marcus. Our mission was complex but vital, building predictive artificial intelligence that could untangle and optimize global supply chains using natural language processing. Back then, people thought I was completely out of my mind. The massive tech giants were throwing billions at general AI, and here I was, a 27-year-old guy with a laptop, trying to solve a niche logistics problem. The first 3 years were an absolute, unmitigated hell. I lived in a freezing, drafty studio apartment in the Pilsen neighborhood of Chicago that cost $1,200 a month. I ate bulk rice, beans, and whatever was on clearance at the local grocer. I wrote code for 8 hours a day until my vision blurred and my fingers cramped. I pitched to 312 venture capitalists. I was rejected by every single one of them. Then, in 2020, the supply chain world collapsed. A massive global logistics firm was bleeding tens of millions of dollars because their legacy systems couldn't process the sudden shifts in global shipping routes and warehouse inventories. They were desperate. They hired Cognicore as a Hail Mary pilot program, mostly because I was cheap and willing to work 24/7. I built them a custom predictive engine in 72 straight hours of coding. It didn't just track shipments, it predicted bottlenecks before they happened. It reduced their freight delays by 68% and saved them $40 million in the first quarter alone. The CEO of that logistics giant called me personally at 3 a.m. Whatever you need to scale this software, I am writing the check, he said. 6 months later, we secured $18 million in Series A funding. A year after that, $75 million in Series B. By 2023, we had raised $210 million in Series C, valuing Cognicore at $850 million. We grew from 1 client to 410. From just me in a freezing studio to 550 employees spread across Chicago, London, and Singapore. Our software was processing billions of dollars in logistics data daily. We were featured in Forbes, TechCrunch, and Bloomberg, and last month, we had confidentially filed for our IPO. The proposed valuation, $2.8 billion. The public announcement was locked in for Friday at 9 a.m. EST, when CNN Business would break our exclusive story just as the S1 filing hit the SEC website. But my family had absolutely no clue. It wasn't that I was actively running a covert operation to hide it from them. I just never upgraded my lifestyle. Why would I? My 2013 Honda Civic still ran perfectly fine. My wardrobe consisted of plain hoodies and jeans because I was too busy running a tech empire to care about fashion. I still lived in the same Pilsen studio apartment because it was close to the office and I only used it to sleep for 4 hours a night anyway. Because I looked like a broke millennial playing startup, they decided I was a broke millennial playing startup. I had stopped trying to correct them around year 3. What was the point? They weren't interested in what I was actually building, they were only interested in what my life looked like. The rest of that Tuesday was a blur of legal reviews and roadshow prep. I got back to my apartment at midnight, exhausted to my bones. I opened my phone. The family group chat had continued roasting me for hours. Dad, Julian isn't even responding. Typical, he hides when things get real. Chloe, he's probably busy coding his little website. Mom, we need to plan an intervention. This isn't healthy, he's throwing his life away. Uncle Robert, I'll talk to him man to man. Tell him he needs to pack it up and get a job at my logistics firm. We need a low-level IT guy. I let out a dry, humorless laugh, turned off my phone, and collapsed into bed. Update 1. Wednesday and Thursday were consumed by the final, agonizing preparations. Our lawyers scrutinized every single comma in the S1 document. Thursday night, Maya and I sat in the Cognicore boardroom. The sun was setting over Lake Michigan, painting the water in deep hues of violet and gold. Last chance to tell your family, Maya said, sipping her coffee. Why? I asked, not looking up from the paperwork. Because in 12 hours, this is going to be international financial news. Your face is going to be plastered on CNBC, Bloomberg, and the Wall Street Journal. Your exact net worth will be public information. They are going to find out, Julian. Whether you tell them or not. I know, I said calmly. And you're truly okay with letting them find out on TV? I thought about all the family dinners where they had asked what I did, and the second I said the words predictive AI, their eyes glazed over and they changed the subject to my sister Chloe's promotion at her law firm. I thought about all the times Dad had told me I was wasting my potential. I'm okay with it, I said. Maya shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. You are either the most zen human being on the planet, or you hold a grudge like a medieval king. Can it be both? I replied. Fair point. For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. They didn't believe in you when you were starving. They don't get a front row seat to the victory. My phone buzzed on the table. Another message from the chat. Uncle Robert, Julian, I've been calling. Answer your phone. We are having a family meeting about your future this weekend. Mandatory. I flipped the phone over. 12 hours, I said. Friday morning, I woke up at 5 a.m. I couldn't sleep. The adrenaline was vibrating in my teeth. I made a cheap cup of instant coffee, sat on my thrift store couch, and opened my laptop. At 8:45 a.m., Maya texted me. Maya, ready? Me. Ready. Maya. The bankers are losing their minds. Early demand is massive. We are 4x oversubscribed. Me, what does that mean for the opening price? Maya, it means we aren't pricing at $2.8 billion. We're pricing at $3.2 billion. I stopped breathing for a second. $3.2 billion. At 8:58 a.m., my phone started ringing. Unknown number. I ignored it. At 8:59 a.m., another call. Ignored. At exactly 9 a.m., I refreshed the CNN business homepage. There it was. Top of the site, massive bold letters. Breaking, AI supply chain startup Cognicore files, for $3.2 billion IPO. The article featured a massive photo of me, standing in front of the Cognicore logo in my standard black hoodie, looking completely out of place for a corporate billionaire. The headline read, Julian Miller built the most valuable AI company you've never heard of. The article detailed everything. Our massive revenue numbers, our 410 enterprise clients, my background, the 7 years I spent building in total obscurity. At 9:02 a.m., my phone exploded. It literally froze for a few seconds from the sheer volume of incoming data. 30 incoming calls in a minute. Text messages, flooding my screen, faster than the eye could track. I scrolled past the congratulations from investors and colleagues until I hit the family messages. Chloe, Julian, answer your phone. Chloe, is this you on CNN? Mom, Julian Michael Miller, call me right this second. Dad, what is happening? What is this article? Uncle Robert, CNN just said your company is worth $3 billion. Is this a joke? Cousin Mark. No way. No fucking way. My phone rang. It was Chloe. I let it go to voicemail. It rang again. Dad. Voicemail. I calmly powered down my phone, put on my running shoes, and went for a 5-mile run along the Chicago Riverwalk. The air was freezing, but I had never felt warmer in my entire life. When I got back to my apartment an hour later, I had 214 missed calls and over 400 text messages. I turned on my phone and called Maya. How are we doing? I asked. The press is rabid, she laughed. CNBC wants you live on Monday. Forbes is asking for a cover feature. And, your family has been messaging me on LinkedIn. Your dad, your sister, and an Uncle Robert are demanding I patch them through to you. Ignore them, I said. Julian, eventually you have to talk to them. Eventually, I agreed. But not today. Today, I just want to watch the dust settle. By Friday evening, the financial press had calculated my exact net worth. I own 39% of Cognicore. At a $3.2 billion valuation, my personal stake was worth approximately $1.24 billion. They were calling me Chicago's newest self-made tech billionaire, and my family was entirely losing their grip on reality. Update 2. Saturday morning, I sat at my tiny kitchen table and finally listened to the voicemails. Chloe, Friday, 9:05 a.m., Julian, I just saw the news, call me back right now. Is this real? Are you seriously? Just call me. Dad, Friday, 9:12 a.m. Julian, your mother is hyperventilating. We are reading an article that says you are worth $1 billion. We need to talk immediately. Uncle Robert, Friday, 9:45 a.m. Julian, my boy, I owe you a massive apology. I had absolutely no idea what you were building over there. Give your favorite uncle a call when you have a second. Chloe, Friday, 6:30 p.m. Okay, clearly you're ignoring us. Fine. But you need to know Mom and Dad are devastated. They are crying, asking what they did wrong and why you didn't trust them. This is cruel, Julian. I deleted all of them. Sunday morning, my doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone. I looked through the peephole. It was my sister, Chloe. She looked like she hadn't slept in 3 days. I unlocked the door and let her in. She stepped into my tiny, drafty studio. She looked at the peeling linoleum floor, the second-hand sofa with a tear in the cushion, the tiny kitchenette. This is where you live? She whispered, her voice trembling. Yeah. But the news said you're worth over $1 billion. On paper, I corrected, leaning against the counter. Can't exactly spend it while it's tied up in equity pre-IPO. She dropped onto the sofa, looking completely shell-shocked. Julian, what the hell is going on? I built a company. We're going public. It's pretty straightforward. Straightforward? She almost screamed. Julian, you are on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, and none of us knew. How is that straightforward? You lied to us. I never lied, I said coldly. You just never asked. That's not fair. Isn't it? I walked over and sat in the single armchair across from her. When is the last time you asked about Cognicore, and I mean really asked, not just a condescending how's the little computer project going before rolling your eyes? She opened her mouth, then closed it. She looked away. That's what I thought, I said. We asked about your work all the time. She defended weakly. No, Chloe. You asked when I was going to get a real career. You asked why I was still living like a broke college student. You asked if I needed to borrow money for groceries. You never, not once in 7 years, asked what my company actually did. You never asked what problems we solved, who our clients were, or how our revenue was growing. Because you never told us. I tried. I shot back, my voice finally rising. I tried for the first 3 years, every Thanksgiving, every Christmas. But you and Dad had already decided I was a failure. You would literally talk over me. So I stopped trying to convince you. Chloe's eyes filled with tears. That's not true. Chloe, Dad texted the family group chat on Tuesday and called my life's work pathetic. And 51 of you agreed with him. You said I was an embarrassment. Uncle Robert offered me a pity job as a low-level IT guy. 3 days before CNN announced my $3.2 billion IPO. That is how little you knew about my life. She buried her face in her hands. Oh my God. Did any of us even Google your company? No, I said softly. Not once in 7 years. Because you thought you already knew my story. You thought I was a delusional loser too proud to quit. We thought we were being supportive by not pushing you too hard about your failure. She cried, mascara running down her cheeks. So you made me feel like garbage about not trying instead. She looked up at me, devastated. I am so sorry, Julian. Mom and Dad are broken. They think you hate them. I don't hate them, I sighed, suddenly feeling very tired. I just don't need their approval anymore. For 7 years, I built a global empire while my own flesh and blood treated me like a joke. That changes a person, Chloe. She wiped her eyes. Mom is making a huge Sunday dinner tonight. Everyone is going to be there. Please come. Please let us fix this. Everyone wants to see the billionaire, I muttered. Where were these dinner invites when I was eating bulk rice to survive? Please, Julian. I stared at her for a long time. Fine. I'll be there at 6. The drive to my parents' house in Winnetka took an hour. When I pulled my beat-up 2013 Civic into the massive driveway, flanked by Mercedes and BMWs, I almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. I walked inside. The house was packed. 25 family members were crammed into the living room and dining area. The moment I stepped through the door, the entire house went dead silent. It was like I was a ghost that had just materialized. Mom practically sprinted across the room and threw her arms around me, sobbing. Oh, my beautiful boy, I'm so proud of you. Hi, Mom, I said stiffly, gently pulling back. Dad walked up. He looked pale, almost aged. Julian, son, we need to talk. Let's eat first, I said. Dinner was the most excruciating experience of my life. Nobody knew how to talk to me. They kept stealing glances at me, treating me like I was a loaded weapon. Finally, Uncle Robert cleared his throat loudly. So, Julian, $3.2 billion. That is just staggering. I mean, my logistics firm does well, but that is a whole other stratosphere. I always knew you had a big brain on you. I looked dead at him. You called me pathetic on Tuesday, Robert. The entire dining table gasped. You could hear a pin drop. Uncle Robert turned bright red. Now, Julian, we were concerned. Julian, Dad interjected, his voice shaking. About that text message. I was completely out of line. I had absolutely no idea what you had built. None of us did. We made assumptions. Why did you make those assumptions, Dad? I asked calmly, cutting into my roast. What do you mean? Dad, I mean, why did you assume I was failing? Why didn't you ask what I was actually doing before deciding my life was a humiliation to you? Dad looked down at his plate. I saw how you were living. The tiny apartment, the old car, the hoodies. You didn't look successful. So you equated appearance with success. I suppose I did. That is exactly the problem, I said, putting my fork down. I looked around the table at all of them. You looked at my life and saw failure because I wasn't performing success the way you wanted me to. You wanted the fancy car and the corner office so you could brag to the neighbors. You never asked if I was happy. You never asked if my work mattered. You just decided I was a loser because I didn't fit your aesthetic. Mom was crying openly now. We're sorry, Julian. We should have believed in you. No, Mom, you should have asked about me. Belief without knowledge is just blind faith. I didn't need blind faith. I just needed one of you to have the basic human curiosity to ask me what my company did. We tried. Aunt Susan piped up defensively. No, Susan, you asked when I was going to quit, I snapped. Suddenly, Chloe's husband, Ethan, who had always been quiet and passive during these family gatherings, spoke up. Can I say something? Everyone looked at him. Ethan looked right at my parents. I've been in this family for 4 years. Every single Thanksgiving, every Christmas, I have watched all of you mock Julian. You made him the punchline of every joke. And every time, Julian just smiled and changed the subject. I always wondered why he never defended himself. Ethan turned to me. Now I get it. You were testing them. The room was dead silent. You were waiting to see if anyone loved you enough to actually look past the old car and ask a real question. Ethan continued, looking back at my dad. And none of you did. You all failed his test, miserably. That is completely unfair. Uncle Robert slammed his hand on the table. He hid this from us. I didn't hide anything. I fired back, standing up. My chair scraped loudly against the hardwood. My company's name has been public for 7 years. We've been in Forbes 3 times. If a single one of you had typed my name into Google, you would have known. But you didn't care enough to type 6 letters into a search bar. Dad stood up, tears in his eyes. Tell me one thing about your company right now, Julian. Please, help us understand. I looked at my father, the man whose approval I had desperately craved for 34 years. And in that moment, I realized something incredibly freeing. I didn't care anymore. The spell was broken. You can read the S1 filing, Dad. It's public. I'm not going to stand here and justify 7 years of blood and sweat to people who only care now because CNN told them I'm rich. I turned and walked toward the front door. Julian, please don't leave. Mom wailed, running after me. We are your family. You're biologically related to me, I said gently, opening the door. But Marcus, the guy who loaned me 18 grand when I was eating out of a food bank while you guys were taking vacations to Aspen, he's my family. My CFO who stayed up until 4 a.m. with me to fix a server, she's my family. I'll see you around, Mom. I walked out, got into my beat-up Civic, and drove back to my studio apartment. Update 3. The twist. It's been 6 months since that dinner. Cognicore officially went public. On the day of the IPO, I stood on the balcony of the New York Stock Exchange and rang the opening bell. Our stock surged 22% on the first day of trading. My official net worth locked in at $1.5 billion. I finally moved out of the Pilsen studio and bought a beautiful penthouse overlooking Lake Michigan, though I still drive the Civic on weekends just to keep me grounded. I paid off Marcus's original $18,000 loan by vesting his equity. He walked away with $5.2 million. He cried for an hour, but the real twist happened 3 weeks ago. My uncle Robert owns a mid-sized regional logistics firm. What the family didn't know was that Robert had been mismanaging his company for years. He was drowning in supply chain inefficiencies, hemorrhaging money, and facing a massive audit from his primary corporate partner. If he failed the audit, his company would go bankrupt. He needed an enterprise-level predictive AI system to completely overhaul his routing data before the auditors arrived. And in the logistics world, there is only one gold standard for that software: Cognicore. Robert had his VP of operations formally request a massive enterprise contract with my company. They were desperate. When the contract hit my desk for final CEO approval, I saw Robert's company name. I could have easily rejected it and let his company burn. I could have let him experience the failure he so gleefully assigned to me. Instead, I personally took the final sales meeting. When Uncle Robert logged onto the Zoom call with his entire executive team, expecting to see a standard software sales rep, his jaw literally dropped when he saw me sitting in the CEO's office. "Julian?" he stammered, his face draining of color. "Hello, Robert," I said smoothly, pulling up his company's disastrous financial projections on my shared screen. "I see your routing algorithms are operating at a 42% inefficiency rate. You're bleeding capital. You need our software deployed in 10 days, or you lose your primary vendor." His executive team looked wildly confused as to why their CEO was sweating bullets while talking to a 34-year-old tech founder. "Julian, please," Robert whispered, completely stripped of his usual arrogance. "We need this contract. I'll do whatever it takes." I let him sit in that terror for a long, agonizing minute. I let him feel the absolute power dynamic shift. The uncle who had offered me a low-level IT job out of pity was now begging me to save his entire livelihood. "I'm approving the contract, Robert," I finally said. "Cognicore will deploy your custom engine by Friday. We'll save your firm." He exhaled a shaky breath, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Thank you. Julian, thank you so much. Family takes care of family, right?" "This isn't about family," I said coldly, right in front of his entire board. "This is business, and Cognicore charges a 20% premium for expedited enterprise deployment. I expect the invoice paid in full by EO tomorrow. Have a good day, Robert." I ended the call. As for my parents and sister, they're trying. Really, genuinely trying. Dad reads every single trade article about Cognicore and sends me thoughtful questions about our logistics models. Chloe calls me twice a week, refusing to talk about anything related to money, just asking about my mental health and my life. Mom is in therapy to deal with her obsession with appearances. I see them once a month for lunch. It's a slow, guarded process. I haven't fully forgiven them, and maybe I never will completely forget the sting of those 7 years. But they are finally learning who I actually am, rather than who they assumed I was. And for now, that's enough. My mom announced my wedding was canceled for my brother's party. I replied, "Okay." Then kept the date, cut the guest list, and got married anyway. I am Andrew. I am 36 today, but I was 33 when all of this happened. I work as a litigation attorney in a mid-sized Midwestern city. I believe we have sports teams, but no one vacations here on purpose. I spend the majority of my days fighting over contracts that others did not care to read in windowless meeting rooms and fluorescent-lit halls. I am also the older of 2 children. My younger brother, Tyler, is 28 years old. And if you ask my parents to describe us, they'd say something like, "Andrew is dependable. Tyler is special." You can probably hear the golden child alarm siren in the background. I'm recounting this tale today since my wife and I recently celebrated our 3rd anniversary. We went out to dinner, toasted with cheap champagne, scrolled through our wedding photos, and she joked, "Can you believe your mom still tells people we eloped to avoid more conflict?" I laughed and then realized, no, this wasn't eloping, and it certainly wasn't out of spite. It was about finally refusing to be the family's backup plan. Growing up, the roles were rather apparent. I was the child who finished his schoolwork without being asked, remembered permission paperwork, and babysat for free. If something went wrong with the computer, automobile, or relationship, everyone went to Andrew. He will repair it. Tyler was the youngster that only needed a little more time. In high school, he was more accepting about skipping courses. When he forgot to pay his rent in college, he had a little extra cash. He had a bit more freedom when he was job hopping for 4 years since none of his superiors recognized his originality. My folks are not cartoon villains. They're typical suburbanites who worked hard. Dad is an electrician. Mom is a nurse. They paid what they could for my undergraduate studies. And when I enrolled in law school, we all agreed that I would take out loans because money was tight. No harsh sentiments. I signed the paperwork, completed the requirements, and graduated. Tyler then withdrew out of his graphic design degree 2 states away during my 3rd year of law school, claiming that the vibes were wrong. He came home, maxed up my parents' emergency credit card, and damaged their car 6 weeks later. I discovered out about everything when my mother contacted me weeping because the bank was threatening to sue over the card. Their auto insurance premium had increased, and they were overdue on their mortgage. I recall sitting on the floor of my little apartment, outlines and casebooks all about me, listening to her sob into the phone. Andrew, honey, you're so excellent at this. Can you review the paperwork? Consider calling someone. Your brother did not intend it. He just becomes overwhelmed. So I did what I had always done. I drove home that weekend, sorted their bills, phoned the bank, spoke with the vehicle insurance company, produced a simple hardship letter, and set up payment arrangements. I didn't pay my bills. I actually couldn't. But I did give them a route map. I also made the mistake of believing I was excellent at it. Tyler was always making a mess after that. My parents would contact me first for lease troubles, human resource problems, automobile accidents, and bounced checks. Not him but me. Please tell us what to say. Mom would mumble into the speakerphone as Dad grumbled in the background. If I ever proposed that Tyler should also be on the call, the response was always, "He's embarrassed, Andrew. Don't make it harder for him." Fast forward roughly 12 years. I am a mid-level associate at a reputable company. I'm not making a lot of money, but I pay my loans. I live in a condo with genuine matching furniture and shop for food that aren't all generic brand. I met Natalie at a friend's cookout. She is a physical therapist who is kind, witty, and brutally honest in a way that I did not realize I needed. On our fourth date, after I shared a tale about cleaning up one of Tyler's messes, she said, "So, at what point do you let them figure it out themselves?" I dismissed it at the moment. "It's just easier if I handle it." She gave me this look. I'm not judgmental, just interested. Who is it easier for? That question remained in the back of my mind for the next 3 years. My folks now liked Natalie. She exudes instant likability, prompting waiters to tell her about their lives. But I could see there was something different right away. When Natalie discussed her younger sister, there were restrictions. No, she cannot crash on our couch for 6 months. She has to learn how to pay rent. No, we are not co-signing her automobile. Hearing that out loud felt like hearing someone speak a language I knew but had never been allowed to use. I proposed to Natalie in a very un-Reddit-worthy manner. We were both fatigued on a Sunday night, laying on the couch, when I blurted out, "Do you want to do this forever?" and held out a ring. She smiled and sobbed at the same moment, which is quite on brand for her, and continued, "Yes, our rule from the beginning. We pay for our own wedding, no strings attached. No, we contribute, and we get to invite my coworker from 2001. Nonsense. Her parents offered to cover the rehearsal dinner and her dress. My parents said they'd help where they could, but I didn't expect that. We found a venue we both liked, a brick event space downtown with big windows, exposed beams, and the whole Pinterest industrial chic thing, and booked it for a Saturday in June about 16 months out. We signed contracts with the caterer, photographer, DJ, florist, and all the wedding Voltron pieces, and we made a spreadsheet. The total cost, including food, bar, decor, and everything, was about $78,000. For context, we could afford it. We'd both been saving for years, and I had an "if my student loans don't kill me" first fund that I shifted into the wedding and future house once I refinanced. Tyler started dating Madison about 3 months after we booked the venue. She was nice enough and had the energy of an Instagram influencer, without the actual job. I knew 3 things about her within 10 minutes of meeting her at a family dinner. Tyler and Madison got engaged about 14 months before our wedding. She posted a video of him proposing with a sparkler fountain in the background and the caption, "He finally made it official." Despite the fact that they'd been dating for 8 months, the comments were full of, "Finally." My parents were overjoyed. "We're so happy both of our boys are settling down," Mom said, blotting her tears. "We'll have to figure out the timing so we can properly celebrate for both of you." I grinned. "We've already booked for June 21st next year." She blinked. "You did say that. There are occasions when you reflect and realize they were warning shots. That was one of them." In the months that followed, anything wedding-related turned into a Tyler and Madison show. My mother would call me to ask about our plans, and within 5 minutes, she'd be talking about Madison's Pinterest boards. They're thinking about a destination wedding or something really unique. They just don't want it to feel small. Natalie, who was cooking next to me, raised an eyebrow. I put her on speaker. "Small compared to what?" Natalie asked dryly. Mom backpedaled. "Oh no. I didn't mean your wedding, just in general." Then came the first request. Mom called me one afternoon while I was between depositions. "So honey, your brother was thinking, maybe you could push your date a little just to give everyone some breathing room. We've already booked everything." I said, The contracts have been signed. We'd forfeit our deposits. Perhaps the venue would understand. You are a lawyer. You know how to communicate to people. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Mom, contracts aren't about understanding. They're about dates, money, and signatures. We agreed on June 21st, she groaned. You're so rigid sometimes, Andrew. Can't you at least ask? No, I said, and it felt like a tiny revolution. No, I'm not going to ask venues and vendors to reschedule a date we chose over a year ago because Tyler just got engaged. She got quiet. Your brother feels like you're not happy for him. I'm happy for him, I said. His happiness doesn't require me to undo 16 months of planning. We politely ended the call. Love you, Mom. Love you too, honey. But I hung up with that familiar knot in my stomach. Over the next few months, a pattern emerged. Every conversation about our wedding turned into a negotiation around Tyler's. Could you possibly not do a plated dinner? They don't want theirs to look cheaper. They're treating your wedding like a placeholder, she said one night as we triple-checked our budget, like something they can move around on a calendar. Would you mind if we had the same color scheme? Madison really likes dusty blue, and it was like our wedding was a spreadsheet cell they needed to edit to make their formulas balance. It's fine, I said automatically. They're just excited. She put her hand over mine. I love you, but please listen to yourself. You always say it's fine when it's very much not fine. It builds slowly like a pressure cooker, a comment here, a guilt trip there. My mother's not so subtle hints that as the oldest, I should be flexible and set an example. Apparently being the older brother meant that my adult life remained infinitely rearrangeable around my younger brother's whims. The final straw came on a Tuesday afternoon, 10 weeks before our wedding. I was in my office drafting a motion when my phone buzzed with a family group chat notice. Normally I silence that thing during work hours, but the teaser stated, "Update on the nuptials from my mom" with 2 heart emojis. I opened it. Family, she wrote. We are very thrilled to report that Tyler and Madison have chosen their engagement party date. We've chosen to host it on June 21st so that everyone can be together and no one has to travel twice. We'll treat that as the main family event, and then we'll properly celebrate Andrew and Natalie later, when it's less hectic. I stared at the screen, and then another message came in, this time directly to me. Your wedding date has been canceled, and your brother's engagement party is scheduled for the same day. It makes no sense to split the family. We'll help you find a better time. Canceled. Like a dental appointment. I sat there in my swivel chair, the hum of the building's air conditioning suddenly very loud, and wondered if I'd misread something. I scrolled back through the group chat through months of messages where I'd mentioned our date, shared photos of the venue, the invites, the fittings, it was all there. I texted Mom back. Clarify, cancel. You mean you and Dad won't be coming on June 21st? A few dots appeared, disappeared, reappeared. Andrew, honey, we can't ask people to choose between the two of you. It's selfish. Tyler and Madison's event will most likely be more extravagant, and it's easier logistically to center everyone around that. You and Natalie are more low-key. You'll understand. We'll plan something intimate for you later, maybe in the fall when things are calmer. There it was again. I'd understand. The dependable one, the adaptable one, the one who would rearrange his life so her favorite son didn't have to. Something clicked like a lock sliding into place, and I remembered every time I'd cleaned up their financial chaos while they shielded Tyler from speaking to a single creditor. Natalie, who had spent hours tasting cakes, trying on dresses and dealing with guest lists under the assumption that my family gave at least a fraction of a damn, came to mind whenever I was told, "You're so mature," as if it was a consolation prize rather than actual support. I thought about the contracts in my office, the non-refundable deposits, the cancellation clauses I had actually read, and the fact that none of those documents said anything about the younger brother's social calendar. I typed one sentence back. "That's fine," Mom said almost instantly, "knowing you'd understand. You're such a good big brother. We'll talk soon about new dates." I put my phone face down, leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling. Strangely, I wasn't angry in the explosive way you'd expect. It was more like someone had pulled a very old splinter out of my skin, and the pain felt clean. That night I told Natalie everything. I handed her my phone and let her read the thread in quiet. She finished, gently placed the phone down and looked at me. "Okay," she said. "We have alternatives." "Option 1, I replied, half jokingly. "We cancel the wedding, elope to Vegas, and send them a postcard." "Tempting," she added. "Option 2, We relocated and bend over backwards to maintain the peace, and you despise them forever. Hard pass. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly in the way she does at the gym when she's about to add more weight than the trainer suggested. Option 3 is that we stop acting like they own the day just because they share your DNA. I blinked. What does that look like practically? You're the lawyer, she said. What do the contracts say? So, we pulled up the folder on my laptop. Venue, full amount due 45 days before, no date changes without a 40% penalty. Caterer, paid in installments, non-refundable. Photographer, retainer, non-refundable. DJ, florist, rentals, same story. Long version, I said. If we cancel or move the date, we eat a lot of money. And short version, she asked. I closed the laptop. Short version. The wedding is on June 21st. She smiled slowly. Good. Now we just decide who's invited to the wedding we're already paying for. We didn't make some grand revenge plan, no dramatic speeches, no ultimatums. That's not our style. Instead, we did something my family genuinely did not expect. We treated our wedding as if it were our own, and over the next week, we quietly reduced our guest list from about 135 to 90. Mostly Natalie's family, our close friends, and a few of my relatives who had consistently treated me like a human being rather than an emergency hotline. We'd already sent save the dates but no formal invitations, and my mother had insisted on including as many people as possible. We met with the venue, and as calmly as I argue emotion, I explained that there could be some family drama. If anyone shows up and says the event is canceled, they are mistaken. The only people authorized to make decisions are Natalie and me. The coordinator, a woman in her 50s who had clearly seen some things, nodded slowly. Natalie and I are keeping the June 21st booking. Just so you know. We've had situations like this before, so we'll have security at the door with the guest list, and no one will return to the ceremony space unless you've approved them. I sent my parents one more text to be technically transparent. We understand you'll be hosting Tyler's engagement party that day. We'll miss having you there, but we're not changing our plans. She called within 30 seconds. Andrew, what do you mean you're keeping it? We just told everyone it's not happening. Then tell them it is, I said, my voice steady even to my own surprise. That's not fair, she said. Family comes first. We can't split everyone like that. It's selfish. I took a breath. Mom, you didn't ask us before you announced your plans. You told me my wedding was canceled without even checking the contracts or knowing how much it would cost. You made a decision, I'm making mine. The day is set. We're getting married. She started crying, then became angry in the middle. You're doing this to punish us. To punish Tyler. You know he's always struggled, and you've always handled things better. Can't you be generous just this once? Mom, I said softly. I've been just this once for 12 years. Silence. I'm not asking you to cancel anything. I went on. If you want to make the engagement party the major family event, go for it. People may attend one or both, if they truly want to go back and forth. But we're not rescheduling our wedding around my brother's engagement party. I said, we would love to have you there, but we're proceeding either way. We ended the call with that awful, brutal politeness that feels sharper than yelling. In the weeks that followed, I heard through the grapevine from an aunt who does not believe in discretion that my parents were telling everyone we'd postponed our wedding, that we were being sensitive about overlapping dates, and that I was possibly not ready yet. And that's why I agreed to focus on Tyler first. I didn't correct them, not because they were wrong, but because arguing with a false narrative they needed to protect themselves wasn't my job anymore. I'd already spent too many years being the family fact-checker, so I focused on Natalie, work, logistics, and living my life. The week of the wedding, I took the days off, blocked in my calendar as trial prep because lawyers are strangely more respected when they're allegedly in court. Natalie also took time off. We confirmed with every vendor, triple-checked the ceremony time, and dropped off decorations at the venue. 3 days before, Mom texted, "Don't forget Tyler's engagement party starts at 3:30 on Saturday. We'll take shots sooner, everyone's so excited." I stared at it, showed it to Natalie, and we both just shook our heads. Our ceremony was at 2:30 p.m. The morning of our wedding, I woke up before my alarm. The hotel room was dim, the city still quiet. For a moment, that old familiar anxiety stirred. Am I doing something terrible? Am I breaking my family? Then Natalie rolled over, hair a mess, eyes half open, and muttered, "You're thinking too loudly." I laughed nervously, but also strangely calmly. "We're not doing anything wrong, Andrew." "I know," I said. "I just wish it didn't have to be this split." She reached for my hand. "Your parents caused the split when they told you your wedding was canceled. We're just refusing to disappear. I won't bore you with every detail, but here are some highlights. My best friend tying my tie and saying, 'Dude, you look like you actually sleep sometimes.' Natalie walking down the aisle in a dress that made half the room cry. The efficient smiling as we stumbled over one line in our vows and then laughed together. The way the light came through the big warehouse windows as we said I do. My side of the room looked different than I'd once imagined. Fewer relatives, more colleagues and friends. My Aunt Susan, who had quietly texted, 'I'll be there wherever you say, honey.' My cousin, who drove in from another state without telling my parents, from Natalie's side. We took photos, ate, and danced. Natalie looked up at me and whispered, 'Are you okay?' I knew I was. I truly was. Around 5:45 p.m., while people were still on the dance floor, my phone buzzed on the table next to the cake. I glanced at it. 9 missed calls from Mom and Dad, several from Tyler, and a flurry of text previews. I didn't pick up. We had arranged for a car to take us straight from the reception to the airport. Our flight was at 9:15 p.m. that evening, and as we left, people tossed biodegradable confetti, courtesy of Natalie's eco-arrier sister. We slid into the back seat, both a little tipsy, exhausted, and giddy. "Ready for our very special, very notensold trip?" Natalie asked, grinning. "Ready?" I said. As we boarded, we turned our phones to airplane mode. We had a 10-day honeymoon in Belize, which we could afford because I had declined an extra videographer package and Natalie had found ridiculously cheap flights. We didn't turn our phones back on until the next morning, when we were eating breakfast on a balcony overlooking a ridiculous amount of greenery. My screen exploded from Mom. "We drove to the venue to stop this, but they said you were already married and gone. This is not how family behaves. You surprised us." Tyler. "Wow, man. Couldn't let me have my day. You made my mother cry at my engagement party." The engagement party, by the way, had apparently started late because my parents had first driven to our wedding venue to put a stop to this nonsense. By the time they returned, a bunch of guests were confused, the caterer was annoyed, and Madison was furious that her photo schedule had been ruined. Aunt Susan provided commentary once more. I sat there on that balcony, the sounds of the jungle strangely soothing, and scrolled through the messages. My heart pounded, but not from panic, but from adrenaline and relief mixed. Natalie washed my face. "Was it bad?" I said. "Intense." I handed her the phone. She read, lips pressed together, then nodded once. "Do you want to respond now? Later?" "Not at all. I thought about it. I'm a lawyer, and I don't like leaving things ambiguous forever. But I also didn't want to get into an all-caps argument over WhatsApp, so I typed one group message to my parents and Tyler. 'I'm sorry you're upset, Natalie. And I told you months ago that we were keeping our wedding on June 21st, but you chose to plan another event on the same day, and tell people our wedding was canceled without our consent. We proceeded with the date we had booked and paid for, and we would have loved to have you there. That offer still stands for future milestones if healthy boundaries are followed.'" I read it out loud to Natalie. "Is it too harsh?" I asked. "It's factual," she said. "You're not insulting anyone. You're describing what happened." I hit send. Mom responded almost immediately, despite my earlier statement that we wouldn't be on our phones. "I can't believe you're playing the victim. You embarrassed us in front of everyone. Don't bother coming back for a while." I turned the phone face down and gazed out at the woods. Natalie grabbed for my hand again. "Are you okay?" I honestly responded. "Yeah, for the first time, I think I am." In the weeks after we returned, the fallout unfolded predictably. We went low contact with my parents, no blocking, just stepping back. If they texted accusatory paragraphs, I didn't engage. If they texted something neutral, "Hope you're well," I responded politely. I refused to relitigate the decision. Extended family began to reach out quietly. My aunt called. "For what it's worth," she said. "Your mom told everyone you'd agreed to postpone. When Susan and I realized your invitations hadn't changed, we put 2 and 2 together. We're proud of you for standing your ground. A cousin DM'd me on Instagram. Your wedding looked amazing. I'm sorry. I believed the postponement story. If I'd known, I would have been there. Even a handful of my parents' friends whom I had known since infancy sent cards addressed just to us, with phrases like, "We heard there was some uncertainty. We're glad. You and Natalie did what was best for you." Meanwhile, Tyler and Madison had their own issue. Apparently, during the engagement party, numerous people inquired why my wedding was canceled, and someone let it go. No, it hadn't. My parents had just decided not to go. Madison was furious that her special day had been overshadowed by questions about us, and Tyler was furious at me for causing it, despite the fact that I was physically in another country. I didn't respond to his angry texts beyond one message, and I didn't ask my parents to drive me to my venue. Tyler and Madison's wedding took place on a completely different date about 18 months later, and we were technically invited. The invitation came with a sticky note from Mom, and it would mean a lot if you made an effort to put things behind us. We sent a lovely gift from their registry. We didn't go because I had a trial that week, but even if I hadn't, we weren't ready to pretend everything was normal just so they could take pretty pictures. Things eventually settled down, but not in a storybook way, but in a real, slightly messy adult way. My relationship with my parents is now distant. Natalie and I bought a small, squeaky house and filled it with photos of people who actually showed up for us, not those who attempted to cancel our. At my parents' 41st anniversary, my sister-in-law suddenly stood up, accused me of stealing, until I laughed and asked the restaurant owner to step forward. My gut still clenches when I recall that night. It was my parents' 40th anniversary, a lovely celebration of nearly 4 decades of love. But then my sister-in-law Brielle made an accusation so horrible and startling that it destroyed the whole room. She pointed at me, her eyes flaming, and said that I had taken her pocketbook. But, unbeknownst to her, I had predicted everything. The expression on everyone's faces when the truth eventually came out was priceless. You see, in order to really comprehend what happened that night, you must first understand Brielle. Since my brother Nathan brought her to our family 7 years ago, she's been on a never-ending drive to become the queen bee. She belongs to a wealthy family. Her father runs a chain of premium vehicle dealerships. And trust me, she will never forget that. I tried to be honest with her at first. I really wanted Nathan to be happy. And if Brielle was his option, I was determined to make things work. I asked her to lunch, recommended shopping trips, and even volunteered to help them plan their wedding. But every time, Brielle found a subtle, sneaky method to bring me down. She'd scoff at my basic flat, ask whether my clothing were from a bargain store, or say that my graphic design work was adorable, but not as significant as her job or her father's enterprise. It was exhausting. The most violent attacks were typically carried out at family gatherings. I recall 4 Christmases ago she accidentally spilled red wine all over a dress I had spent weeks designing and sewing herself. Then, the Thanksgiving before last, she publicly declared that it was so brave of me to come to dinner alone again, as if I were some miserable spinster. At my niece Mia's baptism, she had the audacity to tell her extended family that my baby present was kind given your financial situation. I gulped it down and smiled through tight teeth. Not for her, never for her, but for Nathan, who appeared oblivious to his wife's actions. And for my lovely niece, Mia. She's still so innocent and lovely, and the notion of producing turmoil that may harm her made me stay mute for years. My parents, Richard and Elaine, are in their early 70s. They're traditional peacekeepers who feel that family unity is worth virtually any cost. My father was a high school principal for 33 years, and my mother is a nurse. They instilled in us the value of forgiveness and treasured family relationships. When Brielle's actions became too blatant, they would just change the subject or attempt to separate us. It was aggravating, but I recognized their nature. Nathan, my older brother by 3 years, was often stuck in the midst. We were quite close growing up. He defended me from bullies and taught me to ride a bicycle. He was my confidant throughout my adolescence. However, after Brielle, he transformed. He grew aloof, canceling our weekly sibling dinners and inventing excuses. When I ventured to gently bring up Brielle's treatment, he'd become defensive, accusing me of envy or being oversensitive. She simply has a distinct communication style. Tess, he'd say, you need to try harder to understand her. My own brother dismissed my sentiments. That hurt. My younger sister Holly was my sole genuine ally. Holly, 2 years my junior, was the family's rebel, expressing her mind regardless of the repercussions. She saw right through Brielle and didn't hesitate to call her out, making her Brielle's second favorite target. To be honest, Holly was considerably less concerned about the jabs than I was. "Do you know what your problem is?" Holly once told me while rolling her eyes. "You still care what the witch thinks. Stop, give her power." Easier said than done when every family gathering seemed like a psychological battleground. Let me tell you, the preparations for that infamous meal began 4 months ago. My parents announced their 41st anniversary, a significant milestone that warranted something absolutely spectacular. I offered to plan a supper at Salvatore's, their favorite Italian restaurant, and where they had their first date. I poured my heart into it. Custom meals, a selection of relevant songs, inviting their oldest friends, making a presentation of family images, and even generating stunning custom invites. Naturally, Brielle had to interject herself. First, she contacted the restaurant behind my back to reschedule our reservation time. Then she phoned my invited guests and suggested an alternative dress code. She even purchased a completely different cake than the one I had painstakingly chosen based on my parents' preferred tastes, saying hers was more sophisticated. When I approached her, she acted innocent. "Oh, I thought we were planning this together," Nathan added. "You probably needed help since you have so little experience with this kind of upscale event." My brother denied saying anything like that, but he also refused to urge Brielle to back off. So I adjusted. I compromised. I just focused on making the evening ideal for my parents. By the time the day arrived, I was fatigued from dealing with her interference, but I was determined not to let her spoil it. Salvatore's was a quaint restaurant nestled in Chicago's Little Italy. Marco, the owner's son, assisted me in reserving their most romantic corner table and duplicating the first date meal. The private dining space was illuminated with warm amber light. Red and white flowers decorated each table. I came 90 minutes early to personally lay framed images of my parents throughout their marriage on a remembrance table, as well as the hand-illustrated family tree I had spent months constructing as an anniversary gift. By 6:30, visitors began to arrive. My parents emerged to cheers, my mother gorgeous in a blue dress and my father smiling with pride. The smiles on their faces made all of the tension worthwhile until Brielle came. She and Nathan were 20 minutes late because Brielle insisted on changing clothes 4 times, as I subsequently discovered. She walked in wearing a crimson couture gown that was way too formal, with diamonds sparkling everywhere. Mia trailed following in a smaller imitation of her mother's clothing, appearing uncomfortable. Brielle apologized profusely for being late, air-kissing my mother. Traffic was terrible, and I just had to make sure we looked decent. Some of us recognized the significance of presenting at important occasions. Her gaze shifted to my plain black cocktail dress, which I had picked specifically to avoid drawing notice from my mother. Mom frowned somewhat, but as usual she just thanked Brielle and complimented Mia. The seating arrangements had been meticulously selected. My parents are in the center, surrounded by their oldest friends. Nathan, Brielle and Mia at one end, Holly and I at the other. This was intended to keep Brielle and I at a safe distance. But Brielle had different intentions. As everyone took their seats, she said, "Oh, there must be a mistake. As the eldest son's wife, I should be sitting next to Elaine. On such a significant event, family members should be near, don't you think?" Before I could respond, Mom changed the place cards, displacing my mother's best friend, Diane, who had come in from Arizona for the occasion. The ripple effect caused several other visitors to shuffle, resulting in confusion and uncomfortable stares. I caught Holly's eye from across the table. She gently shook her head, urging me not to cause a disturbance. During appetizers, Brielle dominated the conversation, focusing primarily on her accomplishments. She'd recently been elevated to marketing director at her father's firm, a job that everyone knew was established particularly for her and had no actual responsibilities. "It's simply so satisfying to be rewarded for hard work," she added, gazing directly at me. "Not everyone understands the devotion required to thrive in the business world. Some people choose easier, more creative ways, which is great, I suppose." My father, ever the diplomat, attempted to incorporate me. "Tessa has just finished a large branding project for a new technology business. What was its name again, sweetheart?" Before I could respond, Brielle interjected. "Oh, Richard, speaking of technology, have I told you about the new relationship I've struck with Tesla? Daddy claims it's the largest transaction our firm has ever made." This pattern persisted throughout the evening. Brielle is interrupting, diverting, and covertly undermining everyone, particularly myself. I focused on ensuring that the service ran smoothly, silently talking with the wait staff. As I returned to my seat after conversing with a head waiter, I observed something peculiar. Brielle had temporarily left the table, stating that she needed to freshen herself. As she returned, I noticed her reach inside her enormous luxury handbag and carefully place something in an interior pocket. From my vantage point, I noticed what looked to be a second wallet, distinct from the red leather designer wallet I had previously seen her use. My initial assumption was that she had found an old wallet. However, the furtive manner she glanced about as she did so raised a strong suspicion. Brielle's body language when she was preparing anything wicked has grown more apparent to me over the years. She had a tiny tightening of her eyes, a planning expression. I saw that face now, and it sent shivers down my spine. For a brief while, I pondered addressing her, but various factors kept me back. This was my parents' special night, and they had had enough of our disagreements. Without understanding exactly what she was up to, any charge would sound crazy and petty. And, perhaps most crucially, a little voice inside me said that sometimes the best way to deal with a trap is to let it fall on its own terms. So I watched and waited, keeping a polite look as my mind raced. Brielle returned to her seat and placed her enormous purse on the floor between her chair and mine, despite the fact that the table had a perfectly decent hook under it. The bag was clearly within reach of my chair. Another aspect that seems purposefully manufactured. Throughout the main course, I spoke cheerfully with the other guests while keeping an eye on Brielle's luggage. I noticed her checking it multiple times, apparently for her phone or a tissue, but always with a calculating face. Whatever game she was playing, she was setting the stage with precision, and for the first time in our long history of fighting, I felt one step ahead of her. The tension in the private dining area increased. What should have been a love celebration seemed like a conversational minefield. Elegant platters of osso buco and homemade pasta receded into the background. Uncle Frank, my father's brother, who never quite mastered reading a room, raised the family cabin in Michigan. So, Richard, have you chosen who would receive the cabin in the will? Not to seem morbid, but I was discussing inheritance planning with my financial advisor. A deep quiet descended. Nathan, Holly and I have innumerable great memories from the cabin, which is 3 generations old. It was also a subject of contention since Brielle had stated that she intended to remodel it into a true lake house and effectively claim it as her own. We haven't made any final decisions, my father remarked cautiously, seeming uneasy. That isn't really dinner conversation, Frank. But Brielle spotted an opportunity. So, since it came up, Nathan and I have been brainstorming some fantastic ideas for renovating the cabin. It need extensive improvements, and we would be happy to invest in them provided, well, you know. She smiled sweetly. It would be a very special environment for Mia to grow up in, just like Nathan did. The connotation was very apparent. The cottage should be given to them because they have a child. I felt the usual tightness in my chest that emerged whenever Brielle used her position as the mother of the only grandchild to obtain an advantage. The cabin is perfect as it is, I responded, trying to keep my voice light. The entire objective is the rustic charm and family heritage. Modernizing it would eliminate what makes it unique. Brielle's eyes narrowed slightly. That is a common response from someone who is reluctant to constructive change. The cottage has plumbing from the 1970s, Tessa. Surely even you can tell that something has to be updated. I said that there is a distinction between required renovations and entirely destroying the essence of a site. My mother, seeing the impending storm, immediately shifted the conversation to Holly's recent promotion. But Brielle was not finished. Speaking about careers, she intervened after Holly had just spoken for 45 seconds. I've heard that graphic design positions are being swiftly displaced by artificial intelligence. Tessa, are you concerned? It must be quite stressful to work in a declining field. All eyes went to me. Classic Brielle, a topic intended to put me on the defensive. Actually, I responded, keeping a relaxed grin, human ingenuity, and knowledge of emotional resonance are all things AI cannot mimic. My client list is rising as firms notice that link, but I appreciate your concern for my job. The discourse alternated between happy reminiscences and Brielle's stinging remarks. By the time dessert was served, I was emotionally exhausted from the continual attention necessary to avoid her attacks. Excuse me for a moment, I murmured, getting up. I need to check with the kitchen about the anniversary cake. In reality, all I wanted was a break from Brielle's calculating look and subtle digs. I stepped out into the restaurant's modest outdoor terrace. I took a deep breath and leaned on the stone balustrade, gazing up at the few stars visible through Chicago's light pollution. In that calm time, I thought about my possibilities. I could follow the pattern of the last 7 years, repelling her attacks. I could escalate, eventually calling her out publicly, or I could find a medium ground that maintained my dignity while without jeopardizing my parents' celebration. As I stood there wondering, I remembered the peculiar behavior of the second wallet. Whatever she had planned, it was certainly destined to happen tonight. The notion gave me a cold. After approximately 7 minutes, I realized I needed to return. As I walked back, I noticed Marco, the owner, talking to a server and indicating toward our private room. He met my gaze and gave me a brief, comforting nod. During the planning process, I discussed the family dynamics to him, and he pledged to guarantee that the evening ran successfully. That modest show of solidarity bolstered my determination. When I returned, dessert was served, a lovely tiramisu. As soon as I took my seat, I sensed a change. Brielle sat up taller, an almost imperceptible smile flickering on her lips. Nathan seemed nervous, looking at his dessert. My father was telling me about their honeymoon, but Brielle was hardly paying attention, her gaze shifting between me and her bags, which was still positioned between our chairs. I had barely finished my first mouthful of tiramisu when Brielle screamed loudly, interrupting my father's words. "My wallet," she shouted, bringing her palm to her chest in an exaggerated display of sorrow. "I can't find my wallet." The discussion ended. Everyone turned to look at Brielle, who was now making a show of looking through her bags. "Are you certain you brought it?" my mother inquired, alarmed. "Have you checked your coat?" "Of course I brought it," Brielle said, swiftly adjusting her expression to one of anxiety. "I have it right here. I used it to pay the coat check. Someone must have taken it." She began searching about anxiously, checking beneath the table and requesting that others check near their seats. I observed she took care to keep everyone's attention away from her own purse, where I assumed the missing wallet was still safely kept. "Diane mentioned that you may have left it in the restroom." No, Brielle said, her voice rising sharply. "It was immediately inside my suitcase. It has all of my credit cards, my driver's license, and even images of Mia that cannot be replaced." As the search extended and visitors began to stand, I noticed Brielle's eyes dart toward me many times, measuring my response. Even as I sensed the trap closing in on me, I kept a neutral demeanor and even assisted in looking about. "Wait," Brielle interrupted abruptly, her voice lowering to a dramatic hush. "Tessa, when did you leave the table earlier, and where did you go?" The question hovered in the air, like a thundercloud. Several individuals looked perplexed, not fully comprehending the meaning, but I understood precisely what she was attempting. "I walked to the terrace for some fresh air," responded evenly, "and then talked to Marco about the cake." "Why are you asking?" Brielle's eyes sharpened, and I could see she was pleased that I had walked right into her script. "Isn't it funny," she asked slowly, "that my wallet disappears just as you leave the table? And you were gone for a long time, weren't you?" The mood changed suddenly. I could sense the uneasy tension as people realized what Brielle was implying. My mother was shocked, and my father was perplexed and disturbed. Holly was almost out of her seat, rage on her face, but I caught her eye and gently shook my head. This was between Brielle and I. "Are you insinuating that I snatched your wallet?" I asked, my voice steady. "That's a serious accusation, Brielle." She did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to the entire table and said, "Has anyone seen my wallet? It's a red leather Prada with a gold clasp, really unique and definitely costly." No one had, of course, since I was more convinced it was exactly where Brielle had hidden it, waiting for her theatrical unveiling. The private dining area at Salvatore's became utterly quiet. The waitstaff, feeling the tension, had discreetly retreated. Even the gentle Italian music seems to have diminished. Brielle rose up slowly, her chair scratching across the wooden floor, piercing the quiet like a knife. Every eye in the room was on her as she stood up to her full height, her countenance shifting from troubled search to righteous rage. "You," she continued, pointing straight at me and raising her voice to a near yell. "You stole my wallet, you filthy thief." No one responded for a time as the charge lingered in the air, so terrible and unexpected. My father was the first to recover. "Now, Brielle," he continued, his principal's authoritative voice making an unexpected entrance. "That is a very serious allegation to make without any evidence." But Brielle remained undeterred. She was completely dedicated to her portrayal, her cheeks flushed with what looked to be real indignation. "I have suspected for years that things go missing when Tessa is around," she told me. "A set of earrings from the guest bathroom, money from Nathan's wallet, and Mia's birthday gift card from last year. I never said anything because I wanted to maintain the peace, but this is excessive. I felt like I'd been physically hit. Not only was she accusing me of taking her pocketbook tonight, but she was also blaming me for other purported crimes that I had never heard of before to this moment. I looked at Nathan, expecting him to defend me, but he was looking at the tablecloth, his expression inscrutable. "That is absolutely not true," I answered, struggling to keep my voice calm. "I've never taken anything that did not belong to me. Not tonight, not ever." My rejection appeared to boost Brielle's performance. She turned to face the table, her look now one of sadness and vindication. "Do you see how she lies? Always so lovely and innocent. Tessa, a graphic designer. Tessa, the loving daughter. Tessa, whom everyone adores. But I know what she truly is." The visitors shifted uneasily. Some seemed perplexed, while others were ashamed. My mother had tears in her eyes, and my father seemed older than I had ever seen him. The creases on his face deepened as he became distressed. I felt a broad range of feelings. Humiliation consumed me. Anger surged through my temples at the blatant unfairness. But underlying those quick impulses, a weird calm was emerging. I knew what was coming. I'd seen the setup, recognized the trap, and although a part of me wanted to jump to my feet and scream the truth, another, greater part, advised patience. Allow her to play her hand thoroughly. "I do not appreciate being called a thief or a liar," I remarked quietly, especially at our parents' anniversary party. Brielle's eyes shone with pride at what she plainly saw as a weak resistance. And then she made the move I'd been waiting for. "Well, if you're so innocent," she said, "you won't mind if we check your things." Before I could react, she reached down to my feet where my little clutch purse was alongside the chair. I purposefully bought a little evening bag that could only accommodate my phone, lipstick and keys in order to avoid bringing anything superfluous. "That's hardly large enough to hide a wallet," Holly pointed out forcefully. "No," Brielle agreed, straightening out with a predatory smile. "But this is." She grabbed for the enormous tote bag that had been resting between our chairs, which I knew belonged to her, but she now claimed was mine. "That's not my bag," I answered gently. "Oh," Brielle lifted a finely sculpted brow. "Then who is it? It's been sitting right beside you all evening." Before I could react, she opened the tote bag and dramatically reached inside. Even though I had expected this moment, the delight on her face as her palm wrapped around what she was looking for made my stomach churn. "Well, well, well," she said, her voice full of feigned astonishment as she triumphantly drew out her red Prada pocketbook. "What do we have here?" "My wallet is in your backpack. See? I knew it was you." The collective gasp from across the table was audible. My mother grabbed her lips and her eyes widened in horror. My father was distraught, split between his want to believe in his daughter and the obviously incontrovertible facts. "Tessa," Nathan eventually said, his voice full of perplexity and regret. "How could you?" That stung more than anything else. The quick assumption of my guilt by my own brother. Brielle's influence had corroded his confidence in me to the point that he didn't examine this preposterous scenario. Brielle's eyes shone with satisfaction as she studied the horrified expressions. She had perfected her moment, producing a setting in which I seemed indisputably guilty. In her eyes, she had finally triumphed, humiliating me so severely that I would never recover. What she hadn't counted on was that I had predicted it from the outset. The stunned silence that followed Brielle's theatrical revelation seemed to last an eternity. My relatives and friends looked at the crimson pocketbook in her palm, then at me, their expressions a combination of perplexity, disappointment, and unease. The ideal anniversary party had gone horribly wrong, and I was suddenly the obvious villain of the evening. And then I did something unexpected. I laughed. It began as a small chuckle and quickly escalated into full-fledged, genuine laughter that I couldn't stop. The absurdity of the situation, Brielle's elaborate trap, and her belief that she had finally outmaneuvered me, all made me laugh. In that moment of tension, my laughter broke the stillness. Brielle's triumphant expression faded, giving way to confusion and anger. "What's wrong with you?" she demanded. "I just caught you red-handed stealing my wallet, and you are laughing." I took a deep breath and composed myself, but a smile remained. "I'm laughing, Brielle," I responded, "because that is not your bag, and we both know it." I pointed to the designer tote that had sat between our chairs all evening. "That is your bag. You purposefully placed it there, and you put your second wallet inside earlier this evening." Her face paled slightly, but she quickly recovered. "What are you talking about?" "This is clearly your bag, and my wallet was inside." Actually, I said calmly, if you look inside that bag, you'll notice that it contains items that belong to you, not me. Perhaps your makeup compact with your initials, or the specific brand of hand sanitizer you always carry, or even a small notebook where you jot down perceived slights from family members to discuss later. I'd been paying close attention to Brielle for years, taking note of these minor details. The look of shock on her face told me that at least some of my guesses were correct. You're trying to confuse everyone, Brielle insisted, but her voice lacked conviction. The fact remains that my wallet was in this bag next to your chair. Yes, I agree. In your bag, which you carefully positioned to appear as if it might be mine after I watched you place a second wallet inside it when you returned from the restroom earlier. Gasps and murmurs echoed around the table as the implications became clear. My mother's expression changed from distress to confusion. My father went from disappointment to careful consideration. This is ridiculous, Brielle exclaimed. You're making up stories to cover your theft. Actually, I replied, there's a way to settle this definitively. I turned toward the back of the room, where Marco, the restaurant's owner, had been quietly watching. Marco, could you please share what we discussed during the planning of tonight's event? Marco stepped forward, his professional demeanor tinged with unease. When Miss Harper was organizing this celebration, she asked about our security measures, he told me. I told her that, following a theft last year, we installed discrete security cameras in all of our private dining rooms. They are primarily intended to protect our guests' belongings, but they record continuously. Brielle's face lost color so quickly that I thought she might faint. You knew, she said quietly, looking at me. You knew there were cameras, and you let me. I knew there were cameras, I stated. What I didn't realize was exactly what you were planning. But when I noticed you hiding something in that bag, I suspected it was something like this. I just didn't expect you to go so far as to publicly accuse me of theft. Nathan had been listening to this exchange with increasing horror on his face. He stood up abruptly. Marco, can you show us the security footage right now? Marco nodded. Of course, we have immediate access to it in my office. I don't think that's necessary, Brielle responded quickly, her voice high and tight. It has gotten out of hand. It was clearly just a misunderstanding. But Nathan was already approaching Marco, his expression grim. I want to see the footage now. I remained seated as Nathan, my father, and Marco exited the room. The atmosphere they left behind was dense with tension. Brielle remained standing, her hands gripping the back of her chair so tightly that her knuckles turned white. My mother glanced between us, her expression unreadable. Holly had a small, satisfied smile on the corners of her mouth. The minutes stretched on indefinitely. Nobody spoke. The remaining guests fidgeted uncomfortably, clearly wishing to leave but constrained by social convention. Finally the door opened, and Nathan returned. His face was set in hard lines I'd never seen before, and his eyes were cold as they focused on his wife. The cameras show everything, he explained, his voice flat. They show Brielle taking a wallet from her purse, putting it in a tote bag, and placing the bag between the chairs. They show her repeatedly checking to make sure Tessa hadn't noticed, and she is clearly seen removing the wallet during her dramatic accusation. Every eye in the room was drawn to Brielle, who now appeared terrified. Nathan, she said. I can explain. Don't. He interrupted her, his voice sharp as a blade. Please don't. We'll discuss it at home. The silence that ensued was deafening. I'd been waiting years for this moment of vindication, for someone in my family to finally recognize Brielle for who she truly was. But now that it had arrived, I felt no triumph, only deep sadness for my brother and niece. I slowly stood up, drawing all eyes to me. Mom, Dad, I said softly. I'm very sorry that this happened during your celebration. This evening was supposed to be about your 41-year love and commitment, not any of this. My mother's eyes welled up with tears, but they weren't the ones I'd seen before. Oh, Tessa, she added. We're the ones who should apologize. We should have seen what was going on. I moved around the table to embrace her, and as I did so, I felt the weight of years of silent pain lift. Whatever happened next, the truth was finally revealed. The remainder of the anniversary dinner took place in a strange, subdued atmosphere. Brielle sat rigid in her chair, barely touching her dessert, while Nathan kept a cold silence. Mia, sensing but not understanding the tension, became increasingly agitated until Holly quietly offered to take her outside for a walk. My parents made a valiant effort to salvage the celebration, thanking guests and reflecting. Their closest friends pulled together admirably, creating pockets of genuine warmth amid the awkwardness. As the evening came to a close and guests began to leave, everyone who approached me did so with a new awareness in their eyes. Some quietly apologized for having doubted me. Others simply squeezed my hand or shoulder, offering silent support. Diane, my mother's best friend, hugged me tightly. "I always knew that woman was trouble," she muttered angrily. "Good for you for standing your ground." My father appeared shocked. As he assisted my mother with her coat, I noticed him place a protective hand on her back, as if the evening had reminded him of the importance and fragility of family ties. When only my immediate family remained, my father spoke openly about what had occurred. "I owe you an apology, Tessa," he said, his voice full of regret. "We've noticed tension between you and Brielle for years, but we dismissed it as typical in-law dynamics. We never imagined it would go this deep." My mother nodded, tears forming again. "We should have protected you better. We were so focused on keeping the peace that we didn't notice who was causing it." "It's not your fault," I assured them, my voice full of emotion. "Brielle is extremely skilled at presenting one face to some people and another to others, and I never wanted to force anyone to take sides." Nathan, who had been standing silently near the door, approached us. "I need to talk to you," he told me, his voice rough and emotional. "Alone, if that's okay." We walked out onto the same patio where I had collected myself earlier. The night had become cooler. Nathan took a long look at the city lights before speaking. "I don't even know where to begin," he finally admitted. "I feel like the world's biggest fool." "You're not a fool," I said softly. "You wanted to believe the best in the person you loved. There is nothing foolish about that." He shook his head sharply. "Stop being too understanding. I do not deserve it. For years I've dismissed your concerns, defended her actions, and even accused you of being jealous or difficult. And all this time," his tone rang hollow, "all this time, she was deliberately trying to hurt you, to drive a wedge between us. I had imagined this moment of validation countless times, but now that it had arrived, I found no comfort in my brother's pain." "What are you planning to do?" I asked quietly. Nathan ran his hand over his face, looking exhausted. "I do not know. I need to think about Mia and what is best for her, but I know I can't simply pretend this did not happen. Brielle's actions tonight were not a momentary lapse in judgment. It was calculated and cruel. It leaves me wondering what else she's capable of." Before I could respond, the patio door opened and Brielle emerged. Her makeup was freshly applied, but it couldn't conceal the redness under her eyes or the tight, defensive set of her mouth. "The car is waiting," she told Nathan, her voice brittle. "Mia is tired." Nathan looked at her for a long time and I noticed a change in his expression, a hardening that I had not seen before. "Take Mia home," he instructed. "I will take a ride with my parents or Tessa. We need some space tonight." Brielle's composure slipped, revealing a moment of panic. "Nathan, please, we need to discuss this." "Yes, we do," he confirmed. "Not tonight. Tonight, I need to process what I saw on the security footage." For a brief moment, I expected Brielle to continue her argument, but after a tense silence, she simply nodded and walked away. The sound of her heels clicking on the hardwood floors faded as she returned to get Mia. Nathan returned his attention to me after she had left. "I am very sorry, Tess. I know those words are insufficient, but they're all I have right now." I reached out and squeezed his hand gently. "They are enough for tonight. The rest we'll figure out as we go." When we got back inside, my parents and Holly were waiting. Without Brielle's divisive presence, the five of us, our core family unit, stood together in a moment of silent reconnection. Then Holly broke the silence with her characteristic directness. "Well, that was the most dramatic anniversary dinner in history. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. You'll definitely remember this one." Surprisingly, this broke the tension. My father chuckled. My mother smiled through her tears, and even Nathan managed a weak laugh. We gathered our things, thanked Marco profusely for his discretion and help, and made our way out into the night. As we stood on the sidewalk saying our goodbyes, my mother pulled me into a fierce hug. "I am so proud of how you handled yourself tonight," she whispered. "You showed grace under incredible pressure." "I learned from the best," I told her, holding her tight. As I drove home alone later, the events of the evening replayed in my mind. The satisfaction of finally having the truth exposed was tempered by concern for my brother and niece. Family dynamics were complicated, and I knew tonight's revelations would have far-reaching consequences. But for the first time in 7 years, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. The constant need to defend myself, to question my own perceptions, to walk on eggshells around Brielle, all of it was shifting. The truth had a power of its own, and once revealed, it could not be unseen. When I reached my apartment, I kicked off my shoes and poured myself a small glass of wine. Sitting by the window overlooking the city, I raised the glass in a silent toast to my parents' 41 years of marriage, to truth, and to the uncertain but hopeful future of our family. In the weeks following that infamous anniversary dinner, our family entered a period of painful but absolutely necessary transformation. The immediate aftermath was exactly as difficult as I had anticipated. Nathan moved into our parents' guest room, explaining to Mia that Daddy needed to help Grandpa with some projects. It was a flimsy excuse that the perceptive 5-year-old clearly didn't fully believe, but it provided a gentle buffer for her. Brielle, for her part, cycled through a range of strategies to manage the fallout. First came tearful apologies and claims she had suffered a momentary breakdown due to stress. When those fell on deaf ears, she attempted to minimize her actions, suggesting everyone was overreacting to what was merely a misguided prank. Finally, when those approaches failed, she resorted to what I suspected was her true nature: cold calculation, hiring an expensive divorce attorney, and threatening to limit Nathan's access to Mia if he pursued separation. That final move backfired spectacularly. The security footage from the restaurant, which Marco had preserved, provided compelling evidence of Brielle's deliberate attempt to frame me and damage my reputation. When Nathan's attorney suggested this demonstrated a pattern of manipulative behavior that might be relevant in custody considerations, Brielle's aggressive stance softened considerably. By the 4-month mark after the dinner, Nathan had filed for divorce and moved into his own apartment. He and Brielle established a tentative co-parenting arrangement, with Mia spending equal time with both parents. The transition was hardest on Mia. "Aunt Tess," she asked me during one of our outings as we shared ice cream on a park bench. "Did Mommy do something bad?" The question caught me off guard, and I chose my words carefully. "Grown-ups sometimes make mistakes in how they treat each other, sweetie. Your mom and dad are working through some grown-up problems, but they both love you very much. That will never change." Mia seemed to consider this seriously, then nodded with the simple acceptance children often show for complex situations. "Daddy's sad a lot now," she observed. "But he smiles more when you visit." My heart ached for her, but also for Nathan. My relationship with my parents also evolved. My father, the lifelong educator, took the situation as a personal failure. "I should have seen what was happening," he told me during a private conversation, his voice heavy with regret. "I observed students and their dynamics for 33 years, but I missed what was right in front of me in my own family." "Dad," I reminded him gently. "Brielle fooled a lot of people for a long time. That was her specialty." My mother, ever the nurturer, focused on healing. She instituted weekly family dinners, minus Brielle, where we gradually relearned how to communicate openly. These gatherings were awkward at first, but over time they became a sanctuary where authentic connection could flourish again. Holly, true to form, approached the situation with characteristic directness. "I've been waiting 7 years to say, 'I told you so,'" she announced to Nathan at one of these dinners. "But now that I can, it doesn't feel as satisfying as I thought it would." Her honesty somehow broke through some of the tension, and Nathan actually laughed, perhaps his first genuine laugh since that night. As for me, the vindication I had longed for came with unexpected emotional complications. For years I had channeled my frustration with Brielle into my work, using graphic design projects as an outlet for emotions I couldn't express within the family. Now that the truth was known, I found myself at a creative crossroads, unsure where to direct that energy. The initial weeks after the dinner were difficult. I experienced a roller coaster of emotions: relief, anger at the years of gaslighting, guilt over my brother's pain, and anxiety about the future. There were nights I lay awake replaying every interaction with Brielle, seeing with new clarity the calculated nature of her behavior from the very beginning. During this period, I sought help from a therapist, Dr. Natalie Reyes, who specialized in family dynamics and emotional recovery. Her guidance was invaluable. "What you experienced was a form of psychological abuse," she explained. "Having your perceptions repeatedly denied or dismissed can make you question your own reality. That's called gaslighting, and recovery takes time." With Dr. Reyes's help, I began to rebuild my sense of self-trust. I reconnected with friends who had drifted away, many of whom had sensed something was wrong but hadn't known how to help. I focused on self-care, setting aside time for activities that nourished my spirit, hiking along Lake Michigan, taking a pottery class, reading for pleasure again. Professionally, I channeled my renewed energy into my design business. I'd always been good at my work, but now I found a new level of confidence in my creative vision. I took risks with clients I might have avoided before, proposing bold concepts that pushed boundaries. To my surprise, these were often the ideas that resonated most strongly. Within 8 months, I landed 3 major contracts with national brands and hired my first employee to help manage the increased workload. The most profound healing, however, came through an unexpected channel. About 6 months after the anniversary dinner, I received a message from a woman named Claire, who introduced herself as Brielle's former college roommate. She had heard about the incident through mutual acquaintances and reached out because, as she put it, "I've been where you are." Over coffee at a quiet cafe, Claire shared her own experiences with Brielle during their university years. The patterns were strikingly familiar: the careful cultivation of allies, the subtle undermining, the elaborate setups designed to make Claire appear unstable or unreliable. The conversation was both validating and healing, a confirmation that what I had experienced wasn't isolated or imagined. It took me years to trust my own perceptions again after living with her, Claire confessed. But you know what helped the most? Finding others who had been through similar experiences, knowing I wasn't alone. Inspired by this connection, I started a small private support group for people recovering from relationships with manipulative individuals. We met monthly, sharing stories and strategies for healing. Through helping others, I found my own path forward, transforming pain into purpose. As the 18-month anniversary of that fateful dinner approached, I reflected on everything that had changed. Nathan was dating again cautiously, a kindergarten teacher he met at one of Mia's school events. My parents seemed lighter, their relationship strengthened by weathering the crisis. Holly had been promoted and was considering a master's degree. And me, I had learned lessons that would shape the rest of my life. I learned the value of patience, of strategic thinking, of waiting for the right moment rather than reacting immediately. I learned that sometimes the most powerful response to manipulation is simply allowing the truth to reveal itself. Most importantly, I learned that standing in your truth, even when others doubt you, is not selfishness, but self-preservation. For years, I had silenced myself to keep the peace, believing that harmony required my silence. Now, I understood that real harmony can only exist where truth is honored and respected. The last time I saw Brielle was at Mia's 6th birthday party, a carefully orchestrated neutral event at a children's play center. We acknowledged each other with tight nods from across the room, but didn't speak. I noticed she wore a mask of cheerful politeness that never quite reached her eyes, and I wondered if she had already found new targets for her manipulations. But that was no longer my concern. I had reclaimed my voice, my family, and my power. The journey through pain had led to a place of authentic strength, and that, perhaps, is the most valuable lesson of all. Sometimes the greatest growth comes through our deepest wounds. The very experiences designed to break us can become the foundation for building a more genuine, powerful version of ourselves if we have the courage to face them honestly and the wisdom to transform them into something meaningful. 8 months pregnant, I brought my kids home hoping for a warm Christmas. One look inside and I knew we were not welcome. I realized we didn't belong as soon as the door opened. With wine glasses already poured, each seat identified precisely, and all the other grandchildren sat and smiling like a stock photo family, the table was arranged like a magazine spread. My brother was also present. The golden boy, enjoying the warmth of his most recent promotion. When he saw me enter with the children, he even had the gall to chuckle. "Oh," Dad murmured, his face pressed hard and his arms folded. "We didn't anticipate your arrival." "Yeah, obviously," Bryce said, laughing aloud, arrogantly, and theatrically. "Why is she in this place?" He smiled as if I were the office intern who happened to walk into a board meeting by mistake. I waited for Mom to say something, anything at all, but she kept moving napkins around as if the symmetry of the forks were more significant than her real daughter, who was standing at the door with 2 bewildered children. As if that resolved the matter, Dad murmured, "There aren't any seats left. No happy Christmas. No embracing the children, nothing at all." "Well, you can come in, but the kids will have to sit somewhere else," he said, sounding benevolent. At the table already were the other grandchildren. Of course, Bryce's children. The grandchildren were the important ones. I tasted blood because I bit my tongue so hard. I didn't speak louder. I refrained from crying. Calm as ever, I simply smiled at Bryce. I suppose I'm useless now that Bryce has a fancy title, huh? Bryce gave an eye roll. Helpful? Nobody requested your assistance. That's perfect. I took my phone out of my coat pocket. Nice to know, I answered with ease. That implies that I will no longer be making mortgage payments. There was silence, as if I had turned off the lights on the Christmas tree. Dad's expression went cold. In fact, Mom stopped fiddling with her forks. Suddenly less arrogant, Bryce sat up straighter. You're kidding, he stated bluntly. I gave a headshake. Number, you seem to be well without me now. You are therefore on your own. I looked at my children. Come on. We're heading home. Wait, Mom said at last, her voice trembling. Are you really going to leave? I remarked, you just said we weren't welcome, as I started to go toward the door. I'm paying attention. My younger sister, Marley, was standing in the corner just before I left. She remained silent. She simply stood there with her hands in her hoodie pockets, her eyes downcast, and her face etched with humiliation. I didn't let her stop me. Nobody did. It was a calm drive home. The kind of silence that, even when the radio is on, crackles. Grasping the present bag we were never able to offer, my youngest gazed out the window. Without a word, my oldest leaned his head against the seat. Even though he didn't yet have the words, I could see he understood. What prevented Grandpa from wanting us there? My child requested in a tiny voice. My hands remained solid on the steering wheel. I said, because some people lose the ability to be kind. However, we don't. We recall. Belly first, Caleb greeted us at the entrance. How was it then? I arched an eyebrow. We arrived without an invitation. His jaw fell. You're not serious. I gave a headshake. I then severed the cord. No more mortgage payments. Allow Bryce to solve it. Caleb blinked. You actually did that? I gave a nod. Directly before the Christmas ham. After giving me a long look, he just muttered, damn, and gave me a shoulder rub. I must admit that I felt lighter. No more guilt trips from Mom about how difficult things have been, and no more sporadic calls from Dad requesting a small transfer. My family only recognized me when they were broke, so I could finally sleep at night without worrying about whether they were draining my bank account. A week went by. Then my phone chimed one night just after midnight. Once. Twice. Then 4 more times. I never even checked. I recognized the person already. Mom. I allowed it to ring. Caleb groaned as he rolled over next to me. She is tenacious. One more buzz. It was a message this time, but not from her. From Marley. Pick up. It's serious. My stomach nodded. I made a call. Marley responded right away, breathing rapidly. It's Dad, he has aches in his chest. Mom is going crazy. In bed, I sat up. Did she make a 911 call? Number, she gave me a call. Then you. She did, of course. Marley paused. She started by trying Bryce. He didn't respond. He hasn't given her a call since Christmas, she said. Ever since his dismissal. I blinked. Hold on, what? Marley let out a breath. Indeed. He was fired. He was set up by a guy he believed he was dating, some sort of fraud. He could be sued. Back against the headboard, I sank. Karma, eh? This year, it was quick and on time. She would like you to attend, Marley said quietly. I shut my eyes. To be clear, I wasn't cold-hearted. However, it was difficult to ignore the picture of me standing in that hallway with my children gripping my coat and hearing that there was no space for us. I sighed nonetheless. I'll be there. I didn't let Caleb stop me. Don't let them pull you back in, he said as he kissed my forehead. I arrived without a knock. With one hand on his chest and perspiration streaming down his cheeks, Dad was slumped in a recliner. It appeared as though Mom had been crying for hours. Panic was thick in the air. Thank God, she said, hurrying toward me. Your dad is having trouble breathing. Have you made an ambulance call? She blinked. I assumed you. I took my phone out. Really, Mom? The paramedics arrived quickly, hooked him up. Vitals were checked. One said, it's not a heart attack. However, his blood pressure is really high. Caused by stress. I gave a snort. Startling. They removed him. Mom looked at me as if I were a lifeline while she stood there wringing her hands. She muttered, we need help. I gave her a direct look. No. She recoiled as if I had given her a slap. However, I didn't feel bad for once. I was liberated. Have you ever watched someone drop a dish, watch it break, and then merely take a step back and blame gravity instead of picking it up? My family was like that. For 2 days following the hospital event, everything was oddly silent. No phone calls. Don't text. Perhaps, I thought, they had accepted it? That I had finished. That what I said was true. Naturally, I was mistaken. Marley's appearance at my door was the first step. Dark circles, a pulled-up sweatshirt, and a habit of gnawing on the inside of her cheek as if it were owed money made her appear as though she hadn't slept in days. She was carrying a rumpled envelope in one hand and stuffed the other deep in her coat pocket. I pulled the door open. Is everything all right? Explain okay, she murmured as she entered. The envelope fell to the kitchen table. Mom said that. I kept my hands off of it. She said you would block her number, so she asked me to deliver it personally. Yes, I did. Marley let out a sigh. She is in a difficult situation. Dad is still being monitored at the hospital. They are unable to stabilize his blood pressure. When you try to support yourself with your children and one of them eventually says no, that's what happens. Marley took a quick look at the infant crib that Caleb and I had partially put together earlier. They assumed you would give in? Well, I said, they made a bad gamble. Then she let the hammer fall. Bryce spent the money from the mortgage. I went cold. What? The final payment, the money you sent them. The mortgage was never paid. Bryce received it from them. My molars screamed as my jaw clamped so tightly. Everything? Almost $5,000, she said with a nod. Mom told me that since he recently received a promotion, they offered him the money to help him advance. He went on a weekend trip with that guy, bought some furniture, and then everything fell apart. My stomach dropped. And now? The promotion has now ended. The man abandoned him. He is also being investigated. The business believes he participated in a conspiracy to transfer funds using fictitious vendor invoices. However, it turns out that he was only the fall guy. He was, of course. I laughed resentfully. To be clear, they stole money from their daughter, who has 2 children and a baby on the way, and gave it to their son, who lost his job and could face legal action. I'm supposed to tidy it up now. Marley gave a silent nod. I whispered. They never really learn. I walked over to her. And you? What are you standing at? I told them I agreed with you, she said after hesitating. I was astonished by that. And my dad told me to leave. Claimed that I didn't belong in their home if I wasn't going to provide for them like a real daughter. I gazed at her. Wait, you were expelled? Marley gave a shrug. I gathered my belongings and departed. At the moment, I am in a motel. I said, the hell you are, right away. Go gather your belongings. You intend to remain here. Marley appeared in disbelief. Are you serious? You already have too much on your plate. I put a hand on her shoulder and murmured, Marley, you're not them. I also don't abandon folks. She let out a breath, her eyes slightly watering. I'm grateful. The phone turned into a battlefield over the course of the following few days. Missed phone calls. Voicemails filled with anger and guilt. You're cruel. You lack gratitude. This family is being ruined by you. I didn't respond. Not once. Mom genuinely said, Bryce needs you. At the end of one voicemail. He is your brother. Yes, the same brother that made fun of me for missing out on Christmas dinner. The same person who said I wasn't required. Marley and I rapidly settled into a rhythm. She helped me paint the nursery, took the guest room, and carried food home without asking. Caleb was remarkably laid back about it. He even joked that we had become a strange sitcom trio. However, the tranquility was short-lived. I heard a car pull into the driveway on Saturday afternoon while Caleb and I were assembling the crib. I took a quick look through the blinds. Mom. Untidy hair? Swollen eyes? Shoulders slumped like a paper woman. Astonishing, I whispered. Rising from the Allen wrench, Caleb peered up. Do I need to hide? I chuckled to myself. Alluring. Like it owed her money, she banged on the door. I opened it, but I remained motionless to allow her entry. Ah, she said in a raw whisper. Please. I folded my arms. What are you looking for? Your dad. He remains unwell. Additionally, we risk losing the house if we fail to make the next payment. I remained silent. She dabbed at her face. We had faith in Bryce. We believed he would look after us. We were mistaken. I arched an eyebrow. You think? She raised her head, remorse shining in her eyes. We were not perfect. I am aware of that. You are our daughter, though. We require assistance. I didn't do it. You realize what's amusing? After a time, I said. You didn't spend the money I provided you for the house. As though it were his birthright, you gave it to Bryce. I'm the fallback option now that he has stopped talking. Once more. She broke down in tears. Please, Aya, I'm at a loss for what to do. I grinned, gently yet firmly. Work it out. She blinked. That's not what you mean. Yes. I began to shut the door. She lost her temper at that point. You owe us. I went cold. Pardon me? We brought you up. Fed you. Paid for your university education. Are you simply going to leave us when we need you now? I gave a chilly laugh. A daughter was not raised by you. A safety net was raised by you. A backup plan. And you know what? I now have my own family. My children come first. Anger curled her mouth. You resemble your father exactly. Perhaps. However, I'm not foolish enough to ruin my life for those who just come when they're in need of money. In her face, I closed the door. She let out a muffled, enraged cry outside. And then there was a loud bang. I sprinted over to the window. She had kicked my car's side. Then she drove away. Caleb gave me the Oscar-winning look. Are you all right? He inquired. I gave a nod. Better than good. I assumed it would end with the car kick and the door slam. Mom's outburst felt like the last scene of a play that had already been cancelled without her realizing it. I thought perhaps, at last, they would retreat. However, my family doesn't die gracefully. Everyone inside the blast radius is gaslighted as they go down crying and kicking. My phone rang 3 days after the driveway incident. This time, Marley's name, not Mom's, was displayed on the screen. I replied. With a flat voice as if she already regretted being the messenger, she stated, They're trying to make a deal. I let out a sigh and sank into the chair in the living room. They certainly are. Now what? Instead of just giving them the money, they want to know if you would consider lending it to them. I burst out laughing. Marley went on, obviously reading from a script in his head. Or perhaps you could temporarily place the mortgage in your name, and they'll make monthly payments to you. Did they say that really? Verbatim. I turned to see Caleb folding little onesies in the nursery as if it were a holy rite. I squinted. I'm going to assume that Bryce hasn't replied to them yet. Number complete silence on the radio. His accounts are locked. They are looking into him. And when the heat got to him, his boyfriend abandoned him. I cocked my head. This year, karma is ahead of schedule. Marley remained silent for a while. Ah, they're afraid. Really afraid. They are unlike anything I have ever seen. Well, I stated plainly. They need to experience what it's like to be completely helpless. A pause occurred. Just to be sure, Marley said quietly. Is there anything they could say to get your assistance? No. She let out a breath as if she had been clinging to a glimmer of hope for resolution. All right. Excellent. Since I informed them that I concur with you. I blinked. You told them? Hold on. Yes, she replied. I had had enough of acting. They treated you unfairly, I told them. That you were exploited. Perhaps none of this would have occurred if they had made even half the effort to help you that they did for Bryce. I remained silent for a moment. Something strange and unexpected clenched in my throat. And Dad lost it, she stated bluntly. Told me to pack my things and leave if I wasn't loyal to this family. I took a seat in front. What did you do too? I went out. I grinned, simultaneously feeling pleased and protective. Well done, girl. I was hoping they'd realize they pushed too far, Marley went on. That they would express regret. Mom attempted to call you again instead, accusing you of betraying them. I gave a sour laugh. They behave as though allegiance is worth money. As if, simply because they gave birth to us, we owe them unquestioning loyalty. Ah, they're falling apart. Everything, the home, the money. Even the way they look. At church, everyone is aware of Bryce. They feel ashamed. Let them feel ashamed. And then there was a knock. Over the phone, Marley heard it. Was that? Glancing through the slats, I made my way to the entrance. Bryce. Oh, you must be joking with me. Would you like me to remain on the line? Marley made the offer. I grinned. Number this is the one I've been anticipating. I didn't bother to cover my face as I cautiously opened the door. Bryce had a terrible appearance. Not shaven. Cheeks that are hollow. wearing a pricey jacket that no longer suited his shoulders properly. "Ah," he muttered in a strained tone, "can we have a conversation?" I simply moved out of the way so he could enter without responding. He did not sit. Stood there in the center of my living room, his eyes flitting about as if he couldn't stand staring at me for too long. "I made a mistake," he began. "I'm not joking." He flinched. "They said that I was the reason you stopped helping." "No, Bryce. Because of them, I ceased to assist. You were simply the last straw." He swallowed hard and nodded. "I had no idea they had given me your money. They simply stated that they had put it aside. If I knew, I wouldn't have accepted it." I extended a hand. "Don't tell lies. You usually take it, therefore you would have taken it anyhow. That is how we differ from one another. You anticipate receiving a bailout. I anticipated surviving on my own." He winced. "I am aware of my error. I lost everything. My work. My standing. I was taken advantage of by the guy I was seeing, played me like a complete idiot." I shrugged and replied, "I could have warned you. But at Christmas, I was too busy getting treated like trash." He shut his eyes. "I'm worthy of that." "You do, damn it right." Silence fell. "I came to ask for help," he stated after giving me a serious look. I squinted. "You're really brave." "I'm not requesting money," he added hastily. "I simply need somewhere to stay. Only for a short time, perhaps a week. I've been lounging on the couch and I'm at a loss for things to do." I blinked slowly. "After everything, do you really think I'm going to take you in? There is nowhere else for me to go." I folded my arms. "You possess them. There are those who gave you thousands without asking. The people who consistently picked you over me. They expelled me." My mouth fell open. "Hold on, what?" He gave a resentful nod. "I told them I couldn't help with anything financially after I lost my job. After the whole incident with the company. And Dad simply lost it. I was dead weight, they said. Said that he ought to have disconnected me years ago. Then instructed me to get my belongings." I gazed at him. "So, let me clarify something. The moment you received your promotion, they tossed me out, both financially and emotionally. They put all of their money on you. And they kicked you out when you failed." His jaw tensed as he nodded. "They took advantage of me. Similar to how they took advantage of you." I gave him a serious look. "At last, you understand," I muttered. Dejected, he stood there. He said, "I'm not staying forever. All I need is somewhere to breathe." I looked back at my brother after glancing down the hallway where Marley was playing Uno with my children. "All right," I replied. "The couch is yours. No grievances. Have no expectations. I'll kick you out personally since you act entitled." He gave a quick nod. "I won't. I promise." That evening, Bryce sat quietly on the couch as Marley cooked popcorn in the kitchen and Caleb adjusted the baby monitor. He was curled up with a blanket and had a look of humility on his face that I had never seen before. And I realized for the first time that I was no longer angry. I had just finished. I'm done being the backup. All the others have been held together. I'm done acting like self-respect was more important than blood. It was also pleasant. 3 months. That is the amount of time that has passed since I last spoke with my folks. No voicemails that make you feel guilty. Not at 11 p.m. crises. Not a drive-by drama. Nothing but quiet. And the beauty of that silence is beyond description. It's quiet in my house now. Marley's still here, but only temporarily. She's been saving up for her own apartment and already has a spot in mind. Bryce? He stayed for almost 2 weeks. The first few days were awkward, like 2 ex-rivals imprisoned in the same sitcom. But slowly, something altered. Without being asked, he began to assist. Got groceries. Cleaned the dishes. Even assisted Caleb in completing the crib. Baby clothes were folded like origami by the man who used to laugh in my face. That is what humility does to a person. One peaceful morning, he promised to call and left a thank you note. Strangely enough, he kept it. I get a text about once a week. Occasionally, it's just a meme. A check-in at other times. Although we are not close, we are now honest. That's a beginning, and me? I can breathe more easily. The baby will be born any day. Being a big sibling is something my oldest talks about as if it were a promotion. Caleb has never been more thrilled and worn out. I've made our house a haven for recuperating siblings, he quips. Perhaps I have. And perhaps that's all right. Something I didn't anticipate? They are not missed. Yes, I do miss the thought of them. The idealized portrayal of parents who love unconditionally, don't keep score, and wouldn't dump their daughter as soon as a more attractive model appeared. However, the authentic versions? The ones who repeatedly selected Bryce. Who viewed my assistance as a duty instead than a favor. I don't even miss them. One Saturday afternoon was the lone true surprise. When an unknown automobile drew up to the curb, Marley and I were enjoying some lemonade on the porch while assessing the neighborhood's gardening. A female emerged. Older, slim, anxious energy. Marley froze next to me and said, "Mom." "Really?" I whispered. I believed we were finished. Slowly, as if expecting the ground to turn away, she ascended the trail. Without a grin or a greeting, I stood with my arms crossed. "Ah," she uttered. Dry and strained voice. "I must speak with you." "I don't believe you do. If it weren't important, I wouldn't be here. When I needed you, you were never there." She took a swallow. "Your dad is still ill. According to the physicians, stress is to blame. He is unable to stabilize his blood pressure. Our mortgage payments have been past due. And Bryce?" Her voice trailed off. "He's not returning." I gazed at her. In a whisper, she said, "We gave him everything. Every penny we have saved. Our whole trust. We thought he would look after us." "You had faith in him," I clarified. "Not within me?" She gave me a frantic look. "We did something wrong." "No, Mother. Forgetting to send a birthday card is an error. There was a pattern to everything you did." Her eyes filled with tears. "The house is going to be lost." I gave a shrug. "It sounds familiar." Her mouth quivered. "Are you truly going to let us disintegrate?" "You did already," I responded quietly. "It wasn't until the money stopped that you noticed." Shuddering, she took a step closer. "We require assistance." I gave a headshake. "You must assist yourself. Similar to what I have been doing for years." She gave me a blink. "So that's it? Are you finished?" "As soon as you informed my children that they would not be seated at your table, I was done." That was like a kick to the stomach. She inhaled nervously. "You were raised by us. Expectations were raised by you. Yes, you fed me. I was housed by you. But you made me into an ATM with a heartbeat the moment I was able to breathe on my own." Her voice changed. "You're being mean." I chuckled. "It's funny. I used to believe that you only called when the rent was due and ignored my birthdays." She parted her lips to retaliate, then shut them. It was visible to me. That little flash of insight. She was unable to deny that glimmer of reality. With composure and finality, I said, "I hope you figure things out. But I'm no longer your answer." I pivoted to enter. She took hold of my arm. One final desperate shot. "Ah, we are your family." I gave her a stern, unflinching stare. This residence is occupied by my family. You are merely a former debtor of mine." I withdrew and went back inside. She didn't follow. A couple of days later, Marley entered the kitchen with her phone in her hand. "You know what?" she said. I arched an eyebrow. "The house was put up for sale." I blinked. "That quick?" I suppose they had no other choice. I remained silent for a while. I just stirred my coffee. "How are you feeling?" she inquired. "Free," I murmured. I meant it too. I occasionally ponder what would have happened if I had simply continued to make payments. If I had remained cheerful over yet another Christmas meal with my children seated at the foldable table and Bryce receiving the centerpiece. If I had told myself it wasn't so horrible and ignored that gut punch moment. However, I didn't. I got to my feet. And they were the ones left in the cold for the first time in my life. My sister banned my kids from her wedding. After 2 years of silence, she showed up with gifts because she couldn't have children herself. Due to the possibility that my children may create discomfort, my sister did not invite me to her wedding. After being infertile for 2 years, she unexpectedly arrived at my door with gifts. My 11-year-old twin boys, who are on the autism spectrum, are my 38 Fahrenheit. To provide a stable atmosphere for children, my spouse and I have put in a ton of effort. They are wonderful children who simply require a little more help and tolerance than most. We've faced our fair share of difficulties, including grocery store meltdowns, that one awful school play, don't ask, and the ongoing struggle to obtain appropriate accommodations from the school district. But, for the most part, we worked it out. When I was little, my sister and I were finishing each other's sentences. We exchanged secrets, clothes, and everything else. When I discovered I was pregnant, I phoned her first. I supported her at every breakup, career problem, and other situation. When my boys were diagnosed, she was present. Or she seemed to me to be. She sat with me as I sobbed and brought over lasagna. About 5 years ago, she met her now husband, and things began to change. He is from an important family of some sort. They are merely wealthy and well-connected. They are not very significant. They act as like they are royalty because his dad served on the local council years ago or something. Over time, my sister began spending more time with his friends and family, which caused us to postpone our plans, the typical drift. Then it became every weekend. Initially, it was just, oh, Josh's mom invited us for dinner, or Josh's friends are having a thing. Then, they became the subject of every call. The boys took note. They would inquire as to why their aunt had stopped visiting. I didn't want them to feel rejected, so I fabricated excuses. I informed them that she was either traveling or working. I detest lying to my children, but what could I have said? Your new boyfriend thinks you're weird, so your aunt doesn't want to deal with you. Because that's how it seemed. I was pleased for her when they became engaged. I really was. I sent a card, flowers, and other things. She gave me a strange look and said, "I'll think about it," but she never mentioned it again when I asked if she wanted me to assist with wedding plans. I assumed she was occupied or something. I still purchased a dress because I thought I would somehow attend the wedding. I still have the tags on it and it hangs in my closet. Then one day, while browsing Facebook, yes, I still use it, don't judge me, I came upon a ton of photos from her wedding. I was not invited to a wedding. Not only was she not invited as a guest, but she was not even in the wedding party. My parents were present. There were our cousins. There were even a few high school acquaintances she hardly ever speaks to anymore. Not me, though, not my spouse. And certainly not my children. I called her right away, and to my astonishment, she did respond. She hesitated for a moment before responding that her in-laws didn't want any disruptions at the wedding and that my children would cause discomfort when I questioned her about what the hell happened. She claimed that although she fought really hard to include us, she ultimately gave in because she didn't want any controversy, and it was her special day. It's like my children are living drama machines. I was standing in my kitchen, looking at the dumb refrigerator magnet she had gotten me from her trip the previous year, and I can still clearly recall where I was when she said it. "Sisters Forever" was inscribed on it. While we were still on the phone, I removed it and tossed it in the garbage. I assumed my parents would be as indignant as I was, so I contacted them next. Not at all. In fact, they stood up for her. Stated that I should make an effort to comprehend her viewpoint and that sometimes difficult decisions must be taken. Perhaps it was for the best because my dad even dared to comment that such activities can be too stressful for my boys anyhow. As though they are more knowledgeable than I am about what's best for my children. As though we hadn't been organizing activities and excursions for years. I realized then that this was nothing new. My cousin's children were always treated differently than my boys. Less excitement and fewer birthday gifts. They brought my kids educational toys to help with their development. They would take my niece to the zoo, but they said my boys might not enjoy that kind of thing. They also bought my nephew a drum set, a 4-year-old drum set. And then I blocked them all. I modified my phone number, went across town. This sped up the process, but we had already planned to relocate since we needed a house with a better layout for the boys. My husband was totally on board. If it's possible, he was even more enraged than I was. In any case, he never really got along with my family. Because he works with his hands, they always treated him as though he wasn't good enough. God forbid someone chooses to work as a carpenter rather than spend their days in an office. We created a brand new existence, with pals who genuinely care about our family. We discovered a parent support group for children with autism. As a result, we became acquainted with other families. Our neighbors invite us to their barbecues, and they don't care if one of my children has to take a quiet period or wear noise-canceling headphones. Just regular folks that treat my children like children, you know. It was more than 2 years prior. Sincerely, I believed that chapter of my life was over. Occasionally, mutual friends would post about them, but I would simply scroll past them. Immediately following the wedding, I learned through rumors that my sister was attempting to conceive. Immediately starting a family, or whatever. Well done, I thought. She can have the ideal neurotypical small family that she has always desired. Then, unexpectedly, my dad, mom, and sister arrived at our front door yesterday. Included gift bags. These phony smiles, too. I inquired as to how they discovered our address. That question, which is really unsettling, was disregarded. Really, none of our mutual acquaintances would have given it to them without first asking me, and we weren't on the list. They probably hired someone or something, which further adds to the strangeness of the situation. Immediately, my sister broke down in tears, which is often her first reaction, and expressed how much she missed the boys and me. My mother said that they had given it a lot of thought and had come to their error. My dad was about to say no to something, and he just stood there looking uneasy, shifting his weight from foot to foot like he used to do when we were kids. Then my sister reveals the shocking news that she and her husband have been unsuccessfully trying for a child for the past 2 years. After a series of unsuccessful fertility procedures, she is now reevaluating the true meaning of family. As if reading from a Hallmark card, she said that same line. She discussed how her husband's family is pressuring them to continue the family name, despite the fact that they have seen 3 doctors and undergone IVF twice. For a minute, I just stared at them, trying to take it all in. My mother was nodding in agreement. As if it were the most intriguing thing he had ever seen, my dad was studying our porch light. My sister continued to ramble endlessly about how she had a revelation about what is really important in life. Then I told them exactly what I had assumed, that they are settling for my relationship since they are unable to have their ideal small family and only want a relationship right now. When they kicked my boys out of a family gathering because they were, what? They showed no concern for them. Feeling embarrassed? But my children are suddenly good enough now that my sister dearest is unable to have her own? My father attempted to interrupt me by saying something like, "That's not fair," but I had already finished. My children aren't emotional support animals that they can ignore and then pick up whenever it's convenient, I informed them. They were treated as though they were flawed, which damaged them as human beings. I reminded them that we used to get together every Sunday for dinner, but that invitation abruptly stopped when my sister began seeing her husband. At that point, my mother broke down in tears, accusing me of being unkind and claiming that they had learnt their lesson. My sister simply looked at me as if I had smacked her, which, to be honest, I had almost done. She persisted in reaching for this present bag as though it would make everything better. Out of the top, I could see a nice toy of some sort, just the kind of item that would overstimulate one of my guys and make them lose it. They couldn't even recall their basic characteristics. They should take their guilt gifts with them, I advised them. I closed the door after that. I could hardly turn the latch since my hands were shaking so much. However, the presents were left outside my door. Afterward, I tossed them in the garage. I informed my husband what had happened when he arrived downstairs after hearing the commotion. Even though he indicated I made the proper decision, I'm now questioning it. The problem is that over the years, my boys have inquired about their aunt and grandfather on a few occasions. I know they remember them, even though it's not often. I sometimes question whether I'm denying my children's family ties out of animosity. However, I also believe that allowing these individuals to return to our lives will only prepare my children for future rejection. What happens if my sister does, in fact, become pregnant? Will she abandon us once more? Will my parents once again treat my children as inferior? I haven't mentioned the visit to the guys. Thank God, it happened while they were visiting a friend's house. At the last minute, I switched shifts with a coworker. I was only at home because of that when they arrived. Here, am I the a-hole? For the sake of my children, should I have at least listened to them? Update. Holy shit, I had no idea this would go so out of control. I appreciate all of the support and comments, I will miss my inbox. However, a number of you misinterpreted certain points, so allow me to clarify. First, none of my boys are severely autistic. They occasionally struggle with social cues and have certain sensory difficulties, but with the right planning, they can definitely handle a wedding. They've attended past events without any problems. That was merely a pretext. Actually, one of them is really quiet and spends most of his time sitting and playing his games. The other one is more active, but if you explicitly explain the regulations, it complies quite nicely. Unless you consider any youngster who isn't completely silent to be disruptive, they aren't. 2. You weren't there for those who said, well, maybe they really have changed. My sister's expression when discussing her infertility problems was not visible to you. Re-establishing contact with family wasn't the goal. She wanted what she was unable to have. When I gave her a toy she desired as a child, she used to receive the same expression. 3. And no, they didn't offer an apology. Nobody said, "I'm sorry," once in their little address. Now, it was all about their feelings and desires. How difficult things were for them. How it would be good for them to reconnect, nothing about the harm they had caused or how my children were impacted by their behavior. 4. My husband's family lives on the opposite side of the nation, so someone inquired about them. Although we video chat on vacations and they send birthday cards, they aren't really involved on a daily basis. That's significant though, because they've never been strange about the boy's autism. 5. And please go fuck yourself to the individual who sent me a private message accusing me of exploiting my children's disabilities as a justification for my anger. You don't know what we've endured. Anyway, since my post, a lot has transpired. Since the incident, my sister has been constantly messaging me. There was more sobbing and guilt tripping at first. She's acting rudely now, accusing me of being immature and punishing her for one mistake. One error? They ignored my family for 2 years after excluding us all from a significant life event. That is a sequence of intentional decisions rather than a single error. At around 2 in the morning, she also sent this strange SMS, expressing her desire to be an aunt, and her envy of my motherhood journey. Who speaks in such a manner? It seems so staged and manufactured. When she would come over, this same person would ask me to make the boys wait in a different room because she found their stimming to be bothersome. I didn't answer when my parents called either, since I assumed it was them. In their voicemail, they stated that they would like to meet in a neutral setting and talk things over like adults. To avoid having their previous numbers blocked, they apparently changed their numbers or something. My husband believes they are also full of shit, and I did wind up telling him everything they stated. He brought to mind how, rather than genuinely offering assistance or making an effort to understand, my parents continued sending us papers about cures, and recommending that we try various diets or other things when our boys were first diagnosed. I had nearly forgotten about it. Or when, in a loud whisper, my mother explained to a waitress that my kid wasn't being impolite when he didn't respond to her inquiry. He's just autistic, as if it were some embarrassing secret. Especially after the diagnosis, my sister would use this phony sympathetic voice to comment on how so hard having twins must be. Will they ever be able to live independently, she would wonder? When they were 4 years old. About a 4-year-old, who asks? At 4, even neurotypical children are unable to live on their own. I'm still unsure about how to inform my children. I assumed I had received all of them, but one of them discovered a gift bag they had left behind and inquired as to its origin. I simply put it away after saying it was from an old buddy. Lying to children makes me uncomfortable, but I also don't want to raise their expectations about people who might vanish in the future. Lately, they have been doing incredibly well. A few of you asked if I would think about doing family therapy with them. Perhaps I will. But I'm just trying to take it all in right now. In order to escape all of this drama, my husband proposed that we go on a family vacation the following month, which sounds like a wonderful idea at the moment. A few hours away is a location with cabins beside a lake. On one school excursion, the boys went there and had a great time. Oh, and strangely, yesterday I received a friend request on Facebook from one of my mom's acquaintances, with whom I haven't spoken in years. They're probably attempting to obtain information now via other means. Of course, I ignored it. I may provide another post if something noteworthy occurs, but for the time being I'm attempting to concentrate on my real family, the individuals who have been here continuously. Second update. Alright, so a week or so has passed after everything happened, and certain things have happened. I didn't intend to post again so quickly, but I need to vent because things keep happening. To begin with, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who left a comment offering practical guidance rather than simply labeling me resentful, which, well, okay. No, Sig. I'm resentful, would you not be? To answer your question, I haven't examined the gifts they brought. However, before publishing this update, I did investigate them. They remain seated in the garage for the time being. Thus, on Tuesday, my sister arrived at my place of employment. She just happened to walk in as I was working my part-time job at this little office. It's still really creepy where I work, and I don't know how she found out. I didn't want to make a scene in front of my coworkers, so I escorted her outside. We were in the parking lot and anyone might see us, so even though I was angry, I attempted to keep my voice down. She began her address by saying that she has been doing a lot of soul searching, and that learning that she is unable to have children has put things in perspective for her. Then, using the same strange whisper as if it were a secret, she began discussing how her husband had evolved in his thinking on special needs children. None of it sounded real, so I just stood there wondering if she was reading from a script. As she normally does when she is lying, she continues to check her phone during her conversation. She would make up reasons why she couldn't do anything with me, something she used to do when we were teenagers. She then went straight to the point. She wants to show them what real family looks like, by taking the boys and me to her husband's family's major reunion in a few months. She genuinely expressed her desire to demonstrate to them the extraordinary potential of exceptional children. As if my kids are some sort of pornographic inspiration for her in-laws. Then something clicked. This has nothing to do with getting back in touch with us. She is doing this to brag to her in-laws about having a relationship of any sort with her nephews. As if we were accessories in her life narrative. For example, my children are a backup plan or consolation reward because she is unable to have her own. I walked away after telling her I had to return to work. I need to stop living in the past, she called after me. It is rich coming from someone who, after her initial goal failed, now just wants a relationship. For the remainder of my shift, I was trembling. It was kind of my boss to notice and let me leave early. The problem is that if they had demonstrated any awareness of their mistakes, I might have thought about allowing them to re-enter gradually. However, people continue to treat my children as though they are unique, special, or something. Not only children, who should be accorded the bare minimum of deference. They continue to focus on themselves and their requirements. After that, I ended up answering my mom's phone yesterday from a new number I didn't recognize. She said that I'm being too harsh on my sister, who is inconsolable. Did you think it was wrong to exclude us from the wedding? I asked her directly. She merely mentioned complicated situations, and doing what seems best at the time, without providing a precise response. She eventually acknowledged that she felt the wedding wasn't an appropriate setting for children with issues, after I pressed her on the matter. She said exactly that. She referred to them as children with issues, without even mentioning their names or recognizing them as her grandchildren. I ended the call. I have had enough excuses and non-apologies. The suggestion that my children are inferior to other youngsters has been dropped. I'm tired of the way they skirt the true problem, which is that they're ashamed of my children and that they only want a relationship now that their situation has changed. After school today, my husband took the boys out for ice cream, and I finally got around to looking into those gift bags. It was just what I had anticipated. Generic items that demonstrated a complete lack of familiarity with my children. Things that are completely out of their age range or completely unrelated to their hobbies. One of the bags had a card and a check for a sizable sum of money. Just the check, no note. They seem to be attempting to re-enter our lives through financial means. I tore it to shreds. Their money is not necessary for us. For 2 years, we've been getting by just fine without it. Regarding my boys, I finally had a conversation with them last night and gave them the straightforward explanation that they haven't seen their grandparents or aunt in a long time since family members don't always treat one another properly. I didn't try to sway them or go into specifics. If they would meet them again, one of them inquired. Maybe someday, but not right now, I replied. I believe they don't remember as much about my family as I believe they did because they seem to take it really readily. When you're 11, 2 years is a long time. One of them said he recalled how delicious Grandma's cookies were. The other claimed he didn't enjoy the stench coming from Grandpa's house. It did smell like mothballs. They then inquired about their ability to play video games, and that was that. I believe that was the best course of action. It appeared to be acceptable to them. On social media today, my sister shared a cryptic tweet about forgiving people who don't know how to accept love, or something similar. Many family members used heart emojis in their comments. In their view of events, I suppose I am the antagonist. I'm good with that. So, yes. That is the current situation. Is the asshole still me? Perhaps. However, I would much rather be a jerk than allow my children to be used as emotional band-aid solutions to cover up someone else's sadness. Third update. I didn't intend to provide another update so quickly, but circumstances have become worse, and I'm still dealing with the fallout. Do you recall how I said my sister shared that ambiguous post on social media? Evidently, though, she has been posting far more frequently than that. I received screenshots of things my sister has been saying about me online from a common acquaintance, who is one of the only people who hasn't taken sides. In essence, she is portraying herself as a grieving aunt who merely wants to get back in touch with her nephews. And me, this vengeful bitch, using my children as weapons. In addition, she uses the hashtag number anti-love or something similar to it. She is disclosing details about my children, including their ages, the fact that they have autism, and even some old pictures of them, which greatly aggravates me. All for her naive supporters' compassion points. I'm thinking about filing a lawsuit since I feel that my privacy has been violated. My children didn't request to join her on social media. But hold on, things will improve. Or worse. In fact, the school called me yesterday to report that my parents had arrived in an attempt to visit the boys. They wanted to surprise them at lunch, so they told the office they were the grandparents. Fortunately, the school phoned me right away because they weren't on the authorized pickup list. I've never been more appreciative of school security measures. I immediately lost my shit and called my parents. I threatened to obtain a restraining order if they attempted something similar in the future. In fact, my dad attempted to excuse it by claiming that they didn't think it was a big issue and that they only wanted to see the boys. Is it not a huge problem to arrive at an elementary school without warning? How could that be considered normal behavior? My mother called and began sobbing once more, stating that they were in a difficult situation and had run out of options. I advised them to accept my boundaries for the first time in their life as an alternative. Just in case, I hung up and gave my friend a call to ask for guidance regarding restraining orders. I had to leave work early once more in order to speak with the principal of the school and ensure that they were aware of the circumstances. In fact, she was very encouraging and promised to add a note about unapproved visitors to the boys' files. I had the impression that I was involved in some strange custody dispute, only this time, the parties involved had no legitimate claim to my children. Then, at about 8 p.m. last night, the doorbell rang. My sister's spouse was standing there when I peered through the peephole. Not my sister, not my folks. Her spouse. The same man who believed my children were unworthy of attending his priceless wedding. I yelled at him to go or I would call the police, but I didn't open the door. Without a word, he pushed an envelope under the door and walked out. It had a formal letter from him in which he apologized for any misunderstandings, and described how his marriage had changed him as a person. Another check, larger than the previous one, was also there. For the boy's future, he added in the memo line. As if we were in need of his kindness. It seems as though a public relations team wrote the entire thing. Nothing concrete about what he did wrong or why it hurt us is mentioned. It's all generalizations about family bonds and second chances. My husband simply laughed when I showed him it and remarked, "This guy still doesn't get it, does he? All this is wearing me out." They seem to be deliberately wearing me down, as if they believe that if they persist, I will ultimately give in. The lads have also noticed how stressed I am. I sat them both down and assured them that we would not be leaving. That they were secure. That they didn't have to be concerned. I clarified that adult arguments can occasionally take some time to resolve. I was straightforward and comforting. After that, they appeared to be fine. However, I detest that they are even being impacted by this. In the event that we do require legal protection, my spouse recommended that we keep a record of everything that occurs. I've started recording all of the attempts to get in touch, saving voicemails and texts, capturing screenshots of my sister's posts, and other similar activities. It seems excessive. However, so is turning up at someone's place of employment or their children's school. My current strategy is to keep avoiding them as much as I can while still keeping my family safe. I've changed my email password just in case, blocked and locked my sister's new social media accounts, and updated all of our emergency contacts with people we truly trust. I still don't know if I'm doing this correctly. I suppose my current query is, how can I shield my children from all of this drama without having them feel as though a significant secret is being withheld from them? And regardless of how much soul-searching the other person professes to have done, am I mistaken in believing that some relationships are simply too broken to be repaired? Update 4. Well, my last update was a couple weeks ago. I haven't felt the need to update because things have finally settled down a bit, but I thought I should wrap this up for those who have been following along and given support. First of all, we appreciate all of your notes asking how we are doing. Even if they have never met me or my children, it means a lot to know that there are individuals who can relate to my situation. I had my friend's attorney assist me in writing a formal cease and desist letter to my sister and parents following the school incident. Although it doesn't have the same legal force as a restraining order, it does provide documentation in case the situation worsens. In essence, the letter threatened legal action for any more unexpected visits to our house, my place of employment, or the children's school. Interestingly, it appears to have been successful. To the best of my knowledge, my sister has ceased sharing information about us on social media, and there have been no more unexpected visits. In a brief email, my parents acknowledged receiving the letter and stated that they needed time to process everything. I'm good with that. In the end, my husband and I decided to go to the lake. For a long weekend, we rented a cabin and simply unplugged from the outside world. It was adored by the lads. They observed wildlife, gathered rocks, and learned how to skip stones on the lake from my husband. It was just what each of us needed. I've been thinking a lot about family and its true meaning. As a child, I always believed that family was something that could not be compromised. For better or worse, you are trapped with your family. However, as I've grown older, I've come to understand that family is actually about who supports you regularly. Who embraces you for who you are. Who makes an attempt to comprehend and assist you. I'm not sure if my parents, sister and I will ever get along again. Perhaps one day, if they can show that they've really changed and are prepared to accept my children for who they are. I'm not holding my breath though. And I'm not waiting for it to happen by putting my life on hold. Something that truly resonated with me was mentioned by someone in the comments section of my last post. You owe nothing to the family you were born into, only to the family you have chosen. I think that's correct. We're just going about our lives for the time being. If nothing significant changes, I doubt I'll update again. Once again, I appreciate your support and listening. You have no idea how much it helped. I flew halfway across the world to meet my online girlfriend after a year of daily chats, but she panicked and left me alone most of the trip. After a year of daily phone chats, I took a plane overseas to see my internet girlfriend. However, she suffered from panic episodes when we first met, forcing me to spend hours every day by myself in my hotel, until I was forced to leave. Since I honestly don't know what to think anymore, I, 29 male, need to get this off my chest. For backstory, I met this girl, 29 female, a few years ago in a Discord server where we both played a game thanks to some online pals. We immediately clicked since we had similar hobbies and senses of humor, and I was astonished by her professional ambition. She is quite passionate about her work, which is tech-related, I don't want to be too specific, and she is constantly discussing projects and other relevant topics. We increased the frequency of our conversations, and eventually we were chatting for hours every day. We occasionally had phone chats with other people, but once everyone else left, we would continue to talk until around 3 in the morning. To be honest, it didn't feel like the previous internet connections I had. One evening, when discussing films we enjoyed, we discovered that our tastes were nearly the same. We began using one of those sync services to watch content together. When she informed me she had feelings for me early last year, everything changed. She kind of blurted it out when we were on a video conversation, saying she had been feeling that way for some time but was afraid to speak because of the distance. We had been flirting a little, so I wasn't entirely shocked when I informed her that I was also intrigued. Our internet time together increased even further. Sometimes she would even hold her phone up so we could communicate digitally while she was cooking or doing anything else. Before deeming us official, I ought to have been more explicit about what I required, but I was in the heat of the moment. Even through a screen, there seemed to be a very unique vibe between us that is difficult to describe. To be honest, I hadn't connected with someone like that in a long time. Where I live, I've had a very blank dating life. It wasn't long before she began calling me her boyfriend in conversations with others close to her. She would tell me stories about how her mother would inquire about me, or how she would bring me up to her coworkers. Examples such as, "My boyfriend said the funniest thing today," or, "My boyfriend and I are going to see this movie this weekend." These statements were flattering, but I always believed that we needed to meet in person before formally committing to a relationship. However, it was definitely a mistake on my part that I never really corrected her. I suppose I assumed we would meet soon enough, and didn't want to offend her. We discussed getting together several times. She takes medication for a chronic health condition, and has rather severe anxiety difficulties. Although it makes traveling difficult, it doesn't truly affect her day-to-day existence. We decided that seeing her in Canada would be more sensible for me than having her visit the United States. Additionally, it's not exactly stress-free to cross the border with all the political outcries going on right now. I won't get into politics here, but it's true that crossing borders is more difficult these days. I made the bold decision to plan a trip to see her around Christmas. Flights and a hotel cost far more than I should have, but I thought it would be worth it. Due to the short notice, the flights alone cost over $700, and the accommodation for 3 nights cost an additional $600. To be honest, I could hardly afford it. However, I had been saving for some time and felt that this was crucial. After all this time of communicating, I was rather eager to finally see her in person. In the days before the trip, we discussed it virtually daily. She also appeared excited, however she admitted to being anxious about her nervousness getting the better of her. When we first met, she informed me she had been discussing anxiety management techniques with her therapist. That gave me hope that she was making preparations to ensure the visit would be successful. She even compiled a list of the locations in her city that she wished to show me. I had every reason to believe she was as excited about this as I was, as we discussed visiting a museum she loves, and a few places she thought I might enjoy. I just got back from that trip this past weekend, and I'm still getting used to it. Actually, I've spent the majority of my frigging time here in my hotel room, where I'm composing this. I flew all this way to see the city, but I have hardly seen it yet. The trip got off to a rough start. After landing, I took a 40-minute Uber to my hotel, which cost about $60 because, of course, everything in this place is pricey. I was anxious as well. I've only visited Canada a few times. I've never been to this city, and I was going to meet someone I'd only ever seen on a screen. The entire Uber ride made me feel nauseous. She was replying to my constant texts with updates on my whereabouts, but they came out as hurried and tense. Since I was also anxious, I assumed she must be experiencing even more worry, so I made an effort to be understanding. I assumed she would be prepared to meet when I arrived at the hotel. She lives about 5 minutes away from my lodging. Even though that hotel was more expensive than others, that was one of the reasons I chose it. She had said that staying nearby would make things easier for her. I messaged her to let her know I was ready anytime she was, checked in, and showered a little. I waited after that. She texted me instead of coming over, stating she needed more time since her anxiety was so bad. I made an effort to be sympathetic. I was aware of the seriousness of her concern. However, it took her an additional 2 hours to summon the bravery to visit me. I was sitting in my hotel room, checking the window every now and again, wondering if this whole trip had been a mistake. I attempted to watch TV, but I was unable to concentrate. At one point, my flight had been so early that I nearly fell asleep. She was actually trembling and crying, like sobbing, when she eventually arrived. It felt weird at first when I went down to the lobby to meet her. I sensed her trembling as we hugged. The fact that everyone in the foyer was staring at us added to the unease. She nodded when I proposed that we head up to my room so she could relax in peace. She sobbed for about 10 minutes straight while sitting on the edge of the bed in my room. Other than sitting next to her and giving her the occasional pat back, I had no idea what to do. She nodded when I asked if she wanted any water, so I retrieved some from the bathroom sink. She apologized perhaps 20 times after appearing to cool down a little. She insisted that she had been all right until she really had to come meet me, and that she had no idea why she was feeling so nervous. After a while, she appeared to be well enough for us to speak. At first it was awkward, not at all like our casual online chats, but after a half hour or so, she proposed that we visit her. There, she claimed, I would be able to meet her brother, and she would feel more at ease. She and her brother reside in a modest home approximately 5 minutes' drive from my hotel. Her brother appeared to be a cool, amiable, gaming kind of guy. They also have a very adorable black cat who insisted on attempting to sit on my lap. As I had anticipated from our video talks, their apartment was tidy, yet lived in. Even though we spent some time hanging out at their apartment, she remained really nervous the entire time. Sometimes she would get silent, and I would catch her staring at nothing, as if she were deep in meditation. Her brother made an effort to assist by carrying on the discussion and inquiring about my flight, job, and other matters. Although it was kind of him, I became aware that I was speaking to him more than to her. She stated she was too anxious to drive, but she did say she wanted to take me around and show me parts of the city. She stated she was feeling too overwhelmed, and that perhaps tomorrow would be a better time. But I did suggest that perhaps we should all go, with her brother driving. She simply phoned me by Uber to return to my hotel at the end. Total time spent together on the first day, no more than 3 or 4 hours. She spent the majority of that time there with her brother as well. Around 9 o'clock, I returned to my hotel room and just collapsed. I was worn out after the day's emotional roller coaster and the journey. In addition, I had been awake since around 4 a.m. for my journey. She replied, "Sleep well. Sorry today was rough. Tomorrow will be better, I promise." I tried to concentrate on that promise as I drifted off to sleep after sending her a good night text. I got up really early the following day. I don't know, jet lag or whatever. I had nothing to do at around 7 in the morning. She normally sleeps in because she works nights, but I was just waiting to hear from her while I sat in my hotel. Despite my hunger, I didn't want to go too far for fear of receiving a message from her. In the end, I ate a terrible and expensive breakfast at the hotel restaurant. I just waited and waited after that. I took a shower, watched TV, browsed social media, and made a quick call to my mother. She eventually messages me 4 hours later to let me know that she's awake but not quite ready to see me, because she's still feeling nervous. She said that she simply needed some time when I asked if there was anything I could do to help. I thought there might be less pressure if we met in a public place rather than her coming to the hotel. "Maybe," she responded, "but I'm not sure yet." Said she would notify me shortly. I tried not to show my frustration at this point, but I was becoming rather annoyed. In order to have something to do, I decided to pick up some items from the drugstore that was within walking distance. I bought some Tylenol because I was about to have a headache, some food, and a portable toothbrush because I had forgotten mine. I was mostly simply passing the time. I discovered a small lunch area close by after spending far more time than was required exploring the pharmacy. Perhaps bringing her something to eat would be a kind gesture, so I thought I could get lunch for the two of us. After getting sandwiches for the two of us, I returned to the hotel to leave my belongings before visiting her. I messaged her to let her know that I had gone to get lunch and to ask if I could come over right now. After 15 minutes or so, she responded, "Sure, I could come over." I took the food to her apartment after calling an Uber. We were about halfway through day 2 when I eventually arrived at her apartment, which was approximately 2 hours later, and she hadn't even eaten the food I had brought. She thanked me for thinking of her, but claimed she wasn't hungry. I made an effort to hide my dismay. At least it wasn't wasted because her brother took the second sandwich. We spent some time sitting in their living room chit-chatting. She appeared slightly less nervous than she had been the day before, but not entirely at ease. She tells me that she, her brother and I, are going to a get-together with a number of their friends, just as I was beginning to believe that perhaps we could actually do something together. I came all this way to spend time with her, so I was a little taken aback, but I reasoned that maybe having other people there might make her feel more at ease. She replied that we would only be there for a few hours when I questioned how long. She replied that it was at her friend's house, which is a bit outside of the city, when I inquired where it was. I was disappointed, even though I attempted to appear excited about it. I had not anticipated our first actual day together looking like this. The drive there took roughly an hour in the end. I sat in the rear and she sat in the passenger seat while her brother drove. For most of the ride they discussed people I didn't know and inside jokes that I wasn't involved in. She would sometimes attempt to explain things to me, but it was never the same. I primarily just took in the vista outside the window, which was rather pleasant. There were about 10 people at her friend's house when we arrived. In fact, all of her friends were incredibly kind and hospitable. They were all aware of me. She had apparently been discussing this visit for weeks. She introduced me to everyone as her boyfriend, and it felt perfectly acceptable. It was a good celebration. Good food, a few beverages, and people playing board and video games. Everyone was polite and constantly approached me to chat. After hearing so much about me, a number of individuals expressed their happiness at finally meeting me. According to one female, "She never shuts up about you." Which, considering how little time we'd really spent together since I came, was both flattering and perplexing. Although we didn't really converse much, we stayed there for the majority of the night. She was off playing games with someone else or dragging me into discussions with her pals all the time. It was strange. We were usually in different areas of the room, despite my repeated attempts to stand close to her or get her attention. At 10 o'clock at night, we finally began to return. Given that she typically stays up until 3 or 4 in the morning, I assumed we would still have plenty of time to spend together. Perhaps we could just sit and chat like we used to do online, or we could watch one of those movies we were always discussing. She then asks her brother in the car if she can drive me to my hotel before they leave for home. According to her brother, "Sure." I'm sitting there in disbelief. She just met her boyfriend in person, who went across the country to see her, but she's too exhausted to spend any real time with him. When she glanced back at me for confirmation, I said, "Sure, that's fine," because I had no idea what else to say. Most of the drive back to my motel was quiet. She mentioned her anxiousness had been playing up more than usual lately, and once apologized for being so strange. It wasn't actually okay, but I told her it was. Could I say anything else? I couldn't really make her want to hang out with me. She said goodbye with a short hug and promised to text me in the morning when we arrived at my hotel. I felt completely whack when I went up to my room. After another few hours of hardly communicating on day 2, I began to believe that this entire vacation had been a huge mistake. Thus I find myself back in the hotel room, completely bewildered and alone. Even though my girlfriend is only a few minutes away, I'm alone in a strange country, and haven't really spent any time with her alone. I attempted to watch a movie on my laptop but was unable to concentrate. I ended up aimlessly browsing social media until around 1 in the morning. I was concerned that texting her about it might exacerbate her worry, so I refrained from doing so. However, I was also at a loss about what to do. I felt like I had met everyone in her life except for my real girlfriend by the time I was scheduled to have dinner with her family the following evening. I eventually texted her to let her know how I was feeling. I tried to be straightforward but gentle. I acknowledged that worry was difficult, but I was disappointed that we hadn't been able to spend more time together. I brought up the fact that I had come all this way to visit her, and that it bothered me that she seemed more at ease with me in public than with me alone. I made it clear that I was merely perplexed and a little depressed about the circumstance, not angry with her. When she finally reacted, it was a wall of text and took over 20 minutes. She apologized profusely, stating that she wanted to make the trip worthwhile for me, but was simply too exhausted, and that her anxiety was still through the sky. She made an effort to reassure me that she still had a strong interest in me, but she claimed that she is too anxious, and that nothing would happen if we were by ourselves. It seems that this is difficult for her because she hasn't been in a relationship for a few years. She clarified that when there are other people present, she feels more at ease since she is not under as much pressure to be fascinating or amusing. Claimed that she is constantly concerned that I am evaluating her, or contrasting her with her online persona. She added that she fears physical contact after a long period of time, and worries that I have unrealistic expectations for her. I informed her that there are several steps between an embrace and anything more serious, and that I wasn't anticipating anything intimate or physical. In fact, I haven't even given her a hug this trip. I simply wanted to talk to you and hang out with you like we do online for some real quality time. I told her that I wasn't traveling this far for sex. I finally got to meet the person I've been corresponding with for months. That appeared to relieve her, and she said that after meeting her mother, we would spend some time together. She mentioned that her mother was very excited to see me and that perhaps we could return to my hotel to watch a movie or something after supper. I accepted the plan since it seemed better than nothing. That night I couldn't sleep. I continued to reflect on the entire circumstance and question whether I had made a grave error in interacting with someone who suffered from such extreme anxiety. That seems harsh, and I don't blame her for having mental health problems. That's not her fault. But I began to question if I could handle the difficulties of a long-distance relationship. My last day here is today. Tomorrow morning I will depart early. This entire trip has seemed like a huge waste of both money and effort. Instead of spending most of my visit sitting by myself in a hotel room, I wanted to spend time with her. Since we don't have much time together, I genuinely assumed she would want to spend every moment with me. We've been discussing this vacation for a while, so I thought it would be rather different. After this, I'm not sure if this relationship can last. Am I going overboard? I understand that anxiety does exist, yet it seems pointless that I've come this far. Update. Several days have passed since my return, and because many people have been inquiring about what transpired, I thought I should provide an update. In the comments, several of you were really critical. Yes, I am aware that anxiety is a real illness. I am not a sex-crazed guy who was merely attempting to hook up. Furthermore, I don't believe she was taking advantage of me or anything similar. You folks come up with some crazy hypotheses. For those who are wondering why I didn't just go explore the city by myself, the answer is that I did some exploring, but it wasn't the main goal. I wasn't a tourist who traveled so far. To spend time with her, I went. In any case, I made the initial post on the last day of the trip after waking up quite early. After that, I anxiously awaited her message. Once more I didn't hear from her for a few hours. When she did text, it was a bit after noon. I had been up since about 8 o'clock, so I spent an additional 4 hours sitting in my hotel room, checking my phone like a teen in love every few minutes. She said I could take an Uber to her apartment at any time, and reminded me that we had supper with her mother later that day. Many of you advised me to simply call off the dinner plans, but I chose to go ahead and see how things worked out. I mean, I might as well meet her mother since I'd already traveled this far. I quickly showered, changed into my clothes, and went to her house. After the previous days, I was a little nervous, but I tried to remain optimistic. It was a pleasant difference that her brother was out when I arrived. Although she still appeared a little anxious, she was unquestionably less anxious than before. In fact, we watched things together for a while. We sat side by side on her couch after she recommended the show she had been eager to see with me. We sat close and it felt more like the quality time I had been hoping for, because she looked to be having a better day in terms of anxiety. It was pleasant that she even leaned slightly against me. We didn't actually engage in any physical activity. After some time, her brother returned home, although it was unquestionably better than the days before. She told me more about her friends' remarks about us at the party, and we discussed some of them. It sounded more like our internet chats. We began preparing to go have dinner with her mother at around 5 o'clock. This caused me some anxiety. It's usually a huge deal to meet the parents, and I wasn't sure what to anticipate considering how the journey had gone so far. I could sense that she was agitated once more as she drove us to the restaurant. I made an effort to divert her attention by keeping the conversation light. It was a charming, tiny Italian restaurant. When we got there, her mother was already there. As soon as she noticed us, she got up and hugged her daughter before turning to grin warmly at me. They have the same eyes, so I could tell right away where my girlfriend acquired her appearance. Her mother's dinner went unexpectedly well. Her mother was approachable and inquired about my work and family without being overbearing. Her mother looked sincere in her excitement about me and her daughter being together, and we clicked immediately. My partner appeared more at ease throughout dinner than I had observed throughout the entire trip. She was grinning, contributing to the discussion, and even putting her hand on my arm to emphasize a point. When we left, her mother hugged me, which was wonderful, and said I could come over at any moment. Even though I wasn't sure whether there would be another time at that moment, it felt good. We returned to her apartment after dinner. Although her brother was present, it felt more private because he tended to stay in his room. It was much the same as before. Hanging out, talking, and watching things. It felt more one-on-one than before, yet it wasn't quite alone time. Was this trip's final day what I had anticipated? Not at all. However, it was unquestionably superior to the initial days. She offered to drive me back herself, which surprised me because I was half expecting her to call me an Uber again as the evening wore on. It seemed like a minor triumph. We discussed the trip on the way back. I made an effort to be understanding when she apologized once more for the way things had gone. She acknowledged that I wished we had more time, like today, and suggested that since the first meeting was over, perhaps next time would be simpler. She accompanied me to my room when we arrived at my hotel. She assisted me in making sure I hadn't left anything in the bathroom or drawers when I was packing for the early departure. Despite its simplicity, it had an intimate feel that most of the tour had not. We kissed goodbye as she was ready to go. Just a good kiss goodbye. Nothing fancy. No makeout. It was short but sweet, and it got me thinking about what the journey may have been like if we had arrived at that moment sooner. After she went, we exchanged a few texts. She stated she wished we'd spent more time together, and I was getting ready for bed because my flight was so early. She said that although she had purchased a frame for a photograph of us, she had come to the realization that we hadn't really taken any quality group photos. The handful we had from the weekend didn't really fit her needs because they were primarily group photos from the party. That really disappointed me, so I suggested that perhaps I should simply take an Uber back so I could get a decent photo. After 10 minutes or so without hearing back, I assumed she had either fallen asleep or became distracted. Then she texted me out of the blue to tell me to come downstairs. She explained that she had driven all the way back to the hotel. Anxiety be damned, she said. Just to take a picture and kiss me goodbye. At first I didn't understand. She was indeed in the lobby as I rushed downstairs. In addition to taking selfies, we also asked the night cashier to take a few group photos. Then we kissed again, more deeply this time. She gave me a tight hug, and said in a whisper that she was happy I came, but that the weekend wasn't what we had expected. Of the entire visit, that particular moment at the conclusion felt the most genuine and connected. I got up really early the following morning in preparation for my journey. Shortly after returning home, she must have texted me to wish me a safe journey. The return trip went well, giving us plenty of time to reflect about what had transpired, and what it meant for us moving forward. Overall, I'm going to maintain my optimism, even though it wasn't the ideal weekend I had hoped for. I believe that the decision to shorten the vacation was probably a mistake. Given her anxiety problems, 3 days isn't really enough time to get to know someone. Perhaps the last several days could have resembled that last night more if we had had a week. Since I returned, we've texted daily, and it's been nice to get back to our casual discussions. I've tried to be encouraging without being pushy, and she's been more forthcoming about her anxiety and the things that make it worse. In their upcoming appointments, she stated that her therapist wants to focus exclusively on her relationship anxiety, which seems like a good start. When she has to choose whether or not to travel down here for an event that is taking place sometime this summer, we'll see how things work out. I believe that will be the true test. I'm going to have to reevaluate if this can work in the long run, if she can't bring herself to come see me. However, there may be hope for us if she manages to make the trip, and things turn out better than they did this time. To address a few points raised in the comments, she does take medication and see a therapist, albeit a very new one. She has struggled with anxiety for many years, and it won't go away on its own. I wouldn't often be interested in a long-distance relationship, but our personalities and hobbies complement each other in ways that I don't often find with others in my area. And to everyone who thinks I'm being foolish or naive, well, maybe I am. I think that people should be given second chances, particularly when it comes to mental health. She wasn't attempting to ruin the weekend, really. She was obviously dealing with a serious and challenging issue. Whether we can discover a path forward that benefits us both is the question. I appreciate all of the feedback and suggestions on the first post. The next trip is in approximately 2 to 4 months, so I'm not sure whether I'll update again, but then I'll know for sure whether this can work or not. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My husband once let his family humiliate and discard me. 7 years later, I returned under a different name and bought their entire company. My husband's family always considered me unworthy. He consented and pulled away. 7 years later, we met at a corporate gala. I wasn't recognized. I grinned and gave him an unexpected contract. Our corporation bought his family's business. Quiet ensued. Jason's coffee mug fell over when I slammed the folder on our kitchen counter, spilling black liquid on his white shirt. The hell is this? My voice shaking, finger pointing at the proof. My background checks me like a criminal. Jason's face went white when he saw his mother's handwriting on the Eva background manila folder. Private detectives his family hired revealed everything. My parents' low income, school loans, and images of my small childhood home. Each page included Lena's exquisite calligraphy. Unsuitable. Common. Unfined. Let me explain, Claire. Jason grabbed my hand, but I retreated. Betrayal burns like new. Was this known before you proposed? Though tears threatened, I refused to satisfy them. My first look behind the Wright family facade. I didn't realize it was just the start. I met Nick at a charity function where I coordinated events. He was kind and interested in my sustainable business ideas. 6 months later, he proposed, and I thought I'd met my equal. My diamond ring blinded me to the warning flags. His small hesitancy while introducing me to his mother, his father's appraising eyes, and the whisper discussions that halted when I entered the rooms. Jason's mother, Vivian, called me about the engagement party 3 weeks before finding the folder. Nothing spectacular, she promised with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, just family and close friends. Wright Estate included 5 acres of beautiful lawns and gardens. Valets in pristine uniforms parked visitors' fancy automobiles, while wait servants carried champagne and d'oeuvres. For Vivian, this meant nothing fancy. Under crystal chandeliers, 200 Boston elite mingle. Jason left within minutes of our arrival, taken by his father to meet an old governor acquaintance. I was alone with my pocketbook as a protection, when an older server approached. Miss Thompson, Mrs. Wright requested I show you to your dinner seat. He led me through a swinging door from the great dining room, where tables were being set with beautiful china and silver, to a smaller area where staff were preparing trays. There must be some mistake, I replied, peering at the solitary place setting between multiple napkins and water images. The server's eyes showed pity. The main room laughed, humiliating me. Mrs. Wright was very specific. She said you'd be more comfortable here, observing how proper service is conducted. Jason discovered me still immobilized with astonishment 20 minutes later. Claire, why are you back here? Everyone sits. He seemed confused, so I wondered if he didn't realize what his mother had done, or if he was just a better actress. Vivian smiled during his lead to the main table. Unfortunately, the seating chart was misinterpreted. You might like seeing how things work behind the scenes, Claire. You're an event planner. Therefore the emphasis lets everyone understand. Not a guest. I was staff who stumbled into their world. That night I questioned Jason about his mother's actions. In frustration he cried, raking his hair. With me, not his family. Old-fashioned Claire from mom. She just needs time to acclimate. She expected me to marry Elle or Gia. Our lifelong friends. People with the proper lineage? I found the word bitter. His silence was confirmed. The pattern persisted. Mark, Jason's father and Wright Delicacies CEO, called me to his office one afternoon. Gourmet cuisine sold in high-end stores nationwide was made by the family business for generations. A refurbished downtown structure with elegant metal and mahogany housed the headquarters. I arrived in a new suit, hoping for an olive branch. Maybe Thomas finally realized my business degree could help the family business. Claire. He nodded without standing or shaking hands. Jason said you've been job hunting since graduation. I might feel hope. Officer. I focused on marketing and product development. Thomas treated me like a somewhat fascinating specimen under a microscope. A mailroom opening exists. It will teach you the basics of company operations where you belong. We were separated by the deliberate insult. My degree is in business, I whispered. He replied with Westfield State honors, showing his scorn. A privilege, Claire. No matter where they started, most people will jump at the chance to enter here. As I reached our bedroom door that night, I heard Jason on the phone. Dad, you can't really offer her the mailroom. His quiet, defensive voice gave me hope before he continued. Yes, she needs to earn her place. But I held my breath, pressing closer to the door. You're right, Jason answered after a lengthy silence. She can improve. She may attend workplace events with guidance. I know my undertaking, treating me like a burden or project. I traced the engagement ring, which now feels like a collar instead of affection. I kept telling myself Jason would stand up to them, and that he loved me for who I was, not what they wanted. The ultimate humiliation arrived in a silver box a week before our wedding. Inside was an Elizabeth Morrison finishing school certificate. The 12-week executive spouse program covers table manners and French conversation. Vivian wrote, "Maybe this will help you belong. Best wishes, Mother." My hands trembled as I showed Jason, expecting, hoping he would finally be just as furious. But his face brightened. Mom's trying. Claire, this is considerate. You can traverse our environment with these talents. Your world. The words escaped before I could stop them. I thought we built our planet together. I was patronized by his forehead kiss. Yes, we are. You must acknowledge you weren't taught some things as a child. Filling in gaps. As we stood in our kitchen with the gifts, I should have left. It should have been obvious that Nick would never choose me above his family. He basically agreed with their evaluation of my worth. Instead, I walked down the aisle 3 days later with my father's arm around me, and my mother wiping proud tears in the front row. The right side of the church was crowded with politicians, cos, and old-money Boston families who watched me with courteous smiles and calculating looks. Your marriage is announced. Vivian looked over Jason's shoulder as he placed the wedding band next to my engagement ring. She won with her smile. The message was plain. The struggle had only begun, but she thought she was winning. Who knew that behind my tearful bridal smile lurked a hardened heart? Their brutality will plant the seed of strength to leave and take what they value. First, I'll discover my opponent. The Wright family made marriage like slow-motion drowning. Each day, another inch of water rose around me, but no one noticed or cared. First Thanksgiving as a married couple should have been fun. The ritual of exclusion repeated at every family gathering afterward. We met at the Wright estate, where Thomas ceremonially sliced the turkey and Vivian commanded the staff. I stood behind Jason adjusting my carefully chosen dress for family photos. Vivian agreed grudgingly. Claire, why not take the picture? Her voice tastes poisonous, Vivian said. You see these things well. A camera was forced into my hands before I could answer. I saw the Wright family via the viewfinder. Now my family is meant to be an ideal formation. Jason sat between his parents without looking back. Smile. My empty voice obsesses me. Jason shrugged when I mentioned it later. Mom just wants lovely family photos. We'll join you next time. Next time never comes. At Christmas, I was sent to the kitchen to check on dessert as the photographer arrived. My Easter assignment was to entertain distant cousins' children for the family portrait. Jason gets stronger and practices his excuses. Like a ghost haunting their immaculate tableau, I am there but unrepresented in the Wright family history. After 6 months of marriage, Jason started placing fashion magazines on our coffee table with articles about subtle beauty changes. Darling, he remarked one evening as I browsed another magazine he'd left out. Imagine doing something with your nose. A little tweak. I reflexively touched my nose. Problems with my nose? Jason sat next to me, holding my hand. Nothing wrong with it. Just Mom mentioned. He resisted, but too late. Your mother discussed my nose. A smack hurt instantly. She only wants what's best for us, Jason added in that pompous tone I'd come to hate. The annual shareholders meeting is coming up. You'll be photographed for the company newsletter. She suggested presenting the best family brand image. You mean? My voice froze. Indeed, it's vital. You now reflect me, and I reflect the organization. The recommendations increased in frequency and specificity. My hair was boring. Adding highlights may add class. My jawline needs shaping. My casual walk lacked proper posture. I became a project that never met specs as each criticism eroded my identity. The confidence that helped Jason recognize me at that charity event evaporated like a sun-damaged photo. An annual Wright Foundation charity gala commemorated our one-year milestone. I spent weeks planning, examining guest lists, remembering Boston's affluent family's ties, and rehearsing small talk about relevant themes. Jason persuaded me to have Vivian's exquisite updo, which made me look more like her. I wore a black dress that cost more than my first car to watch Jason dazzle investors and business associates that night. Vivian approached a silver-haired man in a suit. Charles, I'd like you to meet Jennifer, Jason's wife, she added, touching my arm. Charles looked between me, detecting tension. Oh, of course, Claire. Vivian's giggle tinkled like shattered glass. I was thinking of Jennifer Lopez. Doesn't she look like her, Charles? Something about the features. Jason watched with a tight smile, saying nothing. Later, Vivian introduced me as Jessica to a judge and Kathy to a congressman's wife. Each time Jason's defense weakened until he stopped correcting her. It's just a slip of the tongue, he said on the way home. Mom meets hundreds at these events. You're being oversensitive. It's been a long night. He turned away, ending the conversation. That night, while Jason slept beside me, I stared at the ceiling and wondered when I had become invisible in my marriage. On an ordinary Tuesday, Jason left his briefcase in the hall when he rushed out for an early meeting. I noticed it while going to coffee with a friend, my increasingly rare attempt to live outside the right orbit. I grabbed the briefcase and planned to drop it off at his office. My car tipped over, spilling some contents onto the passenger seat. As I gathered the papers, my hand froze over a small pharmacy paper bag with 2 pregnancy test kits and a yellow sticky note. Vanessa, potential mother of a true right heir. Pick up champagne if positive. The handwriting was Vivian's, and the implication was devastating. Who is Vanessa? My mind races through every conversation, event, and introduction. Then I remembered Tina, Senator Hall's daughter, who had attended several Wright functions. Tall, blonde, meticulously bred, with Mayflower ancestry. Everything I wasn't. I replaced everything exactly as I'd found it, and gave the briefcase to Jason's assistant without seeing him. That night, I waited for him to explain or lie to me, but he said he'd be working late all week on the annual company retreat in the Berkshires this weekend. I inquired calmly, all CEOs and their spouses. My eyes were ignored. You shouldn't come this year. Mom advises keeping it professional. Negotiating with foreign partners under pressure. Family retreats were always held. The spouse was always included. Another no-go. Another erase. I understood more than he thought, I said. I decided Friday morning when Jason left for the retreat. I traveled to the Wrights' magnificent Berkshire Lodge, where they entertained key clients. I parked down the road and took the customary woods trail to the back of the home. All of them were visible from the main lodge's floor-to-ceiling windows. Thomas addressing executives, Vivian overseeing personnel, company officials mingling, and Jason sitting closely with a blonde woman on a quiet couch near the fireplace. She held his arm as they chuckled about something private. I stood still while Vivian smiled at them. I couldn't hear her toast as she handed them champagne glasses. It wasn't necessary. Celebration was obvious. Every smile, touch, and furtive gaze revealed their future without me. I saw my reflection in the darkened glass as I left, numb with the final affirmation of my disposability. A ghost at the limits of their universe viewing a life that was never mine. I realized the gradual disintegration of my confidence, identity, and family place that night alone in Jason and my purportedly shared house. Everything led up to this. I wasn't married. I was a placeholder till someone better arrived. I have nothing to do with them. While drying my tears and packing, I made a silent pledge to myself. I shall be everything someday. I signed the divorce papers steadily despite my broken heart. Wright family attorney looked at me with a hint of contempt. A man who had spent a month bullying me into accepting nothing while leaving. You know that, by waiving alimony, you're just entitled to what you contributed into the marriage, he added condescendingly. I looked at him and said, I know what I'm leaving. He didn't realize I'd taken something more important than money. I worked late for 3 weeks, methodically copying information from Jason's home office as Jason worked late with Vanessa. Supplier agreements, production schedules, contract details. Jason, certain of my insignificance, never hid his work files. He'd soon forget our wedding date, his password. Documents revealed Wright Delicacies' entire supply network. They rely on 3 suppliers for their distinctive ingredients. Exclusivity contracts expiring in 2 years, and their startling markup on artisanal products mass-produced in low-quality facilities. A folder on international expansion was most beneficial. A 5-year strategy by Mark to sell watered-down luxury items in Asia. Profits would soar and quality suffer. Solid business practices. I left the attorney's office with only my clothes, business degree, and the appropriate family's vulnerabilities. They believed I left empty-handed. It was clear I was leaving with everything. First stop. Not a new apartment or friend's sofa. A bus station with a one-way ticket to Portland, Oregon, was as distant from Boston's crowded social circles as I could get. Distance wasn't just geographical, existential. Claire Wright will die and be reborn as Eva. Portland welcomed me with misty mornings and coffee shop owners. I pre-rented a modest studio above a bookstore for 3 months. My final savings. I felt something unexpected that first night on a bare mattress with rain knocking on the windows. Freedom. The metamorphosis started the next morning. I went to a salon with long Wright-approved brown hair and left with a bright auburn bob that would have made Vivian gasp. A kind-eyed stylist with tattoo sleeves examined my face as I sat in her chair. This isn't just a haircut, is it? She questioned as she cut. It's an exorcism, I said, watching my old existence crumble. The wardrobe followed. The traditional outfits and pearls that never fit me were gone. I like expressive colors and patterns. Every new item was announced, not what they made me. Final touch was unexpected. A voice and speech coach flyer caught my eye outside a theater. After performing on Broadway, Patricia now helps people find their voice. In our first session, she nodded knowingly as I spoke. She noted your training to soften your cadence, to round your vowels and copy others. Boston Brahmin patterns, I think. I didn't realize how much I'd internalized Vivian's speech training and had to eradicate my childhood Midwestern inflections. I told Patricia I want my voice back. I speak, not just sound. Something happened over the next 3 months as I regained my authentic speech patterns. Also, I found my voice in business. The plan developed. Everything changed with the letter. Grandmother Rose died peacefully in her sleep. When I was young, we were close, but the proper years separated us. Yet another relationship lost to my marriage. Along with my mourning came an unexpected legacy from her death. $30,000 and a box of belongings. Money saved the day. But the box was priceless. She possessed 1960s journals from her time as a recipe developer for Heartland Harvest, a tiny specialty foods firm. Her preservation recipes use unusual fruit and herb combinations. Strangely familiar recipes. One September 1967 entry struck my eye. Today, Mr. Wright toured the facility, cared about my blackberry sage preserve, asked several questions about herb-sweet balance, calls it groundbreaking. I'm flattered but suspicious of his interest. 3 months later, H. Heartland abruptly shuttered. Sales to investors. They said, "Today, I saw my blackberry sage preserve in stores with the Wright Delicacies label. No credit, no compensation. Mr. Mark Sr. stole my work and is making a fortune. No one will believe a woman over a powerful man." I sat among my grandmother's things, stunned. The irony was almost too perfect. Wright Delicacies had been built on theft, just as their son had stolen years of my life. Grandmother Rose had given me more than seed money. She'd given me moral clarity. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about justice, reclaiming what had been taken from both of us. Mira, Wright's product development director until last year, and I met over coffee. Margaret's bitterness and insider knowledge spilled out. Thomas had me develop this whole line of organic, sustainably sourced products. I created everything. He pulled the plug, saying it wasn't on brand. 2 weeks later, I was laid off because my position was redundant. She leaned forward, voice dropping. But Thomas is wrong. The market is shifting towards sustainability. Delicacies are so focused on tradition that they can't see the future. They're vulnerable. Margaret wasn't the only one. I systematically connected with 6 former Wright employees, each sharing pieces of the puzzle. David from accounting revealed their cash flow weaknesses. Zoe from marketing explained how their brand was failing to connect with younger consumers. Carlos from operations described their outdated production facilities. Each conversation was casual and each relationship was cultivated without revealing my true connection to the Wright family. I was Claire Thompson, a business school graduate interested in specialty foods. My Wright past was buried under my new appearance, voice, and state, invisible but informing every move. At a sustainable business conference, I met Ben, a food industry angel investor with a passion for ethical business practices. Unlike Jason, Liam listened to me, his eyes lighting up as I explained my vision for a different kind of food company. Traditional food corporations exploit workers, consumers, and the environment, I said, thinking of my grandmother. Liam studied my business plan with growing excitement. This isn't just idealistic, it's strategically brilliant. You've identified real market gaps. I didn't tell him that Wright Delicacies had created or ignored those gaps. Every aspect of my Thompson Roots business plan was designed to succeed at their expense. Where Wright Delicacies was hierarchical, we will collaborate. Where they exploit suppliers, we will partner with them. Where they cut corners on quality to increase profits, we will prioritize integrity. After our third meeting, Liam offered to be your silent partner. You have the vision and drive. I have the capital and connections. 1 month later, Thompson Roots includes 1 employee, me, working out of a small commercial kitchen with my grandmother's journals open beside me as I recreated her recipes. However, I could already see the empire. It would be built to dismantle the house of Wright brick by brick. They spent years making me invisible, but little did they know, invisibility had become my superpower. Thompson Roots grew organically, steadily, reaching for the light. Wright Delicacies relies on large-scale suppliers who provide lower-quality ingredients at volume discounts, so I built relationships with small Oregon farms to trace every ingredient in our jars. The farm-to-table model was ethical and strategic. I don't understand why you're bothering with these tiny operations, Liam said during our quarterly review. Consolidating suppliers would increase profit margins. Liam's eyes opened as I showed him our projected growth curve intersecting with Wright Delicacies' market share in exactly 3 years. Every jar we sell is one they don't. Every farm we partner with strengthens local agriculture, the opposite of Wright's industrialized approach. I replied that I preferred to think of it as justice with a business plan. Each decision I made served 2 purposes. When I chose eco-friendly packaging, it wasn't just to appeal to environmentally conscious consumers. Wright Delicacies had invested millions in proprietary plastic containers that were becoming unpopular with younger demographics. I prioritized fair wages and profit sharing for employees because Wright's notoriously high turnover caused quality control issues they struggled to address. I prioritized supply chain transparency by highlighting our farmers' names and stories on each label. Because Wright's hidden sourcing was becoming a liability in an age when consumers demanded authenticity. Our modest success in the Pacific Northwest might have continued if not for a chance encounter at a food industry conference in Seattle. I was presenting a session on sustainable business models when I noticed a woman in the back row watching me with unusual intensity. Her sharp gaze reminded me of someone, but I couldn't place who. She extended her hand shortly after. Kate. Impressive presentation. The name hit me like a physical blow. I kept my composure, shaking her hand with a smile that concealed my shock. Claire Thompson, thank you for coming. Your approach to ethical business is refreshing, she said. I've spent 10 years in corporate marketing watching companies pretend to care about sustainability while doing the bare minimum. I'd love to hear more about Thompson Roots. Catherine revealed she was Vanessa's older sister over coffee, though they hadn't spoken in years. My father groomed Vanessa to be the perfect political accessory, pretty, polished, and without principles. I refused to play that game and studied her, weighing risks and opportunities. What happened between you two? Catherine's expression darkened. I exposed my father's last senatorial race's questionable campaign finance practices, and Vanessa was furious. Not because he did anything wrong, but because I threatened the family image, which is all that matters to people like them. She paused, sipping her coffee. I hear she's engaged to a food industry heir. 2 weeks later, Katette became Thomson Roots marketing director. Her insider knowledge of how families like the Holtz and Wrights operated was invaluable. More importantly, she casually mentions Vanessa's activities with her fiancé Jason kept me informed of my ex-husband's life, without having to explain why. Vanessa called me unexpectedly yesterday. Catherine casually mentioned one afternoon as we reviewed packaging designs. Trying to mend fences, says she and Jason are having problems. He's drinking too much. The family business is struggling with new market pressures. I think she's realizing that marrying into money isn't all it seems. With Catherine's help, Thomson Roots launched a documentary series called From Soil to Table that streamed on our website and social media channels. Each episode covers a different aspect of ethical food production, sustainable farming, fair labor practices, and ingredient transparency. We didn't name Wright delicacies because the contrast between our methods and theirs was implicit in every frame, every interview with happy farmers and workers, and every close-up of natural ingredients being transformed by traditional methods. The series went viral in food-conscious circles, earning features in culinary magazines and sustainability blogs. Each new follower and customer was another thread in the web I was weaving to entangle Wright delicacies. Since our success requires expansion, I targeted Wright's strongest distribution areas: Boston, New York, Chicago. Each Thomson Roots jar on those shelves competes directly with Wright products. Out East expansion is cutting deeper into operating capital than we projected. Liam warned during our 4th-year review, "Are you sure the Boston market is worth this level of investment?" I showed him the latest sales figures. Boston consumers are switching to our products at twice the rate of other markets. Trust me. This is exactly where we need to be. What I didn't tell Boston rollout. A blind taste test marketing campaign where consumers compared unlabeled preserves and voted for their favorite. My grandmother's blackberry sage preserve outperformed Wright's by a large margin. My most satisfying strategy was also quite personal. I started our executive feedback program under the guise of market research when Thomson Roots expanded to the East Coast. We sent carefully curated gift baskets to influential food industry business leaders, including the Wright family, and received glowing feedback. Mark commented, "High quality and flavorful." Vivian commented, "Exquisite packaging and complex flavor characteristics. This would be appropriate for even the most discerning diners." Jason's comments were the most pleasing, superior to anything on the market. Wright delicacies should consider this a serious competitor. I kept those feedback forms in a special folder and read them on hard days when doubts crept in. They hadn't recognized my company name, and they wouldn't recognize me when we met again. Thomson Roots was still small compared to Wright ones, but I had something they didn't. Intimate knowledge of their weaknesses, blind spots, and vulnerabilities, and nothing to lose. The spider's web was nearly complete. All that was left was to draw them in for the final confrontation at the National Food Innovation Gala, where industry leaders will network and showcase their latest products. They discarded me, believing I would fade into insignificance. This year, Thomson Roots was nominated for the Rising Star Award, which would put us on the main stage and ensure the Wrights were seen when I took the microphone. I was ready for my moment of recognition 2 weeks before the National Food Innovation Gala. I had become their most dangerous opponent, one they didn't see coming until it was too late. Ray, Wright Delicacies' largest investor, would speak at a sustainable business panel in Boston, so I made sure Thomson Roots sponsored the coffee break after his session. Lawrence was mid-60s, well-dressed, and had the sharp eyes of someone who made his fortune by seeing opportunities others missed. Mr. Barrett, Claire Thompson, founder of Thomson Roots. Your panel insights were fascinating. His handshake was firm, his smile practiced. Thomson Roots, the preserves company from Oregon, correct? Impressive growth trajectory. You've been following our progress. I follow everything in specialty food, and he studied me with new interests. Your Rising Star nomination is well deserved. We talked about market trends and sustainability. Then I carefully addressed his investment portfolio. I know you invest heavily in Wright delicacies. I said their traditional approach dominates the market for decades. Barrett's expression changed at my use of past tense. Mark has built a remarkable legacy. Legacy is a powerful word. I agree, but I wonder if traditional companies can adapt quickly enough to changing consumer preferences. I shared market analysis data that directly highlights Wright delicacies' vulnerabilities without naming them. Barrett asked increasingly pointed questions. His concern was palpable. He suggested we continue this conversation over dinner next week, which I agreed to do, knowing he would be researching Thompson Roots and questioning his investment. Catherine burst into my office the next day, flushed with excitement. "You won't believe what my sister just told me. She's filing for divorce. Vanessa is leaving Jason because he's impossible to live with. Right Delicacies is in financial trouble. Jason is drinking heavily and Thomas is determined to change strategies despite falling market share." I keep my expression neutral. "How unfortunate." Catherine leans forward conspiratorially. "Vanessa is already seeing someone else. Congressman Drew. She told me she needs to secure her future with someone who still does." The ruthless calculation was so Vanessa, so right adjacent, that I almost admired it. Jason had served his purpose in her life, just as I had in mine. The symmetry was poetic. "You know what this means for our plan, right? Jason will be vulnerable, distracted. Perfect timing." I agreed. Our plan to acquire the right delicacies had just become much easier. The gala night arrived with perfect dramatic timing. A light snow fell over Boston as my car pulled up to the historic hotel venue. I stepped out wearing a blackberry-colored gown and my grandmother's locket with a small photo of her, my silent partner in this 7-year journey. The ballroom sparkled with crystal and ambition as industry leaders worked over champagne and screens displayed the nominated companies. Thompson Roots' promotional video played alongside those of much larger corporations, including Right Delicacies. I saw them across the room. Thomas, older but still imposing. Vivian, elegant in midnight blue, surveying the crowd like a general. And Jason, handsome as ever, but with new lines around his eyes. Vanessa was absent. I moved carefully to avoid their gaze. Ray nodded meaningfully. Our dinner conversation had clearly had the desired effect. Phase 1 was complete. The Rising Star Award was announced midway through the evening. When they called Thompson Roots, applause erupted. Thompson Roots was founded on the simple idea that food should nourish not only our bodies but also our communities and planet. As I spoke about our journey, Ray approached Mark and whispered something in his ear. After the ceremony, I strategically moved until I met Jason. 7 years had changed us both, but while time had darkened his features, it had given me confidence. "Congratulations on your award," he said, his smile gone. "Impressive for such a new company." "Thank you, Jason," I replied, watching for recognition in his name. "Nothing. I believe business should be built on integrity, not just profits." He nodded absently, clearly not connecting this stranger with his past. I watched him leave satisfied. The real confrontation will come tomorrow in the Right Delicacies boardroom. The next morning, I arrived on time for Ray's meeting with the Wrights. He told them about a potential investment opportunity. When I entered the boardroom, Mark looked confused. "Miss Thompson, I don't understand." I placed a folder on the table and explained Right Delicacies' current position, and Thompson Roots' offer to acquire controlling interest. The room was shocked. Jason almost choked on coffee. "How silly. We're not selling to startups. Your company's market value has dropped 30% in 2 years, I said calmly. 3 key suppliers are considering contract breaks. Your core demographic is fading, and newer consumers perceive your brand antiquated and unethical. Thomas's face flushed with anger. How could you possibly know about our supplier issues? The same way I know about your cash flow problems and the loans you've taken against your family estate, I replied. Due diligence. Jason glared at Barrett. This is a hostile takeover. This is business, Barrett replied. Jason picked up the acquisition contract, his hands trembling as he flipped through the pages. Sign it, Thomas ordered, his voice resigned. We can't fight this. As Jason's pen hesitated over the signature line, I decided it was time. I removed my grandmother's locket and opened it to reveal her photo. Know who you're selling to before signing, I added gently. Jason looked up, exasperated, then froze. He dropped the pen, spilling ink across the contract. Claire. His voice whispered. Hello, Jason. 7 years. Finally connecting the dots, Vivian gasped. Impossible. I think your term was unworthy. I answered, my gaze unwavering. Funny how things change. Jason signed the contract speechless. I moved another document forward as he returned it. A journal post by my grandmother concerning the stolen blackberry sage preserve recipe. I explained that Thompson Roots' success went beyond business strategy. Reclaiming what was stolen, especially my Nora's recipes that made Right Delicacy famous. Thomas's face became pale as he read the recipe. He grasped his chest, laboring to breathe. Slander. A documented fact. I corrected as Vivian ran to her husband. Maybe call a doctor. As paramedics stabilized Thomas for a slight heart attack, I finalized acquisition paperwork. Thompson Roots owned Wright Specialties by midday. My last deed was probably the most personal. On that evening, I drove to the Wright estate, my company's property but where they might stay temporarily. I left a jar of blackberry sage preserve and handwritten delicacies wrapping with a Thompson Roots label on the doorstep. The handwritten note was reclaimed, not stolen, like my worth. 7 years earlier, I left with my name and honor. I returned to take everything else. Not for vengeance, but for justice for myself, my grandma, and everyone denied rights. In the game they started, I did what they never expected. Checkmate. Smash that like button now if this delicious vengeance narrative had you on edge. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. She once rejected me and chose another. Now, out of a toxic relationship, she says she still loves me, but I don't feel the same anymore. Lena, 28 female, and I met in a recreational volleyball league 3 years ago. Our team practiced twice a week and played weekend matches. Our friends formed that way. We had drinks or meals after every practice at 8. Corporate lawyer Chase, 30 male, was here. Lena caught my eye immediately. She was like this, not only in appearance but in energy. She loved teaching high school science and often had funny anecdotes about her students. Lena spoke most in our group after practice. Chase was also first intrigued by her. He always sat next to her and walked her to her car when we went out. Our group bonded in the first year. We shared birthdays, moved apartments, and went to Cape Cod for a weekend. Lena became more attractive to me throughout this time. She crossed my mind during work meetings and grocery shopping. We frequently texted about various topics, such as a hilarious dog she spotted on her way to work, a new restaurant, or book TV program recommendations. After a year and a half with Lena, I told her how I felt. It was difficult to decide. Changing our friendship kept me up at night. What if she declined? Would our relationship suffer? Would it affect all our friends? I pondered these questions for weeks. One night after practice, I invited Lena to coffee. Just us two. Near the gym, we visited this small cafe. I recall everything about that time. I saw the chipped blue mug in front of me, the espresso machine hum, and the dusk light through the windows. I informed Lena that my love for her had gone beyond friendship and asked if she would date me. Lena took what seemed like hours to respond to her coffee. She stated she loved our friendship but not me. She said she wasn't searching for a relationship because she was considering applying for a master's program. I spent hours staring at my ceiling at home that night. Despite the hurt, I appreciated her rejection. I avoided acting differently around her for several weeks. We kept playing volleyball, hanging out, and texting. The rejection pain dissipated as I focused on going forward. After rejecting me, Lena started dating Chase within 2 months. They revealed themselves during our Friday night drinks while holding hands. The sight hit me hard. They received congrats from everyone while I tried to absorb what was happening. She wasn't only dating someone else. She explicitly stated she didn't desire a relationship at that time. Seeing them together showed me her rejection wasn't about timing or priorities. She wasn't interested in me. I felt something change then. I lost interest in Lena. Not out of spite or resentment, but because shared passion is essential for my romantic desire. Without exchange, such feelings were trapped. I remained friends with Lena and Chase despite this news. I wanted Lena to be happy. Chase making her happy is fine with me. We still play volleyball, but I missed some after becoming CFO. Lena and I still texted, joked, and told stories. She became close friends with my sister, Claire, 32 female, with whom she went shopping and had lunch every few weeks. Thank goodness they connected. Claire wanted Boston friends after moving there recently. Chase and Lena split months ago. Our group was shocked, because they always appeared like a fantastic match. Chase stopped attending our meetings first, then Lena. When she joined us, she was quieter, and less herself. I discovered the truth 3 weeks ago. Shaking, Claire called me. Lena showed images of arm and back bruising. Chase abused her physically and emotionally. He continually judged her, monitored her phone, and cut her off from friends. This news left me flabbergasted. My longtime friend Chase, who laughed with us and helped us move apartments, was torturing Lena behind closed doors. Lena spent more time with Claire and at my house after this discovery. We encouraged her without pressuring her. She was improving, but I thought she needed professional help to digest things. Lena visited my apartment 2 weeks ago. We drank wine and chatted about nothing important. A new Netflix program, volleyball season, weather. 2 people can hardly stand in my tiny kitchen without knocking into each other. Lena kissed me while we laughed. I left the kiss after 10 seconds. I joked about the wine being stronger than expected. Lena laughed too, agreeing it was booze. Shortly after, she left to create lesson plans for tomorrow. Lena returned to my door the next morning. She asked to talk with red eyes. Sitting on my couch, she said she had loved me for months. She wished we had started our relationship earlier. Lena says she initially declined Chase's invitation. He kept delivering flowers to her school and bringing takeout from her favorite restaurant to her apartment until she agreed to a date. She felt rushed into the relationship. Lena thought she and I might have met if Chase hadn't pushed so hard. I listened to what she said, having chaotic feelings. After she stopped being romantic, I told her I loved her as a friend, but no longer loved her. I didn't feel excited about dating her anymore. Lena's face fell. She wondered whether I was rejecting her out of revenge after years of rejection. I assure her that wasn't the case, but secretly I knew her initial rejection had affected my view of her. Once I discovered she didn't share my romantic feelings, they never returned. It wasn't revenge. My initial need was shared enthusiasm. Lena seemed distraught leaving my flat. Claire called me that night, angry I rejected Lena. She said Lena was my perfect match and I was nasty and vengeful. Claire claimed that Chase, a textbook narcissist, had twisted Lena, and I was punishing her for nothing. Lena texted me the next day, requesting solitude. She suggested we quit seeing each other. This upsets me because I tried to keep our friendship despite my sad sentiments when she rejected me years ago. I still consider Lena a friend and hope we can reconnect. I granted her space and plan to contact her when things calm down. Claire needed to be told about limits and asked to leave first. 2 weeks have passed since I posted, and things have taken some unexpected turns. Claire joined me for lunch the day after my post. She silently read the Reddit thread on my phone while I picked up my omelet. Her phone was put down and she apologized after reading. Claire agreed that she shouldn't meddle and pledged to back my decision. She even agreed with many commenters that Lena and I should be apart for now. My chat with Claire went better than expected, and I was relieved to resolve at least one stress. After much counsel and my own instincts, I chose to stay away from Lena. We had time to process because I didn't text or phone her. A week after meeting Claire, I attended a friend's Cambridge housewarming celebration. The apartment was full of people, music was loud, and everyone seemed happy. After a hard week at work, I went home around midnight, exhausted. When I got to my building, the front desk clerk said Lena was waiting. Unsure what was so essential that she needed to see me at midnight, I allowed her up. Lena was looking better after months. She smiled broadly and had sparkling eyes when she saw me. She hugged me like she missed me and wanted to hang out. Lena said she saw my party Instagram story and asked our common buddy where I was. When she heard I left early, she came over. I had a few drinks while talking to Lena after drinking at the party. We reminisced about our week apart in a relaxed manner. Lena kissed me again in my kitchen. Due to drink and familiarity, I didn't stop her this time. Lena slept. I got up first the next morning, my head hammering from the cocktails. I went to fetch coffee while Lena slept, unsure what transpired. She was showering when I returned. I waited on the bed with coffees, knowing we had to chat. Lena requested to speak. She admitted I could believe she was using me as a rebound or backup following Chase, but she assured her feelings were genuine. She wanted to show me we could work together and be a couple. I told Lena I was confused. Though the night before had been pleasant, I still didn't feel the same way about her as she did about me. I said my feelings for her were not romantic. Lena sobbed and asked if she could alter my mind. I advised us to take a break to calm down. Perhaps we could revisit the conversation with clearer heads and repair our friendship. But seeing each other now will hurt more. Lena cried more but agreed. After breakfast and easy discussion, she departed my apartment a few hours later. I paced my apartment after she departed, shaken by all that happened. Despite our physical intimacy, my feelings remained the same. Although it was harder than expected, I knew a clean break was right. Later, I realized sleeping with Lena was wrong. Alcohol clouded my judgment, sending confusing signals when she needed clarity. Coffee I brought back wasn't a boyfriend gift. Coffee preceded an uncomfortable conversation. I think Lena needs time to recover from Chase. Abuse produces profound wounds that take time to heal. Therefore, she may not be ready for another relationship. My romantic sentiments for Lena are 95% gone. The night we spent together caused some doubt, but it was due to our physical connection, not my mood. I will maintain our clean break for now. It feels like our cleanest, nicest path forward. Update 2. A month has passed since my last post, and Lena's position has worsened unexpectedly. After Lena departed my flat after our night, I banned contact. 2 days later, she texted to discuss. I said I didn't like it, and that we needed time apart for now. After that, Lena texted several times. First saying she understood, then saying we'd be great together, and eventually saying I was wrong to push her away. These texts stopped coming after I didn't react. I reluctantly admit that our friendship was probably over. That knowledge made me sad, but I thought we had to move on and find pleasure elsewhere. For a year, I've worked with Sophie, 29F, a legal consultant, on a significant acquisition deal. Sophie's intelligence, passion, and wit make even the most tiresome contract reviews tolerable. During our months of working together, I had strong feelings for her, but never acted on them due to our professional connection. I asked Sophie out for coffee months ago, but she graciously rejected it, saying it wouldn't be acceptable while we were working on the sale. I fully respected her boundaries and agreed. We completed our acquisition 2 weeks ago. I invited Sophie to dinner to celebrate after the firm received the announcement email. She smiled and agreed immediately, as if she'd been waiting for this. First date went great. Conversations naturally moved from business to personal interests and objectives. Sophie said she informed her friends about me months ago, which astonished me because I did the same. The challenge of working together while being attracted made us chuckle. Sophie returned to my apartment after the date. Lena lacked our natural mutual connection. Sophie contacted me 2 days later. Our coffee appointment was requested quickly. Sophie was anxious and pushed her phone across the cafe table as I arrived. Lena's LinkedIn message appeared. Lena found out about Sophie and me. She informed Sophie of our relationship in her first communication. Lena said her and I were going through a rough patch. After Sophie didn't react, Lena sent another message accusing me of manipulating women, serial dating, and hurting women who fell for me. Sophie was naturally alarmed by these messages. She liked me but didn't want to get engaged in romantic drama. She suggested we quit seeing each other before things escalated. I told Lena the whole story to avoid losing Sophie to false allegations. Sophie saw my original Reddit post about the event. After reading everything, Sophie consented to visit me, but I could see the episode had shaken her trust in our promising relationship. Lena's attempt to ruin my connection with Sophie upset me. I pondered addressing Lena and saying hurtful things. I've never retaliated, even when provoked. However, Sophie and I blocked Lena on all social media and communication methods. I called Claire to tell her, and Lena's behavior startled her too. Claire said she wasn't in touch with Lena anymore, which I trusted. I chose not to notify our mutual friends about Lena's situation. Some friends may only hear Lena's account, but I'm keeping my personal life secret. Only LinkedIn remains for professional reasons after I canceled most social media accounts. Many reviewers on my prior postings told me Lena might be manipulative or unstable, but I ignored them. I now see what they saw that I missed due to our friendship. If Lena contacts me again, I'll set boundaries. I wonder if Lena's friendship with Chase affects her more than we thought. Her destructive behavior may have been taught by an abusive relationship. Despite my anger at her behavior, I remember Lena as compassionate, witty, and passionate about teaching, and I see how much she's changed. Update 3. I wanted to inform you on how things went after 3 months. After Lena tried to interfere with my relationship with Sophie, she didn't contact us for a month. Her presence at places she knew I may have increased. She visited my gym, the coffee shop near my office during lunch, then a restaurant where I was having dinner with coworkers. I avoid interaction, and depart swiftly every time. I resolved to take direct action after 5 coincidental meetings. A lawyer urged me to write Lena an official no-contact letter. The letter indicated that I did not want to engage with her, and that any attempts to contact me or visit me would be harassment. Lena emailed me and Sophie a lengthy email 2 days after the letter arrived. She apologized and said she had started therapy to cope with her connection with Chase. She wrote that she admits her actions were wrong and will respect our boundaries. I ignored the email per my lawyer's advice. We agreed to keep Lena out of touch after discussing it with Sophie. Despite the earnest apology, the relationship was too damaged to renew. Claire briefly contacted Lena after the apology email. Claire reports that Lena regrets her behavior and is addressing major concerns related to her relationship with Chase. Claire and Lena met for coffee once, but Claire felt it would be disloyal to me and complex given the past. The drama eventually disbanded our volleyball team. Some friends stayed with me, others with Lena, and some left, uneasy. Some days I miss those friendships, but I know why. Sophie and I have been dating for 4 months. My relationship with Lena was complicated, but this one went smoothly. We have agreed to move in together when my lease ends next month. Working together goes nicely. We're professional at work, but enjoy our personal lives. I learned via mutual contacts that Chase moved to Chicago for work. No one in our former buddy circle talks to him, and Lena filed a police report about the abuse, but didn't press charges. Time has allowed me to process everything. My experience with Lena showed me the importance of setting boundaries and ending friendships. I'm no longer angry at Lena, but I don't want to see her. Through this, Claire and I have become closer as friends. Now a trusted confidant, her friendship with Sophie is growing. We have weekly dinners and feel like we're establishing a healthy social group. I learned from this that sometimes the hardest actions, like cutting ties with a loved one, are vital for your well-being. Moving forward requires letting go, even if it hurts. I appreciate building a life with respectful limits and open communication. Thank you to everyone who advised and supported me during this difficult time. Your advice helped me manage difficult emotions and make better choices. I'll stop posting updates now that this chapter is over. Move on to the next story. Story 2. My jobless cousin bullied my sister after my parents let him stay. My parents chose him over us when I defended her. I'm a 25 female and live with my parents while finishing my social work master's. Our family has always been close despite sibling rivalries and disagreements. I'm the middle child between my older brother Jake, 28 male, and younger sister Mia, 21 female. Our parents raised us to always look out for each other. Our parents, David, 55 male, and Linda, 53 female, have always supported our goals. They encouraged us to study, even if it meant staying home to save money. Due to this, I don't pay rent but contribute to utilities and groceries. Our arrangement has worked wonderfully for years. Jake returned home last year after quitting his marketing job. When his firm restructured, he was living in the city and climbing the corporate ladder. He lost his job and struggled to pay rent in his luxury apartment. Jake returned home to regroup and find his footing, so our parents welcomed him. Mia, the youngest, attends community college at home. She's always been our most sensitive and artistic. Mia is pursuing her photography passion, while Jake and I choose more traditional careers. Our parents are supportive but worried about her field's financial security. Our cousin Alex, 23 million, came to be with us 2 months ago, changing our life. My mom's sister's son, Alex, was our vacation and summer companion. He was always the life of the party, quick with a joke and never took anything seriously. Alex struggled despite his easygoing exterior. Alex struggled with his parents' breakup throughout high school. He acted out, got in trouble, and quit college after a semester. He's bounced between jobs for years, never finding his niche. His recent relationship with Sarah seemed to change him. Alex seemed to be settling down and planning his future for the first time in years. We were surprised when Alex arrived 2 months earlier, looking lost and defeated. He said Sarah broke up with him and kicked him out of their flat. He was too embarrassed to return to his mother's house and had nowhere else to go. Since our parents are loving, they offered him our guest room till he recovered. All appeared well at first. Alex was appreciative for the support and tried to help around the house. He did the dishes, mowed the lawn, and helped Jake with job applications without being asked. We hoped this would wake Alex up and change his life. After a month with Alex, I noticed a difference in household dynamics. It started off subtly, a snarky remark or a backhanded compliment. Most comments seemed to target Mia. I originally dismissed it as Alex's regular mocking. He'd always been a jokester, even as a kid. As time went on, I couldn't ignore the pattern. Alex seemed to intentionally upset Mia. Alex said, "Isn't that skirt a little short for a family dinner?" Or, I bet you're trying to impress that barista at the coffee shop. When Mia talked about her photography projects, Alex rolled his eyes and said something about starving artists. I tried to discuss it discreetly with Alex. I approached him in the kitchen one afternoon when everyone was out. I said, "Hey Alex," attempting to be casual. "I've noticed you've been pretty hard on Mia lately. Is everything okay?" Alex shrugged, grabbed a beer from the fridge. "I'm joking," he said. "Mia must toughen up to succeed in life. Besides, it's not my fault if she can't take a joke." "I didn't want to create house tension," he said. "I choose to monitor the situation." I spent more time in the common areas while Alex and Mia were home to deter misbehavior. Mia was increasing her withdrawal. Her living room was her favorite spot for sketching and laptop photo processing. She mostly holds up in her room now. After hesitating, she told me Alex's comments were hurting her. "I can't do anything right while he's around," she said, crying. "But I don't want to tell Mom and Dad. By keeping Alex, they're doing so much." I assure Mia that her feelings were valid, and that she had a right to feel comfortable at home. Mia asked me not to tell our parents about the situation. Alex was already struggling, and she didn't want to cause controversy. A family supper last week resolved matters. All of us were at the table for Mom's excellent lasagna. The conversation started lightly with Jake mentioning a promising employment opportunity and Dad planning a weekend fishing vacation. Suddenly Mia revealed that she was going on a date with a photography classmate. Alex's demeanor changed when she spoke. His sparkle in his eyes made me apprehensive as he leaned forward. Well, he sarcastically remarked. "It appears our tiny Mia is finally expressing herself." Mia flushed red and stared at her plate as Alex interrogated her about the guy, asking increasingly personal and inappropriate questions. "So, is this guy aware of your, shall we say, limited experience? Or, are you planning to fake it till you make it?" He sneezed. I saw Mia shrinking in her chair, mortified. I tried to change the subject by asking Dad about his fishing trip, but Alex kept going. He turned to me and narrowed his eyes. "What's the matter, sis? Afraid little Mia can't handle a little teasing? Or are you jealous that she has a date and you don't?" "Enough, Alex," I snap. "You're a guest in this house, and you need to show some respect. Just because your life is a mess doesn't mean you can take it out on Mia or anyone else." The table fell silent, and everyone stared at me in shock. Alex's face contorted with anger. He stood up suddenly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "You know what? I don't need this. I'm out of here." He stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind him. The silence was deafening. Dad cleared his throat and said, "I think we all need to calm down. Slowly. Alex is family and he's going through a tough time. We need to be more understanding." I couldn't believe the words. "Dad, did you not hear how he was talking to Mia? To all of us? That's not okay. Tough time or not." Mom tried to intervene, suggesting we take a breather and discuss things when everyone had calmed down. But Alex didn't return for 2 days. When he did, my parents called a family meeting. They said Alex would be staying with us for at least another month and that we needed to get along. I tried to explain Alex's behavior toward Mia, but my parents dismissed it as cousin rivalry and told us to resolve it ourselves. Now the house is unbearably tense. Alex hardly speaks to me, throwing me dirty looks anytime we're in the same room. Mia appears more reclusive than ever, spending practically all her time in her closed room. Jake has been avoiding it, saying it's not his concern. I feel like I'm the only one standing up for Mia, but I'm not sure if I crossed a line with what I said to Alex. Should I apologize to keep the peace or stand my ground? I don't want to make things worse for Mia, but I don't think it's right to let Alex treat her this way in our home. I don't know what to do next. Update 1. It's been 2 weeks since my last post, and I wish I could say things have improved, but the situation has only escalated. After much internal debate, I decided to try to reconcile with Alex. One morning in the kitchen, I apologized for my harsh words at dinner and explained that while I still cared about Mia, I could have expressed it more tactfully. Alex seemed to accept my apology, even cracking a smile and saying, "Water under the bridge, cuz." I felt hopeful that we could move past this and cooperate peacefully. Despite our apparent reconciliation, Alex's behavior toward Mia hasn't improved at all. If anything, it seems to have gotten worse, as if he's trying to make up for lost time. He's become more subtle in his jabs, making innocent-sounding comments with a clear mockery undercurrent. I helped Mia choose her outfit and gave her a pep talk before she left for her date with the guy from her photography class last weekend. She had been nervous all week, changing her outfit multiple times and worrying about every detail. As she left, I felt protective sisterly pride. Alex was watching a basketball game on the couch in the living room when Mia came home later that night. When she came in, he muted the TV and sat up, displaying a predatory grin. "Well, well, look who's doing the walk of shame," he said, his voice dripping with insinuation. Mia tried to brush him off, mumbling a quick goodnight as she headed upstairs. Alex wasn't ready to let her off the hook, so he started grilling her about the date, getting more crass and invasive. "Come on, Mia, don't be shy," he said. "Did he get to second base or did you strike out again?" "I was in the kitchen doing dishes, but I heard everything." "Alex, that's enough," I said firmly. "Mia doesn't have to tell you about her date." Alex held up his hands and mocked surrender. "Whoa, easy there, big sis. I'm just looking out for my little cousin. Someone's got to make sure she's not getting taken advantage of, right?" He turned back to Mia, his voice becoming patronizing. Mia snapped, releasing months of pent-up rage as she shouted, "Shut up, Alex. Quit talking. I'm weary of your jokes and comments. Not hilarious. I feel horrible and they're useless." The room became silent as Alex and I were astonished by Mia's scream. Then Alex laughed, a harsh mocking sound that made my skin crawl. "Wow, looks like tiny Mia finally got a backbone." He sneezed. "Maybe now you can keep a guy interested for more than one day." I was furious and stepped between Alex and Mia, my voice low and dangerous. "That's it, Alex. You need to apologize right now or I swear to God." Alex stood up to his full height. "Run to mommy and daddy again. They don't care. They're too busy feeling sorry for poor miserable Alex to realize what's really going on." He went off to the guest room, slamming the door so hard that the portraits on the wall rattled. Mia cried, and I spent the next hour comforting her in her bed. Between sobs, she admitted that Alex's behavior had been getting worse over the past few weeks, and that she was afraid to be alone in the house with him, always locking her door at night. The next day, I decided to have a serious talk with our parents. I waited until Alex had left for a job interview, or so he said, before sitting them down in the living room. My parents' reaction was shocking and disappointing. My mom shook her hands nervously, her brow furrowed with concern. But not for Mia. I explained everything that had been happening, from Alex's constant belittling comments to the incident after Mia's date. I emphasized how uncomfortable and unsafe Mia was feeling in her own home. "Honey," she said, "you may be exaggerating. Alex is struggling so much. Alex lost his job, girlfriend, and home at once, so it's no wonder he's behaving out. Mia's young." "Are you serious?" I asked, my voice rising in disbelief. "Alex is an adult. His hard time doesn't give him the right to harass Mia or anyone else. She doesn't feel safe in her own home." My parents exchanged a look that made my stomach drop. My father grew stern. "We appreciate that you're trying to help your sister, but you need to stay out of this. Alex is family, and we won't kick him out when he has nowhere else to go." "So what? We just let him keep treating Mia like this?" I demanded. My mother sobbed. "We'll talk to Alex. We're not kicking anyone out, but if you keep causing problems, we may have to adjust our financial support. Your tuition isn't cheap, you know." I felt slapped. I couldn't believe my parents were prioritizing Alex's comfort over Mia's safety and using my education to keep me quiet. I stormed out of the room, my mind reeling. Now I'm at a loss. Mia is miserable. Alex is unapologetic. My parents seem determined to ignore everything. Jake still wants to help, saying it's not his problem, but I feel like I'm the only one trying to protect Mia, and I'm afraid of the consequences if I push too hard. I'm starting to wonder if I should move out, but I don't know how I'd afford it while finishing my degree. Leaving Mia alone makes me sick, but I'm running out of options. Does anyone have any advice on how to support Mia without alienating my family or jeopardizing my education? I feel trapped in an impossible situation and don't know what to do. Update 2. The past week has been a roller coaster of emotions and events that I'm still processing. After my last update, I felt trapped. My parents refused to acknowledge Alex's seriousness, leaving me feeling helpless and frustrated. I knew I needed to do something more concrete to protect Mia, but I was afraid of overstepping or making things worse. After much internal debate, I made a decision I'm still not comfortable with. I set up a hidden camera in the living room, which is unethical and possibly illegal, but I needed evidence to show my parents that they couldn't deny it. I borrowed a small camera from a friend in my program and carefully placed it on an angled bookshelf to capture most of the living room and part of the kitchen. After 3 days of anxiously checking the footage each night when everyone was asleep, I saw nothing particularly damning. Just the usual family comings and goings. But on the 4th day, Alex cornered Mia in the kitchen while she was getting a glass of water. He blocked her path, leaning in close as he spoke. The audio was muffled, but I could hear Mia's fear as she asked him to move. Alex reached out and tried to touch her face, but she jerked away, knocking over her glass. As water spilled across the counter, Mia ducked under Alex's arm and ran upstairs. I was shaking with anger as I watched the footage. This was no longer about snide comments or inappropriate jokes, this was physically intimidating. I went to confront Alex, but he wasn't in the house. I found Mia curled up on her bed with her headphones on. She cried when I showed her the video, admitting that Alex had been getting more physical with his jokes in recent weeks. We showed our parents the video when they got home from work. My mom cried and my dad turned red with anger. Instead of yelling at Alex, he yelled at me. "You violated everyone's privacy. What were you thinking?" I was shocked. I tried to talk about Alex's behavior, but my parents kept talking about me breaking their trust and how low I would go. When I told my dad that the camera had caught Alex assaulting Mia, he said, "It was probably just a misunderstanding," as if to say that Alex was probably just teasing. Mia, who had been quiet throughout the confrontation, stood up and said, "I can't believe you're defending him," shaking her head. "I'm not safe here anymore. I want to leave." That's when I knew we had to leave. I told my parents they were failing to protect their daughter and that I couldn't stand by and watch. I helped Mia pack a bag, threw some of my own things in, and we left that night. Jake finally intervenes and is trying to mediate between us and our parents, but they're more concerned about me overreacting and dividing the family than Alex's behavior. If I don't apologize for the camera incident at home, they'll cut me off financially. I'm looking into getting Mia and me our own place, but it's going to be tight. I'm also considering going to the police with the video footage, but I'm worried about Mia. How do I protect Mia and myself while dealing with the fallout from my family? Has anyone dealt with unsupportive parents? Update 3. A month has passed since my last update, and so much has changed. After much discussion with Mia and advice from a domestic violence hotline, we decided to file a police report about Alex's behavior. It was hard, but we knew it was necessary for our safety and to prevent Alex from harming others. The officers who took our statement were understanding and professional. They reviewed my video footage and took detailed accounts from Mia and me about Alex's behavior. They said Alex's actions may have been harassment rather than assault, but the video of him cornering Mia was particularly concerning. The police also interviewed our parents and Jake, which seemed to wake them up to the seriousness of the situation. Mom called me in tears, apologizing for not believing us sooner and begging us to come home. Dad was more reserved, but Jake said he seemed shaken by the police involvement. We also contacted our aunt, Alex's mother, to let her know what was going on. Instead of defending Alex, she broke down and revealed that this wasn't the first time he had shown inappropriate behavior toward women. The family had swept away incidents in high school and college, hoping Alex would grow out of it. Due to the police report and investigation, Alex is now facing charges of harassment and attempted sexual assault. He's been ordered to stay away from Mia and me and is no longer living at our parents' house. Last I heard, he's staying with a friend and must attend counseling. Mom has been calling daily to check on us and offering to pay for Mia's therapy. Dad is still struggling to accept everything, but he's trying. He helped us move our remaining things out of the house and respects our need for space. Jake has surprisingly stepped up in a big way. He's been mediating between us and our parents, helping them understand our perspective. He's also supported our decision to involve the police, saying he wishes he had taken our concerns more seriously earlier. Mia and I have found a small, affordable apartment. It's not much, but it's ours and safe. I work part-time at a local community center to cover expenses, and Mia does freelance photography. Juggling work, school, and our new living situation is difficult, but we're managing. I told my graduate advisor about my education. They were very understanding and helped me create a more flexible schedule. I may have to extend my program by a semester, but I'm determined to finish my degree. We're taking things day by day, focusing on healing and moving forward. I've learned that trusting your instincts and asking for help are crucial. Thank you to everyone who gave advice and support throughout this ordeal. Your words of encouragement meant more than you know. If anyone else is in a similar circumstance, please ask for help. You're not alone and deserve home safety. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. My husband demanded a DNA test to deny that the baby was his. He was having an affair and planning to take control of my father-in-law's company. The words that just came out of my husband's mouth are far worse than the pain that rips through me like a sharp blade. Adam comes forward, his pricey suit immaculately ironed despite the 12 hours we've spent in this delivery room, while I'm still gasping for air, trembling and drenched in sweat. I want a DNA test. He doesn't question our baby daughter's paternity. His voice is dispassionate and flat, as if he's ordering coffee. With her hands still holding our baby, my baby, the nurse freezes. The beeping monitors suddenly become too loud and obtrusive, and the room appears to shrink. Dr. Collins's wrinkled face wrinkles in worry as he looks up from his charts. Adam, what are you talking about? My voice has an odd, aloof quality, as if it were someone else's. He refuses to look at me. Rather, he looks coldly and calculatingly at our daughter, who weighs 7 pounds, 4 ounces of perfection. You heard me, McKenna. I want proof she's mine. Like poison gas, the accusation lingers in the air. This is the result of 12 years of marriage. To make him feel even a small portion of the agony pulsing through my chest, I want to shout and throw something. Rather, I chuckle. It's a harsh, bitter, terrible sound. Get out. In my mouth, the words taste like metal. Get out before I call security. Dr. Collins begins. Mrs. Harrison. But Adam interrupts. I have every right to be here, and every right to request this test. His fingers skim the screen as he takes out his phone. My lawyer says. Your lawyer? You've been talking to your lawyer while I was in labor, I blurt out. The only indication that he is still capable of feeling guilt is a faint flush that appears on his neck. I've been preparing for this moment for weeks. Weeks. The term keeps repeating in my mind. My husband was organizing this ambush as I was folding little onesies and choosing nursery colors. I feel as though I've been physically struck by the understanding. Bless the nurse, she puts herself in our way. Sir, perhaps we should continue this discussion outside. No. I ignore my aching body's protest and push myself to sit up straighter. Let him stay. Let him watch the test. Let him see exactly how wrong he is. Something flickers in Adam's eyes, but his expression remains unchanged. Disappointment? Solace? I'm no longer able to tell. I used to be familiar with all telltale signs and micro-expressions. At what point did my husband lose his identity? Dr. Collins adds, I'll arrange it immediately. In a deliberately bland tone. Though I must say, in my 30 years of practice, just do it, instructs Adam. I used to find his nervous habit of straightening his tie charming. The sooner we know the truth, the better. The truth, as though he still knows what that word implies. My girl, our daughter, is sleeping soundly in the bassinet, oblivious to the storm that is building all around her. Her dark hair, like mine, is already beginning to curl, and her little fingers are balled into fists. Even though my hands are shaking, I answer. Fine, in a calm voice. Do the test. But when it proves what I already know, don't expect forgiveness. It buzzes on Adam's phone. When he looks at it, his mask briefly comes off, guilt, terror. He's on his way to the door before I can comprehend it. He says, I'll be back tomorrow, without turning around. My lawyer will contact you about the arrangements. After he leaves, the door clicks shut, and I can breathe again. Dr. Collins touches my shoulder tenderly. McKenna, I'm so sorry. Don't. My fingers already discover Sam's number as I grab for my phone. I'll let my cousin know what to do. He always does. Just get me the paperwork for the test. And, Dr. Collins, make sure it's witnessed at every step. His eyes light up with comprehension as he nods. Of course. I gaze at my daughter once more, committing to memory every exquisite feature of her face. One thing is certain, regardless of the game Adam is playing or the falsehoods he is telling himself. He doesn't know what he's begun. After 3 days in the hospital, Sam feels as though his flat is a haven. As Tara bustles around the kitchen brewing tea, I curl up with Emma on his worn leather couch. My worries are calmed by the familiar smell of coffee grounds and old books, but my hands continue to shake. Saying, he's changed all the locks, I observe Sam pacing. Changed the security codes too. 12 years of marriage, and he locks me out like I'm some kind of criminal. With his journalist's notebook already stuffed with scrawled notes, Sam stops pacing. When exactly did things start changing with Adam? Think back carefully. The inquiry is a kind of gut strike. I close my eyes and attempt to remember when my marriage started to go apart. When I say, maybe 4 months ago. He started working late, missing doctor's appointments. Said it was a big merger, the Preston Tech deal. Tara's expression is disturbed as she puts down a mug of chamomile tea. That closed months ago. I gave it a quick glance. How do you know that? Because my sister works in their PR department. Tara and Sam exchange glances. The deal fell through in March. March. When Adam began bringing pricey new suits home. When the enigmatic business travels started. When he completely stopped caressing me. Sam taps his pen against the notebook and says, "This is what doesn't add up. Why wait until the baby is born to demand a DNA test? Why not do it during pregnancy?" Because he needed a scene, states Tara in a low voice. He needed witnesses. It dawns on me like a blast of cold water. He's assembling evidence against me. Emma stirs in my arms, and I instinctively move her blanket. Her little face reminds me of how calm and trustworthy I used to be. Sam says, "There's something else." But he hesitates. I made some calls. Adam's been meeting with divorce attorneys since January. January. When I initially informed him of my pregnancy. He remarked that everything was fine as he grinned and gave me a hug. That son of a... I stopped myself and glanced down at Emma. Why go through with the pregnancy if he was planning this all along? Because of the Harrison family trust, Tara responds accordingly. Your father-in-law's will had specific conditions about heirs, didn't it? Things begin to come together. The trust only pays out if there are legitimate children. Even I can hear the hollowness in my voice. He needed proof the baby wasn't his to invalidate the claim. Sam hears a buzzing sound on his phone. His face darkens as he looks at it. Adam just posted on LinkedIn. He's accepted a new position at Grant Technologies. Grant? Something in my memory is triggered by the name. Wait, isn't that the company that tried to buy out Harrison Industries last year? Sam concludes, the same one your father-in-law refused to sell to before he died. We all jump when someone knocks on the door. Glancing through the peephole, Tara takes a rapid step back. It's Adam. I say, don't open it. And squeeze Emma tighter. Adam's words, McKenna, echo through the door. I know you're in there. The DNA test is scheduled for tomorrow morning. My lawyer insists you be present. I take Sam's arm as he approaches the door. Wait, let him talk. Adam goes on. You're making this harder than it needs to be. His voice becoming almost soft. Just come home. We can work this out. I slowly get to my feet so as not to wake Emma. Work what out, Adam? The lies? The secret meetings? Or how about the trust fund you're trying to steal? Quiet. Next. I don't know what you think you know. I know enough. I no longer tremble when I speak. I know about Grant Technologies. I know about the divorce lawyers, and soon, I'll know everything else too. One more pause. The veneer of tenderness vanishes when he talks again. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Neither do you. My heart hardens as I gaze down at our kid, my girl. Game on, Adam. He backtracks along the corridor. After locking the door, Sam looks at me. What's the plan? I take my phone out and go through my old contacts until I locate the one I need. First, we find out everything we can about Grant Technologies. And then, I hit the dial. We call in some favors. Before a recognizable voice responds, the phone rings again. Dr. Collins, I need your help with something. With a somber expression, Dr. Collins slips the phone across his desk. These messages were automatically backed up to the cloud account you shared. I thought you should see them. When I take up the smartphone, my hands shake. 3:47 a.m. is the timestamp displayed. I went into labor 2 days prior. The message says, everything's arranged. Once the test results come back, she won't have any claim to the trust. Make sure you stick to the plan. Adam has responded. She suspects nothing. Just keep your father focused on the merger. Evelyn Grant, says Dr. Collins in a low voice. Daughter of Marcus Grant. I find the name to be bitter. Last year, he attempted to compel my father-in-law to sell his business. With his journalistic instincts taking over, Sam leans forward. The same Marcus Grant who mysteriously acquired 3 board seats after your father-in-law's death. I continue to scan through texts, each one getting worse. Plans, meetings, and personal information that makes me queasy. Since January, when I informed him about the pregnancy, they have been dating. When Sam says, the timing's not coincidental, Grant Technologies announced their hostile takeover bid last week. With Adam's help, They'll have controlling interest in Harrison Industries unless there's a legitimate heir. The parts fit together perfectly. That's why he needs the DNA test, to show Emma isn't his. It's not about the baby at all. It's about the company. We are interrupted by a knock. Tara enters with a pallid face. Adam's here, with lawyers. Even though my heart is racing, I make myself remain composed. Let them in. Adam walks in with 2 suits that probably cost more than my yearly income, as if he owns the place. He's wearing a tie I've never seen before, and he appears colder and sharper. Dr. Collins begins. This is a private medical facility, but Adam interrupts. We're conducting a paternity test that my client has every right to oversee. The senior attorney takes the stand. We have concerns about potential tampering. I chuckle. I'm unable to stop it. Tampering? That's rich, coming from you. Adam's mouth clenches. Careful, McKenna. You're already facing potential fraud charges. I hold out the phone and ask, if what? If these messages somehow become public? The ones showing you and Evelyn planning to steal your father's company? He becomes motionless. I catch a glimpse of genuine terror in his eyes. You had access to my your private messages? On our shared cloud account? I get to my feet, my rage giving me courage. The one you forgot to disconnect when you were so busy planning your little corporate takeover? Something is whispered in Adam's ear by the younger attorney. His expression gets gloomy. He responds. This changes nothing. But his tone falters. The test will proceed exactly as planned. Dr. Collins cuts in. Under my supervision. With witnesses present, unless you'd prefer to explain to the board why you're colluding with Grant Technologies while serving as Harrison Industries CFO. Sam moves forward while Adam's hand fumbles with his phone. I wouldn't. My article about corporate espionage at Grant Technologies goes live in an hour. Fascinating stuff about insider trading and family betrayal. Adam responds, you're bluffing, yet his forehead is dripping with perspiration. I approach while speaking quietly. You want a war, Adam? Fine. But remember, you taught me everything about corporate finance during those late-night strategy sessions. Everything. McKenna? And I learned something else from you too. I show him his most recent communication to Evelyn, which has to do with love and the words, forever always. Keep receipts. The attorneys look at each other. His throat is cleared by the elder. Perhaps we should discuss terms. No terms, I respond, observing Adam's flawless exterior crumble. No deals. You wanted to play dirty? Let's play. But remember, you're not just fighting for money anymore. You're fighting for survival. Adam's shoulders are stiff with rage as they depart. Sam lets out a faint whistle. That was just the beginning? I finish sitting back down as my legs threaten to give out. Doctor, how long till the test results, Collins? 24 hours, he adds, closely examining me. Are you certain of this? After we begin? I'm sure. I glance at the picture of him and my father-in-law at the medical school graduation that is on his desk. He made the incorrect decisions. I'm not going to make the same error. Squeezing my shoulder, Sam asks, what comes next? I take out my personal phone and navigate to a number I never would have imagined using. We then speak with Evelyn Grant. She has to find out what sort of man she's actually interacting with. I feel small as I adjust Emma's carrier on my arm, trying to see my reflection in the polished marble of the Grant Technologies lobby, which gleams with wealth and power, all steel and glass reaching toward the sky. I'm wearing one of Adam's favorite suits, the one he bought me for board meetings, and it fits differently now, but the armor is what counts. The receptionist says, Miss Grant is in a meeting, without even looking up. Tell her McKenna Harrison is here, I add, keeping my voice calm, with her fiancé's baby. Her head shoots up, eyes widening as she takes in Emma's dark hair, which are much like Adam's, and the clicking of keys stops. After 5 minutes, I find myself seated across from Evelyn Grant in her corner office. She is younger than I thought she would be, and her engagement ring, which is 3 carats and princess cut, is perfectly polished, resembling the one in Adam's browser history. But her hands betray her, squeezing a pen until her knuckles turn white. I don't understand, she says. Adam never mentioned a wife. A baby. Emma fusses, but I handle it with practiced ease. Funny how those details slip his mind when he's planning corporate takeovers. Color fades from her face. You can't prove, she says. With screenshots visible, I move my phone across her desk. I can, in fact. When your father finds out that his ideal future son-in-law is still married, what will he say? That he's manipulating Harrison Industries stock by utilizing your relationship. She says, you're lying, but she's already reading, swiping through messages with her immaculately manicured finger. I go on, observing her expression. The DNA test is tomorrow. Adam seems pretty certain about the results, almost as if he knows something I don't. She looks up abruptly, and her eyes flicker with dread and recognition. Sam's text makes my blood run cold, and my phone buzzes. The lab was broken into yesterday night. Security footage was deleted. Evelyn murmurs, he wouldn't, more to herself than to me. Your father's company stands to gain millions if Harrison Industries falls, I declare, leaning forward. And Adam stands to gain everything, unless there's a legitimate heir. When the pen she is holding breaks, ink spills down her immaculate desk calendar, discoloring both merger dates and wedding venue appointments. Get out, she says tremblingly, before I call security. I slowly stand up, drawing Emma next to me. What's funny, do you know? 5 years ago, he purchased the same ring for me. Promised me the same thing indefinitely. Utilized the same pet names as well. I said, get out. I whisper. Check his phone. The one he keeps in his gym locker. The one that conveys genuine messages. She becomes motionless. How did you? Because I used to be you. Young, in love, and sure that he was unique. I make my way to the door, then stop. Oh, and Evelyn, pay attention to his left eyebrow when you confront him. When he lies, it quivers. On her broken face, the elevator doors close. It's done, I text Sam, my hands shaking. Begin the second phase? He responds right away. Tara's lab contact verified attempts at manipulation. The test is being moved to a secure location by Dr. Collins. My heart stops when I open another message that appears from an unknown number. Adam writes, clever girl, but you can't remember who taught you how to play chess. Check your email from Harrison Industries. The creative accounting remedies you assisted me with last year are going public, or you have an hour to leave the board. It's your turn. My stomach churns as I realize how long Adam has been plotting this. I stare at the screen, remembering late evenings spent poring over spreadsheets, following his advice, and signing agreements he swore were regular. I see my father-in-law's fortitude, my own resolve, and something else, something Adam never understood about the Harrison legacy, in Emma's face as she stirs, her little fingers capturing my finger. I call Dr. Collins. How soon will you get access to last year's original audit files? Already done, he responds. And McKenna, I discovered something intriguing in your father-in-law's personal documents. It has to do with a backup plan. I'm grinning for the first time in days. Tell me everything. The game is only getting started. With its clean whiteness and security cameras monitoring our every step, the safe lab feels like a fortress. Dr. Collins stands at the testing station, his face impassive while Adam's lawyers hover close, and Emma sleeps in her carrier, unaware of the tension that permeates the space. Dr. Collins says, all parties will remain present, and the results will be available in 30 minutes. With mascara smearing her cheeks and her flawless poise ruined, Evelyn storms in as the door flings open. You're a jerk. Adam takes a step back, his self-assured facade falling off. Evelyn, this isn't the locker at the gym. She throws her phone in his direction. It strikes the wall with a crash. You're still married despite having 3 other ladies. The lawyers look at one another in panic, and one of them grabs for his briefcase, but Sam stops him. Until we hear those results, he continues softly. Nobody leaves. I had forgotten Adam's uneasy gesture until he straightened his tie. This is absurd. Whatever you heard from McKenna. She didn't have to tell me anything, Evelyn murmurs. Your friend Marcus was quite helpful once I showed him the real numbers behind the Grant Technology merger. Adam's face loses color. You didn't. Daddy's on his way, she replies, her smile harsh and cruel. With the SEC. A message from Tara says, security footage recovered, lab break-in suspect identified. My phone vibrates. I slide the phone to Dr. Collins, who stares at Adam's younger lawyer and begins to perspire after examining the picture. Dr. Collins remarks, interesting? Very interesting indeed. I can see Adam's eyes flit between us, calculating that expression he gets when he's about to give up a piece to keep his game alive. The accounting discrepancies, he continues abruptly. All of which McKenna approved. She bears equal responsibility. With the exception of the backup plan, I interrupt, observing his expression. The one my father-in-law left with Dr. Collins prior to his passing. Adam becomes motionless. What? Adam, he was aware. Concerning the embezzlement. Concerning Grant Technologies. Including your attempts to access Emma's trust fund before she was even born, I reply steadily. He documented everything. The senior attorney clears his throat, saying, "Mr. Harrison, maybe we ought to stop talking." Adam utterly loses his cool and turns to face me, his fists clenched. "You're playing a bluff. Richard never did. Your father trusted me," whispers Dr. Collins quietly. "Not just as his doctor, but as executor of his estate, including the real will." The device emits a beep. "Test results ready?" Sam stops Adam before he can get the printout. "It's over," Sam declares. "The SEC has everything, the fake DNA test orders, the embezzlement records, even your deals with Marcus." Adam backs away from the door when he hears heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing in the hallway. "McKenna," he attempts, his tone lessening to that well-known deceptive one. "We can still make this right. For Emma's benefit." "Don't you dare use our daughter as a bargaining chip," I shout, my words blazing like venom. The door opens, and Marcus Grant comes in first, followed by 2 SEC agents, while Tara records everything with her phone. One agent says, "Adam Harrison, you are being investigated for securities fraud." The events that follow are shown in slow motion. Sam yells something about betrayal, Adam rushes toward the emergency exit, the younger lawyer blocks him, and Emma sleeps soundly through it all, oblivious to the fact that her world is turning on its axis. Dr. Collins holds out the test findings while touching my arm. "Are you curious?" I look at the paper and go back to all the times I questioned whether Adam was telling the truth or if I had failed as a mother or a wife. As I watch the SEC agents handcuff my spouse, I finally respond, "No, because the outcomes are no longer important. She is my daughter. I only need to know that." Marcus Grant walks toward his tomb. "Mrs. Harrison, your testimony is required tomorrow." I interrupted, drawing Emma next to me. "I'm taking my daughter home right now," and as we go, I hear Adam yelling my name, desperate now, realizing what he's lost, and I don't turn back. Some games aren't worth winning, and some victories come from walking away rather than seeking revenge. I have all I need in my arms tonight, but tomorrow will come attorneys, testimony, and struggles for control of Harrison Industries. Perhaps it's because half of the board resigned when the SEC probe went public, or perhaps it's because Dr. Collins is constantly looking at his watch or Sam avoids eye contact, but the Harrison Industries boardroom is colder than I remember. Spreading papers across the gleaming table, Marcus Grant declares, "The evidence is conclusive. The DNA test results were altered before they reached the lab. However, my client maintains that Mrs. Harrison was complicit in the financial irregularities." Adam's new attorney interrupts. I say, "The signatures on these documents were forged, but even I sound insincere." "I never? Can you demonstrate it?" "Because these trading records show otherwise," the attorney says, advancing further documents. "During the relevant period, there were significant transfers to your personal account. Adam requested that I cease keeping an eye on our joint account because he had it handled, and my hands shake when I recognize the account numbers." Sam rises up suddenly and says, "This is absurd. When McKenna approved these transactions, she was on maternity leave? The timestamps say otherwise." The lawyer's smirk is shark-like. "The contingency plan has been compromised," Marcus Grant begins, his words tumbling like stones, while Dr. Collins clears his throat. "Last night, someone gained access to Richard Harrison's secret files. Everything is gone." The room whirls, and I hold onto the edge of the table as the floor moves beneath me. "That isn't feasible. The security procedures," the lawyer explains, almost empathetically, "were bypassed using your credentials along with some very interesting emails about offshore accounts." My phone is buzzing, and Tara is sending me urgent updates. Speculation about the DNA test issue is growing on social media. News sites are reporting on fraud at all levels of Harrison Industries, and the business stock is plunging. I can explain, but Adam's attorney raises his hand. "Save it for the SEC hearing. In the meantime, the board has called for an emergency vote of no confidence, given the circumstances," he says, standing up and arranging his papers. "You can't," I cry, my throat clenched. "My father-in-law dedicated his life to this business. He had faith in me." I recoil when I hear Adam's voice. He stands in the doorway, spotless even with his ankle monitor for home imprisonment. "As if I trusted you not to tell Evelyn behind my back. Don't you dare." "The board needs stability," he adds calmly. "Someone with clean hands to bring it through this storm. Thankfully, I have a deal with the SEC that calls for complete cooperation in return for a lighter sentence." The falsified signatures, the corrupted data, and the meticulously crafted paper trail that leads directly to me all fit together. The understanding tastes like ash as I reply, "You're going to pin everything on me? The fraud, the cover-up, all of it?" I told Evelyn that. He twitches his left eyebrow. "McKenna, You caused this to yourself. If you had only cooperated? Did you play along? I get up so fast that my chair falls over. You stole my daughter's inheritance, right? Richard built everything, but you ruined it all. Your daughter? His grin turns ruthless. Roughly. The results of the initial DNA test were really intriguing. The audience falls silent, and as Sam approaches Adam, security personnel intervene. I murmur. You're lying. But skepticism seeps in like poison. I think about all those late hours at work, the enigmatic business trips, and how he never wanted to talk about nursery colors or baby names. Am I? He takes out his phone and displays a lab result that I had never seen before. Do you want to know how these genetic markers work? Adam's attorney interrupts Dr. Collins before he can finish speaking. In light of the situation, my client is ready to request complete custody. When evaluating a person's suitability for parenthood, the court typically disapproves of fraud and embezzlement. I hear Emma's midnight sobs and morning laughter, see her face with her small fingers and dark curls, and feel the weight of her in my arms. The only thing that has seemed genuine since this nightmare started. The board votes in an hour. Adam replies quietly. So step down immediately. Give us your shares, and we might be able to set up supervised visits. I sway and Sam takes my arm. McKenna, don't. My vision is blurring though, and I'm already reaching for the resignation letter. Sometimes surrendering isn't about giving up. Sometimes it's about buying time to fight in a different way. Sam stands guard at the door while Tara works her magic on the computer, and Dr. Collins's office feels strange at midnight, with shadows creeping across his father's medical degrees and the steady hum of backup generators masking our footsteps. Found it, she murmurs. The original backup of the server. During the purge, Adam's crew didn't notice it. When I put in the flash drive Richard Harrison gave me years ago, his insurance policy, which I never imagined I'd need, my hands trembled. How much time? Tara's fingers dart across the keyboard as she says, if your father-in-law's passwords still work, it will take 10 minutes to decrypt. Adam stands with 2 security guards on either side of him, his ankle monitor glowing accusingly in the dark as the door slams wide. I knew you'd try something desperate. He straightens his handcuffs and enters. How about breaking and entering? That will appear awful during the custody hearing. Sam shifts between us. How did you discover? Adam's eyes do not meet his smile. Dr. Collins isn't as devoted as you believed. Everybody has a cost. Like the cost of Evelyn? Or was she just another stepping stone? The words have a harsh bite. For a moment, he loses his composure. You don't understand what's at stake. Tara whispers. 7 minutes, behind me. Adam narrows his gaze. It won't matter what you're attempting to recover. Tomorrow morning, the board will cast its vote. Your resignation has already been handled. As I watch the progress meter crawl, I remark. The funny thing about resignations is that they're not valid if they were signed under duress or if the person requesting them is engaging in fraud. He chuckles, but there's a hint of doubt. You can't prove anything. 5 minutes, replies Tara. Adam gives the guards a signal. Stop it. Now. Wait. I take a step forward and play my final card. The actual DNA is the outcome. Bring them to me. We've been through this. Either show me, or I'll send the SEC whatever we discover. Each and every email, each and every transaction, each time you meet with Marcus Grant. He twitches his left eyebrow. You're bluffing. 3 minutes, declares Tara. Sam stiffens, prepared to step in as the guards approach the computer. She's yours. Everyone is frozen in place by Adam's comments. The actual test, the DNA test. It demonstrates you own her. I needed leverage, so I changed the outcomes. I just sense clarity, even though the admission should be painful. In any case, you never desired her, did you? She was merely another resource to manage. 2 minutes. At last, Adam's facade breaks. You believe this has to do with a baby? Richard promised me authority and control when he appointed me CFO, and that's what this is all about. I whisper. He promised you a legacy, not a kingdom to steal. 1 minute. Adam jumps for the computer, but Sam stops him while Tara covers the screen. Amidst the confusion, a phone that I've never seen before falls out of Adam's pocket, and I quickly find the messages. Talks with Marcus Grant, plans to steal parts from Harrison Industries, and more, emails from Dr. Collins. With a triumphant "It's done," Tara declares, everything's decrypted. Adam becomes motionless. You don't want to open that file. However, I already am. The room is filled with the voice of Richard Harrison, who made a video confession only days before he died, naming people, outlining plans, and revealing one more surprise. Finally understanding, I tell Adam, Richard changed his will before he died. The company was never yours to steal. Emma was left in charge of his interest. Impossible, Adam, trembling, adds. She wasn't even born. I show him the will's date. Adam, he was aware. Almost everything, including the fraud, the affairs, and the agreements with Grant Technologies. You've been playing the exact game he anticipated the entire time. Adam's face twists in rage as he hears police sirens blaring in the background. You believe you've triumphed? The board, the proof, and your written confession are still with me. Sam whispers. Check your phone, the real one you just dropped. With the SEC reopening their investigation, Marcus Grant making agreements to save himself, Evelyn's father withdrawing all support, and Dr. Collins sending one more message, Adam's eyes widen as the communications pour in. Richard, I fulfilled my pledge. The heritage of your granddaughter is secure. Some wins aren't about winning. They're about defending what counts most. As Adam collapses, his empire of lies crumbling around him, the cops storm in, but I'm already leaving, thinking of Emma sleeping soundly at home. There are still remnants of yesterday night's pandemonium in the Harrison Industries boardroom. Evidence markers litter the conference table where Adam's business finally fell apart, police tape crosses the entryway, and Dr. Collins offers me a leather portfolio. The private documents of Richard Harrison. When the time was right, he wanted you to have these, he says softly. Beneath years of financial documents and business plans, I discover a letter inside. The paper is old, the ink is fading, but Richard's firm handwriting is still legible. My beloved McKenna, you'll see why I choose you to guard Emma's estate by now. That legacy isn't measured in stock prices or merger deals, not because you're Adam's wife, but because you saw what he couldn't. It is ingrained in decision-making moments, in choosing to defend instead of destroy. Emma fusses about her job. I shift her blanket, see my image in the darker windows, and I appear different in some way. Stronger, perhaps, or simply more confident. Sam shows up at the door. The SEC wants to review the video testimony again, and Evelyn Grant is here. When Evelyn walks in, I anticipate fury, but all I see in her eyes is tiredness. She says, Daddy is resigning. The board approved the dissolution of the merger attempt. She twists her now ringless fingers and rambles. The scandal. I told her, I never wanted this, and for the most part, it's true. Neither did I. Something softens in Emma's face as she looks at her. He also promised me children, you know? A future in which I genuinely had faith. I know, I responded. Because I did too, once. The doctor clears his throat. The new members of the board are ready. They will require guidance about the company's future. Richard's letter, decisions, and legacies come to mind. Inform them that we are reorganizing, beginning with the charitable foundation. Funding for programs that assist single parents should be doubled. From where she sits at the computer, already working on the press release, Tara smiles. We hear a commotion outside, and through the glass walls I see Adam being escorted out by federal officials, his flawless suit creased, his confidence mask finally shattered. He looks at me and begins to talk, but I turn away because some discussions aren't worth having. There's something else, Doctor. Collins says, holding out another envelope. Precise instructions regarding Emma's trust were left by your father-in-law. Money isn't the only factor. The grant is a challenge. Projects for community investment must equal every dollar. Finally comprehending, I chuckle. He ensured that the legacy would not be taken, it must be earned. Speaking of earning, Sam adds, the investigative piece just went live. The cost of truth and corporate corruption. However, in my opinion, karma in the boardroom sounded more fitting. As Emma falls asleep, I make the decision, no more karma, and no more retaliation either. Simply move forward. Dr. Collins' eyebrow goes up. What about Adam? We face justice through proper channels. Richard's portfolio is closed by me. I'm done playing his games. Evelyn gets up to go, but stops at the door. In my opinion, Richard made a wise decision. She nods to Emma, saying, not just for the company, but for her. When she leaves, I proceed to Richard's former office, where his nameplate still hangs on the door. It will soon read Harrison Industries Trust Management, and his presence permeates every thoughtfully chosen element. I discover a final message, dated the day of his death, tucked inside his desk calendar. Remember, knowing when to fight isn't what gives you power. Knowing when to stop is the key. I take Emma and inhale that lovely baby aroma as she wakes up, wanting attention with her father's determination but mercifully without any of his calculation. Are you prepared to return home? From the doorway, Sam asks. I corrected him, gathered our belongings, and said, not home. Forward. We bring lawyers, restructuring plans, and 1,000 decisions concerning Emma's future tomorrow, as reporters outside wait with questions about scandal and redemption. But now, in this silent triumph, I realize what Richard had known all along. Sometimes the best form of retaliation isn't demolishing what others have created, but rather creating something better out of the ashes they left behind. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. I was publicly humiliated by my family at my sister's lavish wedding. Am I the asshole for peeling back the mask of their ideal family? The crystal champagne flute trembled in my hand as I watched my sister Serafina glide down the altar. The frothy mixture of silk and lace she wore for her wedding was worth more than my annual salary. As soon as I noticed my mother's icy look from the front row, I knew. It was an error of mine to be here. The disappointment to the family, the uninvited sister, who dared to attend Serafina's ideal society wedding. I took a seat further back in the large ballroom. I hoped the gorgeous flower arrangements would shield me from more scathing glances. 2 rows up, a stage whisper echoed, "Can you believe she had the nerve to come?" After what happened at the clinic, I took hold of my husband Liam's hand. It was only his silent encouragement that kept me from fleeing. Our daughter, Maya, 6, fidgeted in her Sunday best, oblivious to the tension that flickered through the air like static before a storm. The wedding march was played by the string quartet. Both are picture perfect. Julian, Serafina's fiancé, was waiting for her at the altar. As he handed her over, the same father who informed me 10 years earlier that I was dead to him grinned, his pleasure beaming across the room. When Mother stood up, the officiant had hardly finished speaking. She glanced at the crowd, her high heels clicking on the marble. "If anyone objects to this union, speak now or permanently hold your peace," she stated. Then she looked directly at me and said, "I apologize, everyone." Years of social manipulation had sharpened her voice, and it echoed loudly in the still room. "But we have an uninvited guest who needs to leave. Ilara, you were explicitly told you were not welcome at family events. This is a private ceremony." 200 faces turned in my direction. Maya pulled away from me. "Mommy, why is Grandma?" Serafina's exquisitely manicured lips curled into an angry smile. "Security, please escort my former sister out. She's trying to ruin my special day, as usual." "Former sister?" Maya's tiny voice broke. "Nonetheless, Aunt Serafina." "I'm not your aunt, dear," Serafina vehemently stated. "Your mother betrayed us all, losing her right to call herself family years ago." Adjacent to our row, 2 security personnel emerged. Liam got up and stood between them and me, saying, "We're leaving? No need for force." Mother's poisonous voice said, "How dare you bring a child into this mess, Ilara? You haven't changed at all, trying to manipulate us with an innocent girl." My cheeks got hot as we went past bewildered guests. Maya trembled in my grasp. Like poison darts, the whispers followed us. Somebody said, "Always was the troubled one. Such a shame what she did to her poor parents. That poor child, having her for a mother." I swung around and halted at the ballroom doors. Serafina stood triumphant at the altar with her mother and father at her sides like proud sentinels. With the exception of the black sheep daughter they killed, it was the perfect family scene. "Congratulations, Serafina," I said loudly over the silence. "I hope the basis of your marriage is more honest than that of your life." For a moment, her smile faltered. "Excellent. I'll tell her what I know." In the lobby, Maya broke down in tears. "Why don't they love us, Mommy?" I embraced her while observing Liam's worried gaze across her head. He was aware of what this meant. My years of cautious composure were shattered. My hand was driven by their humiliation of me in front of my daughter. I stroked her hair and said, "Some people, sweetheart, aren't capable of real love," my determination growing stronger with each sob. For 10 years, I've stayed away, swallowing their lies. 10 years of watching Serafina build her perfect life on stolen dreams and buried secrets. But seeing my daughter cry? That's the final straw. They want to talk about betrayal? Fine. Time to show them what real betrayal looks like. I have everything to prove and nothing left to lose. Go for it, my sister. Go for it. The drive home after Serafina's wedding seemed to go on forever. With tears still apparent on her cheeks, Maya had slept out in the back seat. The silence between us stretched like a rubber band on the verge of breaking, and Liam's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Finally, he muttered, "You shouldn't have gone," in a quiet voice so Maya wouldn't wake up. We discussed this. Dozens of social media alerts about the tragedy flashed as I followed the edge of my phone's screen. They made my daughter weep, Liam. Our daughter. And whose fault is that? He replied, his jaw clenched. You knew exactly what would happen. He made a left turn toward us. You wanted it to happen, perhaps because there was truth in it. The charge was more painful than I thought it would be. Pull over, Liam. Pull over right now. He pulled the car into an empty lot. Moving between faded parking lines, I fled in search of air that was not dense and devoid of unsaid words. My sweaty skin felt frigid against the twilight air. Liam left the car running for Maya and followed. Talk to me. What's really going on? I sounded brittle when I laughed. Did you see her face? The way she looked at me? You never wanted to discuss it before. Perfect Serafina told everyone why I was disowned. You know what she told everyone about? The words had a vinegar-like flavor. She told them I stole from the clinic and embezzled money allocated for patient treatment. Anyway, she's working there right next to Father. Probably. Liam was not an expert. I halted. Not right now. His expression was filled with worry as he approached nearer. Likely what? My phone buzzed, a message from an unidentified number. I understand exactly what happened 10 years ago. Meet me at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Coffee on Carson Street. Alara. Liam's hand on my shoulder made me jump. What aren't you letting me know? I sent him the SMS message. His stance grew gloomy. Could be a trap. Your family may not be my family anymore. I turned to face the car again. Someone at the clinic knows something. Someone who was there when everything fell apart. He grabbed my arm and said, And you're just going to meet this mystery person? After what happened today? Think about Maya. About us. I said. I am thinking about us. As I stepped back a little. That's why I have to do this. They embarrassed our daughter Liam. Made her doubt everything about who she is. Who I am. Thus, this is about revenge? This is about truth. Through the car window, I saw Maya sleeping peacefully in spite of everything. Serafina built her whole life on lies. The clinic, her marriage to Julian, her reputation. They were all built on top of what she had stolen from me. I recognized the indication from our 10 years of marriage when Liam ran a hand through his hair. He was listening, but he was nervous. Exactly what are you hoping for? I firmly locked his eyes and said, Nothing yet, but if someone's finally willing to talk. I need to know if you are really with me, not just standing on the sidelines while I fight this battle alone. He observed me quietly for a while before saying, You're different tonight. There's something in your eyes I haven't seen before. I moved closer and took his hands, saying, Maybe because I finally see things clearly. Remember when we first met? You mentioned I was carrying too many ghosts. You were right. But Liam, they were monsters dressed in my family's faces, and I let them haunt me for too long. They were not ghosts. We were swept by the headlights of one car as it passed. Liam's face began to reflect understanding in that little moment. He hugged me tightly. He whispered, I'm with you. Into my hair. But we do this cleverly. We do this right. No more improvised confrontations. Agreed? I breathed in his familiar aroma, gaining strength from his solid presence. Coming with me tomorrow at the coffee shop? Watch from a distance, make sure it's not a setup. He pulled back and touched my face, saying, Of course. But, Alara, promise me something. Always. We protect Maya first. Whatever we learn, whatever happens, always. Always, I said, although I was aware that sometimes defending oneself meant retaliating. Sometimes it entails destroying everything in order to use the ashes to construct something bigger. Maya shifted a little in the car, murmuring in sleep. I felt my will stiffen like titanium as I stared at her. Serafina and my parents thought they could make me look foolish again. Instead, they had provided me with just what I needed, a reason to quit running and start defending myself. My mysterious messenger appeared. I'll begin gathering the matches I need to light this whole facade tomorrow. Tomorrow. However, I would be cuddling my child tonight and reflecting on why the truth was more important than any easy lie. I discovered Ms. Chen, our family clinic's former accountant, hunched over a laptop in the corner of Carson Street Coffee, which was bustling with afternoon traffic. Liam caught my eye from his position at the counter and acknowledged in silence that he was watching. Opposite Ms. Chen, I sank onto the chair. Her fingers were a little unsteady as she closed her laptop. 10 years is a long time to stay quiet. I wasn't sure you would show up. I spoke in a neutral tone even though my heart was pounding. Where now? Uncomfortably, she looked around and distributed a USB disk. Your sister's wedding. It was all over social media. When I saw what they did to you, you ought to see something here. The drive felt very heavy in my hand. What's on it? Miss Chen softened her voice and leaned forward. Financial records from before you left. Your father actively covered up massive ones. Your father didn't just frame you for embezzlement, Alara. I got my coffee. Miss Chen stammered at Liam's presence because of his quiet manner of staying close. When he was gone, she went on. She stated, the patient passed away in 2013. Remember? How could I forget? After receiving experimental treatment, a patient with terminal cancer passed away. The inquiry exonerated the clinic. However, what about it? Serafina administered the wrong dosage. She wasn't qualified, hadn't even completed her medical training. The comments spoken by Ms. Chen were like physical blows. Your father buried it, paid off the family. He used the money he claimed you had taken. The coffee cup trembled on the saucer as I set it down. Do you have evidence? Everything's on that drive, including evidence that Serafina never finished medical school. The credentials her clinic uses are all falsified. My throat constricted. Why did you not step forward back then? Her face reddened with shame. Your father threatened my family. My daughter was sick. I needed the insurance. But she's grown now, and I noticed what happened at the wedding. The way they're still hurting you. My phone was buzzing from Serafina. Having coffee with anyone intriguing? I glare and catch a glimpse of Julian's automobile through the window as it drives off. They were watching me. With a hint of terror in her voice, Mrs. Chen knew this. I wouldn't have. I stood up, held out an arm, and said, it's okay. Let my husband drive you home. Liam arrived immediately and walked Mrs. Chen out after reading the situation. Just catching up with old friends. Married life, how is it? Is what I said to Serafina. She answered right away. Keep your distance from Mrs. Chen, there should be some stories buried. I snatched up the USB device and began thinking quickly. However, it was father who sent the following message. Your place of employment, 1 hour, come alone, Mrs. Chen loses everything. Something had altered, but it was obviously dangerous. The trembling in my hands was sudden anticipation instead of fear. I was stopped at the clinic by father's secretary, but I pushed by her and went into his office, where Serafina and he waited. Serafina said, that was quick, but her usual haughtiness disappeared. I approached father across his desk and said, enough games. You want to threaten Mrs. Chen? Go ahead. First, explain something. How many other patients did Serafina kill? He lost the color in his face. Serafina took a step. You're talking about something else entirely. I took note of their answers. 2013. Terminal cancer patient. Wrong dosage. Ring any bells? You've obviously lost your mind, remarked father. However, I interrupted him. Funny thing about buried secrets, someone always keeps receipts. I grabbed my phone and listened to the recording of Mrs. Chen. Wonder what the medical board would find. For my phone, Serafina pressed forward. Her front fell apart as I sidestepped with ease. You are bluffing. Try me. I turned to face father. You destroyed my life to protect her. Framed me for theft. Erased me from the family. All to cover her mistakes. He spoke in a cold tone. That which was required. Serafina had promise. You were always difficult, complicated. I laughed, and the sound was so harsh that they both flinched. I was the only one speaking the truth. Now I have evidence. What do you want? Asked Serafina. I walked over to the door and put my hand on the handle before hesitating. I smiled this time as I saw decades of pain solidify into meaning. Want? I want you both to know what's coming. Every lie, every cover-up, every patient you've put at risk, it all comes out. This time, I'm not the one that vanishes. I ignored their objections as they followed me out. I had enough facts in my pocket thanks to the USB drive to destroy their perfect world. Allow them to attempt to stop me. The young child I was? No longer scared. They should have been terrified of me. Financial documents, fictitious credentials, and patient records were among the contents that splattered onto my laptop screen from the USB stick. With every item, the evidence against my family grew stronger. As I answered an email thread from mother and father, my hands trembled. I turned the television to reveal Liam pacing our home office. You need to see this, I murmured. His jaw locked, he leaned forward to glance over the files. To my own ears, my voice sounded distant. They knew about the other patients. 3 more deaths, all covered up, all credited to natural causes or equipment faults. The doorbell rang. Through the window, I saw Julian's expensive car arrive into our driveway. I took Liam's arm as he approached the entrance. Let me take care of this. The confident man from Serafina's marriage was nothing like Julian. His eyes were darkened by deep wrinkles, and his tie was untied. "We must chat, Alara." With a deliberate lack of offer, I led him to the kitchen. His wedding band was a toy. His eyes swept across my laptop. "Serafina told me what you had," he continued. "Whatever they're presenting to you, who's delivering what?" He ran a hand through his hair and replied, "The medical board investigators. They asked about disparities in Serafina's credentials yesterday." My heart raced, but my eyes remained unfocused. "I haven't contacted any investigators," he said. "Don't lie to me," in a voice that broke. He mumbled, "I know what she did. What they all did. I've been reviewing the clinic's records since the wedding and I can't. I have evidence too. Things even you don't know about. But if this gets out, it won't just destroy Serafina and your parents. Other good people are involved, just following orders." My phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. "An anonymous complaint regarding probable maltreatment in your house just arrived at your daughter's school. CPS has been notified." Panic rose and the room swayed slightly. Julian saw how I responded. He whispered, "They're desperate. They will do anything to maintain this silence." Like pieces of ice, the words came out of me. "They're threatening my daughter." Julian replied as he leaned forward. "Let me help you. I can get you money, enough to disappear, start fresh somewhere else. Just hand over the evidence." There was Liam in the doorway. His manner stayed the same. Julian remarked, "I guess you should leave," as he stood up. "You don't understand. They'll fabricate evidence against you, Alara. Mark already called in favors with local authorities. They'll take Maya." "Get out," I said in the same tone. "Tell my sister and parents they just made their biggest mistake." After Julian went, I shook, but Liam held me, feeling determined instead of scared. He said, "We have to move quickly." "Should they be involving Maya?" "No." I turned aside as my ideas began to solidify into a new plan. "We're running. Call your sister at the newspaper. It's time everyone knew exactly who the Millers really are." My fingers raced across the screen, arriving at encrypted files that I had spent weeks gathering. "Alara, they killed Mrs. Chen? They'll destroy us if we run," Liam replied. "But they neglected something vital about cornered animals." "What's that?" I turned the screen in his direction and showed him the audio recordings, surveillance photos, and backup data from the parallel study I had been conducting with Mrs. Chen. Those fight hardest when they have nothing left to lose. I started sending emails to all of the major national news outlets. "Mother wants to play games with her granddaughter's safety? Fine, let's see how she likes it when the whole world knows exactly what kind of monster she really is." According to Liam, this could backfire spectacularly. "Probably," I said as I sent the emails and saw them disappear into the internet. "But I'm done playing according to their rules." The first national news alert appeared on my phone a few minutes later. The dispute was recognized, and this time, my goal was to completely destroy them rather than just disclose the facts. The police arrived at 3 in the morning. I started from the window of our bedroom as they took Liam away in handcuffs, their accusations of embezzlement, conspiracy, and fraud echoing through the quiet street. All made up, all carefully planned to ruin him. Thankfully, Maya slept through it. I watched her quiet breathing from her doorway, knowing that I was the cause of this. Later, a call from father's number buzzed through my phone. His voice carried decades of trained dominance as he asked, "Are you satisfied? This is just the beginning, Alara. Walk away now or tomorrow it's her school calling with concerns about her home life." Quietly, I ended the call. I packed Maya's favorite stuffed animal, clothes, and her favorite photo album in her overnight bag. I had trembling hands. Liam's sister Claire arrived precisely 1 hour later, looking scared and bewildered. "It's just for a few days. Like a holiday with Aunt Claire," I said to Maya as she woke up. "But what about Daddy? What about you?" I hugged her and breathed in her comforting aroma. "We'll fix everything, I promise." After they left, the house appeared to be a tomb. I poured myself a glass, but before I could take a swallow, the front door was pounded. Serafina stood on my doorstep, her face smudged with mascara. "They are going to kill you." "What?" She pushed by me while hastily examining doors and windows. "I overheard them speaking. Father hired someone. They're making it look like a break-in gone bad." "Why are you showing me this?" "Because Mrs. Chen was my friend too," her voice cracked. "And I cannot have another death on my conscience." For the first time in years, I genuinely looked at my sister. The perfect facade had fallen apart, revealing a person who was equally damaged as I was. "Additionally, Julian left me," she added. She took hold of my arm. The medical board revoked my license. Everything's falling apart, and they're just worried about protecting themselves like they always have. They're just worried about it. You have to run. Right now. Take what you can. The windows were brushed by headlights. Serafina stopped. They're here, I told her to get out the back, as I was already making my way to my laptop. 2 minutes is all I need. Alara, go. I instantly uploaded everything to several secure servers. The front door shattered beneath the weight of powerful boots as she vanished. 2 males came in with their faces turned away. Expert. Clinical. I knew the expression, the same cold efficiency father always praised in his business dealings. This can be easy or difficult, Mrs. Collins, the taller guy replied kindly. As they came closer, I looked aside and bought seconds. My father sends his greetings. The Millers send their sympathies over your terrible accident. A clicking sound caused them to turn. Serafina held her phone while she stood there. She declared, I live stream everything? The men looked at each other. At that moment, I sprang toward the front door, but the shorter one grabbed me. My face erupted in pain as he hit me. I observed Serafina walk toward the man through blurry vision. Run, she cried out loud. I staggered onto the street with blood in my mouth. My ears are ringing. Behind me, glass broke. I couldn't tell if it belonged to her or to me. She let out another scream. The lights flashed on in the dwellings of the neighbors. An automobile engine roared to life somewhere. Professional to the last, the men left my residence and made their way gently to their car. Serafina was asleep in the kitchen, her phone crushed close by. But she was breathing, and when sirens screamed in the distance, she started to stir. With a whisper. Did you get it? She said. The evidence? Yes. As she sat up, I pointed out the bruises that were already starting to form. I questioned. Why did you come back? She caressed her injured lip lightly and said. Because I remember. Before they turned us against each other, I remember when you were my big sister. And I missed that person. The sirens approached. Soon there would be questions, remarks, and more lies from parents. Liam remained in prison. Maya had left. Everything I had constructed was in ruins all around me. However, what older sister Serafina said struck a chord with me. I felt something, not forgiveness yet, not at all. Nevertheless, it touched something deep to know that we had both been manipulated by our parents and turned against one another for their own purposes. I said, we have to end this. As my kitchen walls were illuminated with red and blue lights. Not just expose them, destroy them. Totally. As Serafina gazed at me, I saw my sister instead of my enemy for the first time in decades. I took hold of her hand and we both felt the weight of our own wounds and our shared tragedies. We were like that, bloodied but unbowed, when the police showed in the following day. Finally, together against the real demons in our story. Assume our parents would prevail. Their darkest horror was going to turn into their ideal family fantasy. The Miller Family Clinic's annual charity banquet served as our battleground. Serafina and I watched our parents work the room separately, acting as though nothing was wrong and that they hadn't attempted to have me killed the previous week. Mrs. Collins, one of the board members, touched my arm. Surprised to see you here, given the circumstances. Using Mother's perfect social mask, I smiled. I wouldn't miss it. Father reached for the podium across the room. Welcome everyone. Tonight, we honor 30 years of serving our community. Serafina indicated that everything was prepared from near the AV stand. I reached for my phone. Liam's attorney had confirmed that Father's accounts offered concrete evidence of financial malfeasance and that the charges against him had been dropped. I'd like to share a video highlighting our clinic's achievements, Father added. Instead of the planned presentation, security footage took the stage as the lighting grew darker. Father, counting money at his job. Mother, threatening to alter patient records with Mrs. Chen. Each clip was completely damning, dated, and recorded. Shock rippled through the room as the audience gasped. Even though Father fumbled with the microphone, his voice was overpowered by the sound of him giving the command to beat me. Mother screamed, "Turn it off!" But Serafina held the door of the AV booth closed. I moved forward, my words echoing over the stunned silence. 30 years of fraud, corruption, and murder. Is this what we're celebrating? Security, shouted Father, but the hired officers remained still. They were working for me tonight. I took a step toward the podium. Just like the private investigators watching you, the forensic accountants tracking your bribes, and the lawyers building cases for every family you've destroyed. Mother's cool head broke as she lunged at me. You unappreciative. Serafina replied. Careful, Mother, as she appeared from the throng. The press is recording this right now. As invited anonymous reporters recorded every remark and every scene, cameras did indeed flash. Father's face twisted in rage as he asked, You planned this together? My own daughters? Your daughters, I said, my laughter piercing like shattered glass. Everything I did was to protect this family, he growled. You tried to kill me. Last week, you framed my husband, you threatened my child. With brutally digging fingers, he seized my arm. Let her go, said Serafina in a firm, steely voice. Or I tell them about Jason. Dad froze. The mother said, What? The patient from 2011? Serafina replied, purposefully staring at him. Except it wasn't the equipment, was it? It was you, trying to cover up a mistake that would have cost you everything. You blamed equipment failure. You knew? Mother said in a shaky voice. Serafina answered. I found the actual records. With a little tremble in her voice. You never protected me because you loved me. You did it because you needed someone under your control. The ones you kept to blackmail the manufacturer realized that too. This time, actual policemen entered the ballroom. Father shoved me away as he saw them and ran for the door. Julian, my surprise ally, tripped him before he had taken 3 steps. The chamber reverberated with the sound of shackles snapping into place as Father lay splayed on the marble floor. As Mother fought her own arrest, shouting a long list of denials and obscenities, the investigator started. Mark Miller, you are under arrest. He then read him his rights. You're charged with conspiracy to commit murder, fraud. I wasn't listening though. I saw as their masks were irreparably broken and their utopia crumbled. My arm slid across Serafina's. You're free now, she remarked quietly. I continued to yell against unappreciative kids as I watched Mother being hauled away. However, I had a strange weight lift, a future emerging in which I was no longer under their control. My wife left for a month with the hot new neighbor. I filed for divorce. She tried to fix it, but I'm not a backup. I guess I'm writing this to get it out of my system. My name is Mike, I'm 31 and until lately, I felt I had my life under control. I've always been a simple guy, no big dreams, no crazy drama. I had a regular career as a software developer, a decent house in a quiet neighborhood, and, until recently, I believed I had a strong marriage with a woman I truly loved. Laura and I met almost 8 years ago. Looking back, it seems like a lifetime ago. I was 23, fresh out of college, working my first job, and frankly, naive about life. She was 22, working as an assistant at a marketing agency while trying to figure out her own career path. For the record, she never did and eventually became a stay-at-home wife. We met at a mutual friend's barbecue, one of those casual backyard gatherings when everyone is using cheap paper plates and someone is always burning the burgers. She approached me and made a snarky jest about how I appeared to be planning my escape. I can't recall my response, but she laughed, and we ended up talking for the rest of the evening. From then, everything went quickly. We started dating, and it felt like she gave some excitement to my otherwise mundane and routine life. Laura was adventurous and spontaneous, always planning last-minute road trips or bringing me to a new restaurant she had heard about. Meanwhile, I remained the grounded one. I'd be the one to figure out the budget, check the weather, and double-check the gas tank before we hit the road. It seems to work. We balance each other out. She brought excitement into my life, and I offered her the steadiness she stated she lacked in previous relationships. After 3 years of dating, we decided to get married. The wedding was intimate, with only relatives and close friends. We didn't come from wealthy households, so there was no grand ballroom or extravagant catering, but that didn't matter. After the wedding, we began to establish a life together. We purchased a little 2-bedroom house in a quiet suburb, not the fanciest location, but it had potential. For the most part, things seemed stable. When I got home from work, Laura was generally in the kitchen or on the couch, browsing through her phone. She would tell me stories from her day. She worked in marketing at the time, so there was always some drama with clients or coworkers, and I listened. This was our dynamic. She was the storyteller, and I was the listener. We did not have children, but it was a joint decision. Laura wasn't in a rush, and neither was I. We both preferred to wait until we were more financially stable and prepared for the next major step. We seemed to agree on the majority of issues. Looking back, I wonder if I became too comfortable. It's easy to get into a pattern, especially when life feels stable. I would get up, go to work, return home, and repeat. Of course, we had date nights, which usually consisted of supper at one of our favorite restaurants or a movie. But I believe I stopped noticing the small details, like how Laura seemed to thrive on attention. It wasn't too horrible, at least not at first. She's the type of person that can brighten a room, and people instinctively draw towards her. I guess I began to take her vitality and warmth for granted, expecting they were a continuous part of our lives together. At the moment, I wasn't concerned. I assumed we were solid. Sure, we had disagreements now and then, what marriage doesn't? Most of the time, it was about little matters, such as me forgetting to take out the garbage or her leaving her shoes scattered throughout the home. Nothing significant. But there's this issue about relationships. They can appear fine on the outside while cracks occur quietly underneath. If you don't pay attention, those cracks might expand and cause the entire foundation to crumble. I didn't see it coming, at least not then. I thought we were constructing something robust and long-lasting. But sometimes life has a way of proving you incorrect. Jake, a new character, entered our lives. Jake moved in next door when his former neighbors, an elderly couple, downsized and relocated to Florida. He was roughly 28 years old at the time, making him younger than the majority of the residents in the neighborhood. He was a personal trainer, fit, confident, and admittedly a little too attractive for his own good. He had the type of body that made people look twice, as if he had just stepped out of an action film. Jake was easy to notice from the moment he moved in. Not just because of his appearance, but because he was always outside doing something, washing his car, mowing the lawn, erecting a pull-up bar in his yard. There was always a reason for him to go shirtless. He quickly became the buzz of the neighborhood. Laura spotted him right away. How could she not? We first met Jake when he came over to introduce himself while we were in the yard one Saturday morning. He was pleasant, the type of person who could charm anyone. Laura started up a discussion with him almost immediately, asking where he was from, what he did for a living, and how he liked the neighborhood. I recall standing there, smiling and nodding, barely able to say anything while the two of them chatted like old friends. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Laura was outgoing, she spoke to everyone. She'd be just as chatty with the mailman or the guy at the hardware store. It never seemed to me that there was anything unusual about her interest in Jake. But, looking back, I can see the subtle alterations that occurred after that. It started with casual talks. Laura always found a cause to join Jake outside. At first, it was small tasks like getting the mail, watering the plants, and putting out the trash. However, these brief jobs invariably led to 10 or 15-minute conversations with Jake. I once arrived home from work and discovered them conversing in the driveway. Laura was holding a basket of laundry that she had been carrying to the garage, and Jake was lounging casually against his car, laughing at something she said. When I stepped up, they both turned to me, and Laura pretended it was no big deal. Jake was just telling me about his new gym equipment, she explained casually. It did not stop there. A few weeks later, Laura decided to bake cookies, which she hadn't done in months. I didn't think much of it until I noticed her heading across the yard, a dish of cookies in hand. Just being neighborly, she remarked when I asked her about it. I shrugged it off. Laura's behavior in this regard was not unique. She had previously brought brownies to other neighbors. But then there was the time she purchased a new set of training clothes. Bright, fitted leggings and a matching top, which was not something she would ordinarily wear. When I asked her about it, she said she was thinking about starting to jog again. You know, to get back into shape, she explained. I did not question it. Laura had previously gone through fitness phases in which she would become thrilled about working out for a month or two before losing interest. But this time, her timing was ideal. Jake jogged virtually every morning. I'd see him out there, headphones in, doing laps around the street. Laura determined her new jogging program would begin at the same time Jake was out there. I noticed them speaking on the sidewalk one morning as I was going for work. Laura was stretching, and Jake was showing her a way to avoid shin splints. I didn't say anything, just a short wave and drove away. But something in the scene stuck with me. Around this time, I saw Laura's phone habits change as well. She'd always been on her phone, reading around social media and contacting her buddies. But now she appeared wary. When I stepped into the room, she would swiftly lock her screen or flip her phone over, as if she didn't want me to see anything. One night, I observed her scrolling through Instagram, and when I looked over, I saw Jake's name at the top. She hastily swiped past it, but I saw enough to know she was looking at his profile. When I asked her about it, she brushed it aside. I was just checking out his fitness posts, she told me. He has some good workout advice. I wanted to believe her, so I let it go. But the small things kept stacking up. Another day, I was working in the garage and heard laughter coming from the backyard. I stepped outside to see Laura and Jake standing near the fence, laughing about something. Laura was holding an iced tea, and Jake was waving animatedly while telling a story. Laura waved at me as if nothing unusual had occurred. Jake was just telling me about this funny thing that happened at his gym, she explained later when I questioned about it. It was beginning to feel uncomfortable. I don't want to sound paranoid, but you can know when something is wrong. Laura's conversation about Jake had a new energy to it. She'd casually mention things he'd said or done, such as Jake's thinking about getting a dog, or Jake recommended this great protein shake. It wasn't what she was saying, but how she said it. Then there were the glances. You know what I mean. When we went outside and Jake was nearby, I noticed Laura take small glances in his direction. It was subtle, but once you notice it, you can't ignore it. At this moment I had yet to say anything. Part of me refused to think there was anything to worry about. Laura was someone I trusted. We had been together for years, and I thought we had a good relationship. But another part of me, the one that couldn't ignore the pattern, began to question. I chose to be quiet for now, but I began to pay closer attention. If something was happening, I had to witness it for myself. It was a Saturday morning, and I remember it vividly because it began off so typical. I got up early, as I always do, made myself a cup of coffee, and sat at the kitchen table, browsing through the news on my phone. Laura was still in bed, which was not surprising. She enjoyed her slow mornings, particularly on weekends. The house was silent, with only the humming of the coffee machine in the background, and for a brief minute I felt peaceful. Funny how that works. You think everything is fine because you have no idea what's going to happen. Laura entered the kitchen around an hour later. She was in her pajamas, her hair all tangled from sleeping, holding her phone in one hand and massaging her eyes with the other. She sat across from me at the table, and I could tell something was up right away. She exuded nervous energy, drumming her fingers on the table and gazing at her phone as if she were avoiding eye contact. "Are you okay?" I inquired, setting down my phone. She nodded hastily before shaking her head. "Actually, no," she responded with a big sigh. "We need to talk." Anyone who has been in a relationship understands that those 4 words rarely mean anything good. My stomach nodded, but I tried to keep it cool. "All right," I murmured, reclining in my chair. "What's going on?" Laura paused, her gaze flitting around the room as if she was looking for the proper words. Finally, she looked at me and said, "I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. I think I have feelings for Jake." For a moment, I believed I had misheard her. "What?" I asked, leaning forward as if being closer would make the words more clear. She bit her lip, appearing really uncomfortable. "I didn't mean for it to happen," she said hurriedly, as if she wanted to avoid the response. "It just happened. I've been spending time with Jake, and I feel this connection, and now I'm confused." Confused. That word struck me more than anything else. She did not just express her guilt or admit that she had made a mistake. She expressed her confusion, as if she was trying to solve a puzzle. I stared at her, trying to understand what she was saying. My thoughts raced. Did she mention she wanted to leave? Is she asking for a divorce? Was she trying to confess and move on? I couldn't tell, and that made things worse. "So, what does this mean?" I inquired finally. "Are you saying you're done with us?" Laura shook her head rapidly. "No, not necessarily," she replied. I don't know what I want right now. I love you, Mike. I do, but I can't stop thinking about him, and I need to figure out what these feelings mean." I felt as if the floor had been torn out from beneath me. We'd been together for years, had established a life together, and now she said she wasn't sure she wanted to be with me anymore. It was surreal. I took a deep breath and tried to hold my voice steady. "So, what are you saying? You want to take a break?" She hesitated and then nodded. "Kind of," she responded. "I need time to figure things out. I was thinking maybe I could take a month to spend some time with Jake and see if there's something real there. If it doesn't work out, then we can focus on ourselves." I blinked, astounded by her audacity. "You're serious?" I asked, without even framing it as a question. Laura nodded, her gaze begging. "I know it sounds crazy, but I don't want to throw away what we have without being sure. I don't want to live with regrets, you know?" Regrets. The phrase lingered in my head like a splinter. She was talking about regrets as if she was the one putting everything on the line, as if my feelings were secondary to her life-changing decisions. I sat there, staring at her, a combination of rage and incredulity boiling beneath the surface. Part of me wanted to yell at her for being so selfish. But another part of me, perhaps the calmer, more calculated side, chose to remain silent and let her dig her own hole. "All right," I murmured, reclining back in my chair. Laura blinked, apparently taken off guard. "Wait, really?" "Sure," I replied, shrugging as if it were no great issue. "If you think that's what you need, go ahead." Her look flickered, as if she didn't know whether I was being real or mocking. "I just think it's the best way to figure out where my heart is," she admitted cautiously. "Sure," I replied. "Do what you need to do." Inside, I was already finished. When she mentioned she wanted to spend a month with another man, my brain flicked a switch. But I didn't want to show my cards yet. If she was willing to abandon our marriage for a dream with a neighbor, I was curious to see how far she would go. Laura let out a relieved sigh, as if she had just been given permission to accomplish something heroic. "Thank you," she replied, reaching across the table to touch my hand. "I know this is a lot to ask, but I really believe it's the right thing for us." I stood up and grabbed my coffee mug, pulling my hand away. "Sure," I repeated, my voice flat. "If that's what you need." She said nothing after that, simply sat there, most likely contemplating the fact that I wasn't arguing or fighting. But within, I was already planning. Laura spent the following few days packing a modest bag. She informed me she'd be staying with Jake, and she made it sound casual, as if it was simply a temporary arrangement. She didn't appear to realize that I wasn't asking inquiries or expressing any resistance. When Laura went, the house felt different. Not empty, but quieter, as if someone had turned down the volume on my life. I stood in the living room after she left, her duffel bag slung over her shoulder, and stared at the door. I expected to feel angry or heartbroken, but all I felt was a peculiar peace, as if the weight of pretending everything was fine had finally been lifted. I strolled into the kitchen, poured myself a drink of water, and stood there, trying to figure out what had just happened. My wife, whom I had been with for years and expected to spend my life with, had departed to figure things out with the guy next door. If it hadn't been my life, I would have assumed it was some insane TV drama. The first several days felt odd. I started noticing the little things she'd left behind. Her favorite cup on the kitchen counter, a pair of shoes near the entrance, and a blanket thrown over the back of the couch. I considered relocating them, but ultimately chose to leave them where they were, not because I missed her, but because I didn't want to waste energy. I poured myself into work, taking on extra assignments to fill my schedule. I stayed late at work not because I had to, but because I didn't want to return home to an empty house. When I wasn't working, I went to the gym frequently. I had never been a regular gym goer before, but there was something fulfilling about pushing myself physically, as if I could sweat out all of my stress. Friends began to realize that something was amiss. A few of them inquired as to why Laura was not present, and I responded vaguely. "She's staying with a friend for a while," I explained, attempting to sound casual. I wasn't ready to dive into the real tale yet. My father was the only one I spoke the truth to. I contacted him a few days after Laura left, and the first thing he asked was, "What's wrong?" He's always been able to read me, even over the phone. When I informed him what had happened, there was a prolonged delay on the other end of the call. Then he added, "Well, son, I hate to say it, but it sounds like you're better off without her." At first, I wasn't sure what to reply. I anticipated him to be more furious or ask more questions. But then he said something that remained with me. "If she doesn't know your worth, why should you wait around for her to figure it out?" He was correct. I'd spent so much time trying to understand Laura's decision and find out where I went wrong that I hadn't considered what I deserved. I wasn't just a backup plan in case her affair with Jake didn't work out. That night, I sat in the darkened living room, staring at the wedding photo on the mantel. We seemed so pleased in that image, so certain in our future. But now it simply felt like a reminder of all that had gone wrong. By the end of the week, I had made my decision. I was not going to sit around and wait for Laura to make her big decision. I was planning to make my own. The next day, I called a divorce attorney. Sitting in that lawyer's office felt weird. I detailed the scenario, attempting to maintain a steady voice, even though a part of me still couldn't believe it was true. The lawyer listened intently, nodding as I spoke, and when I finished, he replied, "You are well within your rights to file for divorce. This type of situation falls under irreconcilable differences." Hearing those words made things click in my head. Irreconcilable differences. This is what we would become. Laura and I weren't on the same page anymore, and perhaps we never had been. The lawyer guided me through the process, outlining what I needed to do and what I could expect. By the time I left his office, I had a strange sense of satisfaction, as if I had finally taken charge of my life. Back home, I began taking little efforts to prepare for the inevitable. I transferred some money to a second account in case things became ugly later. I walked through the house and began mentally partitioning what was mine and what was hers. I didn't touch her belongings yet. I figured I'd wait until things were official, but in my head, I was already planning how the house would look without her. The days stretched into weeks, and I grew accustomed to the stillness. It wasn't as horrible as I expected. In fact, It felt really tranquil. I didn't have to deal with Laura's continual chatter or the minor disagreements over trivial matters like whose turn it was to do the dishes. Meanwhile, I started hearing stuff through the grapevine. A neighbor reported seeing Laura and Jake at the park, looking cozy. Another person claimed to have seen them at a cafe downtown. I nodded and smiled, as if nothing bothered me, but inside I was filled with rage and pity. Anger because she had thrown away everything we owned for a fling with a boy who was unlikely to stick around. Pity, because I knew it wouldn't go well for her. Jake did not strike me as the sort to settle down, and Laura was about to find out the hard way. By the third week, I had stopped checking my phone for Laura's texts. I assumed if she wanted to communicate, she'd reach out, but I wasn't holding my breath. I was finished waiting for her. One night, while cleaning out the garage, I came upon a box of old photos from when Laura and I first met. For a brief period, I felt a stab of sadness as I remembered how happy we had been back then. But then I remembered all the subtle red signs I'd disregarded over the years, all the times I'd prioritized her demands over mine without even recognizing it. I closed and moved the box away. I didn't need those memories. Laura decided to make her spectacular reappearance almost exactly a month ago today. I had not heard anything from her during her brief trial with Jake. The few texts she sent were vague at best. "Hope you're doing okay," or "we'll chat when I get back." She didn't even try to keep me updated or pretend she was torn about her decision. It was as if she had already dismissed me as Plan B. By this point, I had ceased caring. I wasn't waiting by the door for her to come to her senses. I wasn't pacing the house, wondering what she and Jake were doing. I had filed for divorce, and my lawyer had already begun drafting the paperwork. As far as I was concerned, the marriage was ended. But I didn't tell her that just yet. When she went through the door, nothing seemed to have changed, at least for her. She had her bag draped over her shoulder, her hair nicely done, and a confident expression on her face, as if she'd just returned from a trip and was expecting me to roll out the red carpet. "Hey," she said, placing her luggage by the door. "I'm back." I was sitting on the couch, scrolling between channels and scarcely looking up. "Welcome back," I murmured, my tone remaining neutral. She paused, as if she was anticipating more of a response. When I didn't jump up or inquire how it went, she walked over and perched on the couch's arm. "We should talk," she stated quietly and carefully. I turned to face her and muted the TV. "All right," I replied, crossing my arms. "Talk." Laura smiled, the kind of smile she used when she was trying to make things better. "I've done a lot of thinking," she told me. "And I've realized some things. About myself. About us. About what I want." I simply nodded, waiting for her to continue. She took a big breath, as if she were ready to give an impassioned statement. "I care about you, Mike. I really do. And I think we can work through this. I think we can rebuild what we have." Rebuild. She stated it as if it were as simple as repairing a leaking faucet. I didn't say anything, simply looked at her, allowing her to fill the silence. She was perplexed by my silence, but she persisted. "Jake's a great guy," she remarked, and I had to bite my tongue to stop giggling at how casually she mentioned him. "But I realized he's not what I need. He's fun, sure, but he's immature. He doesn't have the stability that you have, and I think I was just caught up in the excitement of it all." There it was. Her big revelation. She tried out the shiny new toy and decided she liked the old one more. "Uh-huh," I replied, my voice cool. Laura blinked, as if she expected a more intense reply. "I know I've hurt you," she murmured, reaching out and touching my arm. "But I really believe we can get past this. We've been through so much together, Mike. We have history. That's not something you just throw away." I let her continue. I let her unload all of her perfectly practiced phrases about love, forgiveness, and beginning over. When she finished talking, I rose up and walked over to the kitchen counter. I unlocked a drawer, pulled out the divorce papers my lawyer had sent over, and placed them on the table in front of her. "What's this?" she inquired, her smile fading. "Divorce papers," I explained simply. Her face turned pallid. "You're kidding," she exclaimed, releasing a frightened laugh. "Nope," I replied, leaning against the counter, arms folded. "I'm not kidding." For a time, she stared at the papers, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Then she glanced up at me with big eyes. "You're divorcing me?" "Yeah," I said, my voice steady. "I'm not interested in being your second choice, Laura." Her face went from shock to angry in an instant. "Second choice?" she demanded. "That's not what this is." I was confused, Mike. I needed time to figure things out. "And in the process, you decided to test the waters with another man," I added calmly. "You left." You walked out on our marriage. And now you're back because it didn't work out with him. Do you honestly think I'm just going to take you back like nothing happened? Laura opened her mouth to argue before closing it again, her face growing red. It's not like that, she responded, her voice quivering. I was trying to do the right thing. I didn't want to stay and resent you. I thought. She trailed off, her gaze darting across the room. You thought you could have it both ways, I said for her. She stood up and crossed her arms. You're making a mistake, Mike. We can fix this. I know we can. No, I replied firmly. We can't. You made your choice, and now I'm making mine. She appeared to be about to cry, but I didn't let that affect me. I had already made up my mind. The remainder of the conversation was a haze. She tried to argue and guilt me into altering my mind. She discussed our history, our home, and even the possibility of starting a family someday. But nothing worked. Finally, she stormed out of the house. I stood there for a time, staring at the empty area where she had been, without feeling anything. No sadness, no regret, no second thoughts, only relief. Later that night, I called my lawyer to inform him that Laura had seen the paperwork. He said, "How'd she take it?" "Not great," I remarked, smirking. "Do you want to give her time to process, or should we move forward?" "Move forward," I instructed without hesitation. It wasn't easy standing up to Laura, but it was ultimately the correct thing to do. She viewed me as a backup plan in case her fling didn't work out. And if she believed I'd take it, she obviously didn't know me as well as she imagined. I knew she would not give up easily. Laura was not the sort to simply walk away from a confrontation, especially one in which she thought she was losing. I'd hardly sat down when my phone buzzed with a text from her. "This isn't over." I gazed at the message for a second before locking my phone and throwing it on the couch. She was correct, it was not over. Not yet. But it would happen soon enough. The following several days were eventful, to say the least. Laura arrived unannounced the next evening, beating on the door as if she were attempting to break it down. "Mike, open the door," she exclaimed. I opened it, keeping a bland attitude. "What do you want, Laura?" She rushed by me and stormed into the living room, as if she still lived there. "We need to talk," she stated, pacing back and forth. "You can't just file for divorce without giving me a chance to fix things." I leaned against the doorframe and crossed my arms. "You had your chance," I replied quietly. "You made your decision when you left." "That's not fair," she responded, her voice rising. "I didn't leave to end our marriage, I left to figure things out, to make sure I wasn't making a mistake by staying." I could not help but laugh dryly. "And in doing that, you proved you didn't value what we had. You don't test a marriage by running off to someone else, Laura. That's not how it works." She paused pacing and turned to face me, her eyes blazing with frustration. "I was confused," she remarked, her voice shaking. "I didn't know what I wanted, but I know now. I want us, Mike. I want to fix this." "Too late," I replied, my tone strong. "You don't get to come back now just because things didn't work out with Jake." Her face contorted in rage, and she aimed a finger at me. "You're being petty," she said. "You're throwing away everything we built over one mistake." I shook my head, maintaining my composure. "It wasn't just one mistake, Laura. It was a series of choices. You chose to flirt with Jake. You chose to prioritize your feelings for him over our marriage. And then you chose to leave. Those weren't accidents, they were decisions." She opened her lips to argue, but then stopped, her shoulders sagging. For the first time, she appeared defeated. "What am I supposed to do now?" she inquired quietly. I sighed, feeling pity for her, despite everything she had done. "That's not my problem anymore," I explained. "You made your choices. Now you have to live with them." She waited for another minute, looking as if she wanted to say anything else, but then she walked out without saying anything. Following that, the divorce proceedings went fast. Laura attempted to drag things out at first, perhaps expecting I would change my mind. She even tried to play the victim in front of our mutual acquaintances, accusing me of being cold and cruel. My father, on the other hand, was completely on my side. When I told him about the scenario, he let out a low whistle. "She's got some nerve," he commented. "But I'm proud of you, son. Standing your ground isn't easy, but it's the right thing to do." Laura's stalling tactics proved ineffective. My lawyer was sharp, and the proof of her leaving for Jake made things quite clear. She attempted to plead for spousal support, stating she had given up her profession for the marriage, but the judge did not buy it. Finally, we reached a reasonable deal. She received a modest sum of money and some of the furniture she'd chosen, but I kept the house and the most of my savings. It was not ideal, but it was better than I had anticipated. The final hearing was bittersweet. Sitting in that courtroom, signing the documents that would officially end our marriage, felt strange. I glanced across at Laura a few times. She appeared exhausted, as if she hadn't slept in days. Her lawyer handed her a pen, and for a brief minute, I assumed she was not going to sign. But eventually, she scribbled her name at the bottom of the sheet, completing the transaction. Following the hearing, she approached me in the hallway. "Mike," she spoke softly, just above a whisper. "I'm sorry for everything." I stared at her, hoping to recognize the person I'd fallen in love with all those years ago, but all I saw was someone I used to know. "I know you are," I replied. "But sorry doesn't fix this." Her eyes welled up with tears, and she reached out to hug me, but I pulled aside. "Take care of yourself, Laura," I whispered, starting to walk away. I'd occasionally hear tidbits about Laura through the grapevine. Jake obviously moved on to someone else shortly after she returned to me. According to one common friend, she was currently living with a relative and figuring out her next moves. I didn't feel satisfied hearing about her problems, but I also didn't feel sorry for her. She had made her decisions, and now she was dealing with the consequences. One day, I ran into her at the supermarket. We locked eyes briefly, and I could see remorse written all over her face. She gave me a little hesitant wave, but I simply nodded and moved past. There was nothing more to say. Looking back, I don't regret how I handled situations. Laura believed she could have it both ways. She could go, pursue her feelings for someone else, then return to me if it didn't work out. But life does not operate that way. I've learned a lot about myself along this process. I realize now that I deserve someone who cherishes me and does not consider me as a last resort. And if that individual is out there, fantastic. If not, that's okay too. For the time being, my primary goal is to reconstruct my life on my own terms. Laura's trial run with Jake may have been her way of gaining clarity, but it was a wake-up call I didn't realize I needed. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. Mom threw me out like garbage. Months later, Dad called, furious about his repossessed truck. I simply said, "I stopped paying for it." Mom slammed the door in my face. I slept on the floor for weeks. Then Dad called screaming, "Where's my truck?" I told him the truth. This is how my story began. Mom cried, "Get out, you're a leech." So I left. Months later, Dad demanded to know why his truck had gone. My response left them stunned. Thank you for being with us today. Before we get started, I'd like to know where you're watching from. Leave a comment with the city where you live. Now, let us get into today's story. I'm 22, standing in the living room where I've spent my entire life, and Mom's speech rips through me like a dull knife. "You're a selfish leech, Tom. Get out and don't come back." Her face is flushed, her eyes wild, as if I've damaged something she can't repair. Dad is sitting by the recliner, staring at the floor, his silence as heavy as her words. My older sister, Jenna, leans against the wall, her lips twisted in a triumphant smirk. Kyle, my younger brother, mumbles "good riddance" under his breath and kicks the carpet. I've always been the odd one out. Working late at the auto business to help pay bills, electricity, Wi-Fi, and other necessities that they take for granted. Tonight's fight? I missed Jenna's birthday dinner. I was doing a double shift that month, covering their internet. Nobody cared. We've had arguments before, but this one feels different. Final. Mom's words are more than just the heat of the moment, they are like a door slamming shut. I go to my room, with the creaky bed and faded baseball posters, and take my duffel bag. I pack jeans, a few shirts, and an old jacket, things that smell familiar, like motor oil and laundry soap. My hands shake, yet I continue to move. I want to say something to get them to notice me, but my throat is constricted. So what's the point? They have already chosen who I am. I go outside, and the night air hurts my face. The porch light hums, casting shadows on the blue mailbox that we painted when I was 10. I hear the door lock clicking behind me. My beat-up Chevy was parked out front, with $200 and a half-empty tank. I step in, holding the steering wheel, and feel the weight of everything: Mom's rage, Dad's silence, Jenna's sneer, Kyle's punch. I'm not simply leaving a house, I'm losing them. The road ahead is dark, and I have no idea where it leads, but I start the engine, promising myself that I will make it. I slept very little for the first few nights after leaving home. Mike, my auto shop mate, allows me to crash on his couch, which I appreciate, but it is not home. His apartment smells of coffee and dog fur, and his pit bull Rusty snores like a carburetor. I lie there, staring at the ceiling fan's blades, which wobble like my thoughts. I keep picturing Mom's angry face and Dad's gaze locked on the floor. I wonder whether they're sleeping well, if Jenna is still smirking, and if Kyle feels any guilt. Mike doesn't press me to communicate. He simply hands me a beer and says, "You'll figure it out, Tom." He has his own bills, however, and I can't remain forever. I spend my days looking for a place of my own. The car shop pays well, but rent is expensive in this town. I travel about, examining gas station message boards and flipping through greasy classifieds. Most apartments require first and last month's rent, as well as a deposit, which is prohibitively expensive with $200 on a tight budget. I'm not picky, but I want something that is mine. A space to breathe in. After a week, I discover a listing for a studio on the outskirts of town. It's an old brick building with a partially operational buzzer and a dumpster in the back. I meet the landlord, a man in his 60s with a sandpaper handshake, who looks at my work boots and says, "You seem like you'll pay on time." The apartment isn't particularly impressive. It's a single room with a dripping sink, a fridge that hums like it's planning something, and a window that's stuck shut. The carpet is stained, and the lights flicker if you turn the switch too quickly. But standing there with my duffel bag thrown over my shoulder, I get a rush of something. Maybe pride, maybe relief. I sign the lease, hand over every cash I own, and receive a key that feels heavy in my hand. That night, I move in with just a sleeping bag on the floor. The walls are naked, and the silence is loud. But it is a start. I go to the thrift store the next day, my budget as tight as a rusted bolt. I discover a mattress, lumpy but clean, for $20 and a lamp with a dented shade. The cashier, a woman with silver hair and a lovely smile, inquires whether I am putting up my first place. I nod without saying much, yet her kindness stays with me. Back at the apartment, I put the mattress beside the window and plugged on the lamp. It casts a soothing glow that makes the room feel less vacant. I take out a poster from my bag, a tacky mountain scene from a yard sale years ago, and tape it above the bed. It's not much, but it is mine. That matters. Lying on the mattress that night, I can hear the neighbor's TV through the wall, a game show with clapping that feels like a planet away. I remember the house I left, with Mom's meatloaf in the oven, Dad's baseball games on the radio, and Jenna's playlist playing. I used to fix their leaky faucet and mow the grass before work. Did they notice I was gone? I tightened the sleeping bag, my chest heavy, not with rage, but with something softer and sadder. I'm not sure who I am without them. I spent so long trying to keep everything together, paying bills they never thanked me for, working multiple shifts so Kyle could get new sneakers. Now it's just me, and I'm not sure if that's freedom or a void I can't fill. I close my eyes, the trickle from the sink calculating the seconds. I convince myself I can make this work. I'll acquire a chair, maybe a rug, to make this space feel more real. I see the car shop tomorrow, the familiar clank of tools, and the guys laughing over lunch. It isn't family, but it's something to hang on to. I'm not sure where I'm going, but I have a key, a bed, and a light that I own. For the time being, that's enough to keep me going, day by day. The car shop is now my lifeline, a noisy refuge of clanging tools and engine oil. I'm up before dawn, putting on my worn boots, the soles peeling like old memories. My studio is still bare, only the mattress, lamp, and that mountain poster, but I'm out the door quickly, coffee thermos in hand. The business is a mile distant, so I walk to save gas. The air is crisp, smelling of dew and asphalt, and I let the rhythm of my steps drown out the silence in my mind. I don't think about Mom's voice or Dad's silence, not out here. At work, I'm in my element. By 8 p.m., I'm wrist deep in a Chevy engine, troubleshooting a misfire while the radio plays classic rock. Pete, Carlos, and Big Ray make good company. They tease me about my coffee addiction, but they don't ask. I like it. I'm not ready to talk about being kicked out or how my family treated me like a leech while I was the one keeping their lights on. Instead, I concentrate on spark plugs, oil changes, and the gratifying click of a wrench. I work every additional shift I can, going late to rebuild transmissions or balance tires. The overtime is a lifesaver. My rent is paid, and I have enough for a foldable chair and a microwave. Small victories, but they add up. Lunch breaks are my favorite. We sat outside on milk crates, eating sandwiches from the deli across the street. Pete's always got a story, some wild one from his trucking days, and Carlos laughs so hard that he chokes on his soda. I join in, chuckling, but I keep my own stories private. I don't tell them how I used to eat supper with Kyle and make jokes about superhero movies. Or how Dad and I would experiment with his old radio in the garage. Those moments seem to be from someone else's life right now. Still, the guy's conversation fills a void and helps me feel like I belong somewhere, even if only for an hour. But then, one evening, my phone vibrates as I'm closing the business. It's Kyle, and my stomach twists. I have not heard from him since that night. His writing is concise and crisp. "Real nice, Tom. Bailing on us and still owing Jenna for that phone bill. Low, even for you." I stare at the screen, the words blurred. I paid the bill, $120, last year after Jenna promised to repay me. She never did. And now Kyle has twisted it, making me the deadbeat. My thumb hangs over the keyboard, itching to respond, to tell him that I had covered their Wi-Fi and food for years. But I stop. What's the use? They have already written a version of me. I shove the phone in my pocket and walk home, which is longer than normal. The streetlights flicker, forming shadows on the cracked sidewalk, and I experience a burning sensation in my chest. Not simply anger, but something deeper, like a bruise that goes unnoticed until you press it. I remember coming home from work and finding Mom preparing the table, the aroma of her meatloaf in the air. I'd repair whatever was broken, a leaking sink, a wobbling shelf, because that's what I did. Did Kyle forget that? Did they all? Or did they simply not care? At the apartment, I fall onto the mattress, the springs creaking beneath me. The neighbor's TV murmurs through the wall, some cookery show with cheery noise. I take out my phone again and reread Kyle's text. Part of me wants to phone him and ask why he is doing this. But I'm sure it won't change anything. Instead, I place the phone face down and stare at the poster, its painted peaks glimmering faintly in the lamplight. I'm exhausted, not just from work, but from bearing this weight, this aching that I can't describe. I believe in myself. Tomorrow's another day, another shift, another chance to build something new. I close my eyes, the microwave buzzing softly, and hang on to that thought, small as it is, because it is all I have. I'm at the kitchen counter, which is really just a slab of formica in my studio, when I discover my bank account is bleeding. It's Sunday. The shop is closed, and I'm sipping instant coffee while going through my phone. Rent is paid. Groceries are stocked, mostly ramen and canned soup, but the figures do not add up. I've been cautious, avoiding diner runs with the men and purchasing only what I need. So, why is my balance decreasing each month? I search through the statements, my thumb smearing the screen, and find it. A regular payment. $180 per month, tagged Auto Loan D. Harper. Dad's truck. My heart pauses and thuds fiercely. I've been paying for his truck since I was 19, when he swore it was just for a while. He didn't mention it again. I never stopped. I put the phone down, my coffee had gone cold. The flat is silent, with only the hum of the refrigerator and a distant automobile horn outside. I remember bringing them cash from my first shop salary, proud to help. Dad's moderator simply said, "Good job, Tom." And that was enough. I didn't question it, just as I didn't question paying for their Wi-Fi or Kyle's phone plan. It was something you did for your family, correct? But now, sitting here, I see everything clearly. They leaned on me, and I allowed them, invisible like a worn-out tire. I grab my jacket and make my way to the bank, my legs going faster than my head. As I cancel the payment, the teller, a woman with a name tag that reads Doris, smiles at me pleasantly. "You sure?" she asks, her spectacles falling. I nod, keeping my voice steady. "Yeah, I'm done." Walking back, the air is heavy with imminent rain, yet I feel lighter. I feel like I've removed a coat I hadn't realized I was wearing. But there is a tug, a persistent doubt. What happens if Dad is unable to cover it? What happens if they lose the truck? I envision him in the driveway, polishing that ancient Ford as if it were his pride and joy. Mom brought him iced tea on hot days. I shake it off and kick a pebble down the pavement. They kicked me out. They called me a leech. I do not owe them anything, not anymore. Even still, the concept stays like grease under my nails, making it difficult to remove. Back at the apartment, I clean up to keep my hands busy. Stacking dishes and folding my only nice towel. I look at the mountain poster, its peaks are sharp against a phony sunset. And I wonder whether Dad even realizes I was paying. Did he think it was magic? Do trucks just pay themselves? I snort, but it isn't humorous. I've spent years supporting them, my checks vanishing into their life while they looked straight past me. Canceling that payment was about more than just money. It drew a line. Saying that I too matter. I go to the corner store later, seeking air. The clerk, an older man wearing a Vietnam vet cap, talks about the weather while ringing up my bread and milk. "Storm's coming," he adds, nodding to the dismal sky. I smile, but my thoughts are elsewhere, rehearsing Doris' inquiry. The weight of the cancelled payment. Back at home, I make a sandwich. The bread is a tad stale. And eat standing up, gazing out the blocked window. The first raindrops hit and streak the glass. And I can feel the bruising in my chest again. Not rage, but something gentler. Raw. I am free of their load. But it's not a triumph. It's like finishing a book that you'll never read again. Knowing the ending isn't what you expected. I sit on the mattress. The lamp casts shadows. Let the rain's beat fill the silence. I don't know what happens next. Work tomorrow, maybe a new chair if I save enough. But I know one thing. I'm done carrying what isn't mine. It's a modest step. But it moves onward. And that's all for now. I am sweeping the shop floor, the broom's bristles grating on concrete. When my phone vibrates in my pocket. It's a slow afternoon. The kind where you can hear the hum of the neon sign in front. I have kept my head down since I halted Dad's truck payment. Concentrating on my work and the small life I'm building. The apartment now has a second-hand table. I received a wobbling object for $10. And I've been sleeping well. The leak from the sink is almost comfortable. But as I look at my phone, my stomach drops. There's a screenshot from Carlos, one of the shop employees. Jenna has posted on social media. A photograph of Mom, eyes red, seated at the kitchen table where I used to eat. The caption reads, "Tom walked out on us. Left Mom like this. Some family, huh?" There is a thread of remarks. Strangers called me a deadbeat. My thumb hangs over the keyboard, itching to respond, to tell him that I had covered their Wi-Fi and food for years. But I stopped. What's the use? They have already written a version of me. I shove the phone in my pocket and walk home, which is longer than normal. The street lights flicker, forming shadows on the cracked sidewalk, and I experience a burning sensation in my chest. Not simply anger, but something deeper, like a bruise that goes unnoticed until you press it. I remember coming home from work and finding Mom preparing the table, the aroma of her meatloaf in the air. I'd repair whatever was broken, a leaking sink, a wobbling shelf, because that's what I did. Did Kyle forget that? Did they all? Or did they simply not care? At the apartment, I fall onto the mattress, the springs creaking beneath me. The neighbor's TV murmurs through the wall, some cookery show with cheery noise. I take out my phone again and reread Kyle's text. Part of me wants to phone him and ask why he is doing this. But I'm sure it won't change anything. Instead, I place the phone face down and stare at the poster, its painted peaks glimmering faintly in the lamplight. I'm exhausted, not just from work, but from bearing this weight, this aching that I can't describe. I believe in myself. Tomorrow's another day, another shift, another chance to build something new. I close my eyes, the microwave buzzing softly, and hang on to that thought, small as it is, because it is all I have. I'm at the kitchen counter, which is really just a slab of formica in my studio, when I discover my bank account is bleeding. It's Sunday. The shop is closed, and I'm sipping instant coffee while going through my phone. Rent is paid. Groceries are stocked, mostly ramen and canned soup, but the figures do not add up. I've been cautious, avoiding diner runs with the men and purchasing only what I need. So, why is my balance decreasing each month? I search through the statements, my thumb smearing the screen, and find it. A regular payment. $180 per month tagged Auto Loan D. Harper. Dad's truck. My heart pauses and thuds fiercely. I've been paying for his truck since I was 19, when he swore it was just for a while. He didn't mention it again. I never stopped. I put the phone down, my coffee had gone cold. The flat is silent, with only the hum of the refrigerator and a distant automobile horn outside. I remember bringing them cash from my first shop salary, proud to help. Dad's moderator simply said, "Good job, Tom." And that was enough. I didn't question it, just as I didn't question paying for their Wi-Fi or Kyle's phone plan. It was something you did for your family, correct? But now, sitting here, I see everything clearly. They leaned on me, and I allowed them. Invisible like a worn-out tire. I grab my jacket and make my way to the bank, my legs going faster than my head. As I cancel the payment, the teller, a woman with a name tag that reads Doris, smiles at me pleasantly. "You sure?" she asks, her spectacles falling. I nod, keeping my voice steady. "Yeah, I'm done." Walking back, the air is heavy with imminent rain, yet I feel lighter. I feel like I've removed a coat I hadn't realized I was wearing. But there is a tug, a persistent doubt. What happens if Dad is unable to cover it? What happens if they lose the truck? I envision him in the driveway, polishing that ancient Ford as if it were his pride and joy. Mom brought him iced tea on hot days. I shake it off and kick a pebble down the pavement. They kicked me out. They called me a leech. I do not owe them anything, not anymore. Even still, the concept stays like grease under my nails, making it difficult to remove. Back at the apartment, I clean up to keep my hands busy. Stacking dishes and folding my only nice towel. I look at the mountain poster, its peaks are sharp against a phony sunset. And I wonder whether Dad even realizes I was paying. Did he think it was magic? Do trucks just pay themselves? I snort, but it isn't humorous. I've spent years supporting them, my checks vanishing into their life while they looked straight past me. Canceling that payment was about more than just money. It drew a line. Saying that I too matter. I go to the corner store later, seeking air. The clerk, an older man wearing a Vietnam vet cap, talks about the weather while ringing up my bread and milk. Storm's coming, he adds, nodding to the dismal sky. I smile, but my thoughts are elsewhere, rehearsing Doris' inquiry. The weight of the cancelled payment. Back at home, I make a sandwich. The bread is a tad stale. And eat standing up, gazing out the blocked window. The first raindrops hit and streak the glass. And I can feel the bruising in my chest again. Not rage, but something gentler. Raw. I am free of their load. But it's not a triumph. It's like finishing a book that you'll never read again. Knowing the ending isn't what you expected, I sit on the mattress, the lamp casts shadows. Let the rain's beat fill the silence. I don't know what happens next. Work tomorrow. Maybe a new chair if I save enough. But I know one thing. I'm done caring what isn't mine. It's a modest step, but it moves onward. And that's all for now. I am sweeping the shop floor, the broom's bristles grating on concrete. When my phone vibrates in my pocket, it's a slow afternoon. The kind where you can hear the hum of the neon sign in front. I have kept my head down since I halted Dad's truck payment. Concentrating on my work and the small life I'm building. The apartment now has a second-hand table. I received a wobbling object for $10. And I've been sleeping well. The leak from the sink is almost comfortable. But as I look at my phone, my stomach drops. There's a screenshot from Carlos, one of the shop employees. Jenna has posted on social media a photograph of Mom, eyes red, seated at the kitchen table where I used to eat. The caption reads, "Tom walked out on us. Left Mom like this. Some family, huh?" There is a thread of remarks. Strangers called me a deadbeat. A selfish jerk? Worse. My palms feel clammy as I lean the broom against the wall. The shop is empty, leaving only me and the faint odor of oil and rubber. I scroll through the post. Every word is like a punch. Jenna created a tale in which I am the villain. Abandoning them without explanation. There's no mention of how I paid their bills. They fixed their leaks. Keeping them aloft. There's no mention of Mom screaming at me out the door. The comments hurt. Most individuals I've never met are judging me. Their words were sharp and thoughtless. "What a loser," someone says. "His poor mom," another comments with a crying emoji. I want to type back and tell them the truth. But my fingers freeze. What could I say without sounding desperate? As if I were asking to be believed? I shove the phone aside and go outside. The air is warm and heavy. The parking lot is calm, with only one stray cat running past the garbage. I sit on the curb with elbows on my knees. Try to breathe. It's not only the post, it is the weight of being obliterated. I become someone I am not. I think of Mom's table. The one I had sanded down when I was 16. How we'd chuckle at her sloppy mashed potatoes. Was she crying for real? Was it staged for Jenna's camera? The concept twisted something in me. Not quite rage, more of a hollow aching. Back inside, I'm having trouble concentrating. Pete observes and asks if I am okay. But I simply shrug and say, "Rough day." He nods and doesn't push, which I appreciate. Later, I clock out and proceed to the shop's rear lot. I have been fiddling with an ancient motorcycle. I found a beat-up Yamaha for cheap. It's a mess, the structure is corroded and the engine coughs, but I'm responsible for fixing it. I grab a wrench and start working on the carburetor. The metal felt cool under my fingertips. Each move and change feels like something I can manage. The shop's radio plays at low volume. An ancient country song about losing and moving on. I let it sink in. This bicycle isn't ideal, but it is honest. There are no lies to untangle. I work till sunset, with the sky bleeding purple. My hands are smudged with grease. The engine sputter represents a modest victory. It's getting closer to running. I wipe my brow, thinking of Jenna's post. Mother's face, those comments. Yes, they hurt. However, they do not provide the full story. I envision my apartment, the table, the lamp's brightness. It's not much, but it's genuine, built with my own sweat. I don't need their interpretation of me. On my way home, I pass the corner store, its lights buzzing. The cashier, the vet with the old cap, waves as I grab a Coke. "You look like you're carrying the world," he says, partly smiling. I manage to chuckle. "Just a piece of it," I say. Back in my room, I sit on the mattress while the neighbor's TV plays game show Cheers. I do not check my phone again. Jenna's post can remain there, unanswered. I'm tired, not of labor, but of their weight and falsehoods. But, as I lie back, the bike's hum remains in my thoughts. I sense a spark of something. Hopefully, maybe, or simply stubbornness. I will keep going, one bolt at a time. My phone calls as I'm wiping oil off my hands at the shop sink. The sound contrasted sharply with the twilight hum. It is Dad. I haven't seen this name on my screen since I walked out months ago. My pulse races, but I dry my hands with a cloth and respond, stepping into the break room for some peace and quiet. His speech is harsh, like if he had chewed gravel. "Tom, why was my truck repossessed?" "No hello. No, how are you?" Just one question, as hefty as a dropped wrench. I lean against the vending machine, its quiet buzz stabilizing me, and take a deep breath. "I stopped paying for it," I answered calmly, despite the knots in my stomach. "Dad, you kicked me out." "I don't owe you that anymore." There is a pause. Long enough I hear a dog barking somewhere on his end. Maybe a neighbor's mutt. I envision him in the kitchen, standing beside the fridge with the chipped handle I repaired last year. "You can't just do that," he continues, his tone increasing. "That's my truck, Tom." I close my eyes, the break room smelling like burnt coffee and engine oil. I could yell and tell him I'd paid for years, but he said nothing? But I don't. Instead, I maintain an even tone. "I've covered it since I was 19. You never asked how. Never thanked me. I'm finished carrying that." He sputters, his words tumbling over each other. "That's not how family works," he replies, as if I had broken a rule. I almost laugh, but it sticks in my throat, sharp and bitter. Family. I think about Jenna's post, Kyle's SMS, and Mom's scream. I think about my studio, the rickety table, and the motorcycle I'm trying to revive. That is what I am now constructing. Not their idea of family. "Maybe not," I said. "But I'm doing what I need to." My hands are now steady, holding the phone. And I sense a shift, like a bolt clicking into place. Dad tries again, his voice lower and seemingly bewildered. "You're making this hard, son." Son. The term hurts. Not because I want it. However, it feels hollow, like an old tire with no tread left. I peek at the break room clock, which is creeping beyond 6. I have dishes to wash at home and a carburetor to adjust tomorrow. "I've got to go," I say. Not harsh, "That's it." He begins to talk. But I hung up. The stillness is louder than his words. I stroll outside, the shop's lot drenched in dusk's gray lighting. A breeze delivers the scent of cut grass from someplace. And I stand there, phone in my pocket, feeling raw yet solid. Dad's call shook me, yes. But it did not shatter me. I am no longer the kid who paid to be needed. I stroll home, the sidewalk familiar beneath my feet. And know that I meant all I said. I am still catching my breath after Dad's call. My phone buzzes again, as the shop lot fades into twilight. Mom's name flashes like a warning light. I wait, thumb lingering, before answering. Bracing myself. Her voice breaks through, high and ragged. "Tom, how could you do this to us? That truck was your dad's lifeline." I'm walking home now, boots scuffing the sidewalk and street lights flashing on. I don't interrupt her. Instead, I let her speak. After years of paying their bills, what do I get? "You're tearing us apart," she says. I can hear Jenna in the background, piling on. "Tom, you're so callous." They always were. Kyle is also there, I can tell, but he is quiet, like if he were holding his breath. I stop by the corner store, with its neon sign humming, and lean against the brick wall, phone pressed against my ear. I could shout back. List every dime I spent. Every late night at the shop so they could get cable, groceries, and Jenna's phone. But I don't. My voice comes out low and calm, as if I were speaking to a customer. "Mom, I've paid for that truck for years. Wi-Fi and bills, all of it. You never said thanks. You called me a leech, and urged me to go. I am done carrying you all." There is a beat of silence. The air was heavy, as if it were about to storm. I hear a chair scraping. Maybe Mom is sitting down. Jenna mutters something I can't understand. I push off the wall and continue walking, the store's brightness dimming behind me. Mom tries again, gentler and almost imploring. We are family, Tom. You don't just quit. I think about my studio. The unsteady table? When I started the motorcycle last week, it sputtered. That is my family. Now, I built things rather than asked for them. For family members to see each other, I say, my throat tight yet steady. You didn't see me. I'm at my building, the buzzer buzzing as I enter. I hang up before she can respond, and the click is definite, like a door locking. Inside, I collapse onto the mattress, the lamp making a warm circle on the wall. The neighbor's TV plays a rerun, the laughter artificial and distant. My hands tremble, not from fear, but from something else, like a weight being lifted. I hear their voices, Mom's desperation, Jenna's vitriol, and Kyle's stillness. They wanted me to fold and apologize, but I did not. I made my peace, plain and simple, and it feels like standing after a long fall. I take a Coke from the refrigerator, the cold can sting in my palm, and sit by the window, watching headlights cut through the darkness. I am not angry, not anymore. It's quieter, sadder, like losing a song you once knew by heart. But I am here, in my own place, and that is something they cannot tolerate. Tomorrow I'll be back in the shop, wrench in hand, building what's mine. It's been 6 months since I hung up with Mom, and the pain hasn't gone away completely. It's quieter now, like a radio turned down and buzzing in the background. My studio is now home. Still small but mine. The unsteady table has a plant on it, a cactus that I have not yet destroyed. The motorcycle is finished, with its chrome glittering under the shop lights. Riding it down rural roads, the wind blowing past, feels like soaring. I don't hear much from my family. Dad texted me once, implying that we'd talk soon, but I ignored it. Carlos informed me that Jenna was still sore from her post, which did not ruin me. And Mom tells everyone I went my own way. Kyle is the weird one. Pete noticed him at the deli and claimed he seemed to want to say something. However, they did not. I'm fine with the stillness. The shop is my anchor. Pete, Carlos, and Ray are no longer just co-workers, they are the guys that show up. On slow days, we grill hamburgers out back and laugh at Ray's awful jokes. I have a routine. Work, ride, and experiment with a new project, perhaps a coffee table next. My refrigerator contains more than ramen. I occasionally eat steak when I'm feeling fancy. Last week, I repaired the sink. Stupid little thing. That felt huge. I am not wealthy, but I am steady. Creating a life that suits myself, not them. Nights are when I think the most. I sit near the window, the lamp on, the neighbor's TV playing late-night chat shows. In my head, I picture Mom's kitchen, the sanded table and Dad's radio, which is crackling with baseball. I'm curious if they miss me, or if I'm just a narrative they tell differently today. It aches, for sure. But it's no longer crisp. I have my own stories. How the bike exploded into life. Pete clapped my shoulder when I received a raise. Those are more important. I've learned that family is more than just who you were born to. It is about who stays. Who sees you? I spent years chasing their adoration, believing that my salaries could cover it. I was mistaken. Love is not a ledger, it is a decision. And they chose to overlook me. Being kicked out broke something. But it also built something. I discovered my worth, not in their words, but in my hands. Repairing engines. Planting cacti. Riding freely. I am not flawless. Some nights, I consider what I could have said. But I am at peace. I live in a place where I am visible. To anyone out there carrying too much, hear this. You're enough. It's hard to let go. But it's how you find your own path. It is worth every step. I lean back, the cactus reflecting the light, and smile. I don't need their approval to know I'm all right. I have my keys. My bicycle. My days. That is enough. Thank you very much for viewing this video all the way through. Family may be a source of affection or the darkest form of grief. If you've ever felt abused or taken for granted by those closest to you, please share your thoughts in the comments. You never know who else may need to hear your tale. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. I was ignored by my daughter at her graduation. You don't deserve to be here, she said. Now she's called me 72 times, but it's too late. The restaurant was one of those places where you don't dare pronounce the wine list unless you've taken a class. And the lighting was dark enough to make everyone appear to have their life in order. I wore the only suit I had, A charcoal gray relic from my sister's wedding that I said I'd never wear again since it reminded me too much of that day. The tie was tight, the collar stiff, and my smile was as false as the leather boots. Nonetheless, I attended because my daughter was graduating, and that was important to me, regardless of what others thought. Denise sat across from me, glowing in a sleeveless blue dress that said, "I made it without trying too hard." Her boyfriend, or fiancé apparently, sat beside her, one of those startup kids with slicked back hair and a laugh that usually lasted just a few seconds longer than it should. Julia, my ex-wife, sat at the far end, clutching her wine like it was a prop in a scene she'd been rehearsing all her life. She didn't look at me once, which was just fine. I was used to remaining invisible. There were two of Denise's buddies, one from college and the other from high school, both overdressed and overly courteous. One person kept remarking how incredible it was that we were all here together, as if this was some kind of family reunion rather than a forced performance patched together for Instagram stories. The waiter then brought out the champagne and carefully poured it, glass by glass, while someone tapped a knife on a glass, the universal signal that something was about to be uttered. Denise stood. She handled her glass with grandeur. Her voice was soft and practiced. I knew the tone. Julia's voice was in Denise's mouth, with its passive, piercing elegance. "I just want to say," Denise said slowly, "how grateful I am to everyone who supported me through these last 4 years. It's been a long road, and I honestly couldn't have done it without the love of my mom, the encouragement of Brian," she gently grabbed his arm, "and the friends who stuck by me when things got hard." She paused. People smiled, nodded, and gave mild approbation. My hands were folded on my lap. I was waiting. I felt a sensation in my chest, like someone turning a doorknob that hadn't been touched in years. "And now that we're all here," she stared squarely at me, her eyes frigid than the pricey crab salad I hadn't finished. "I want to acknowledge someone else. My father." Julia's head turned, as did others. A few faint giggles, the kind that break the silence when something feels odd. Denise smiled, but it was not warm, it was glassy. "Dad, you showed up tonight. So that's something." I did not move. I did not blink. She continued, and her voice became clearer and sharper. "But let's be honest. You didn't raise me. You didn't help me. You didn't show up to my birthdays. You didn't pick me up from practice. You weren't there for me when it mattered. You don't get to claim credit just because you bought a meal. You don't deserve to be here." The table froze. Even the ambient music and the clink of glasses on surrounding tables seemed to fade under the weight of that sentence. Julia didn't stop her, didn't interrupt, and didn't even appear ashamed. That stillness. God, that silence was the most obvious betrayal of all. I glanced at Denise and saw the baby I used to rock to sleep, the toddler who used to run to me on the playground, and the little girl who once referred to me as her hero. That girl vanished, replaced by a polished woman with my ex-wife's voice and stranger's eyes. I clapped once, twice, and 3 times. Slow, deliberate clapping, the type you get after a magic act you figured out halfway through. The table wasn't sure what to do. Denise's smile wavered. Julia's mouth moved, but she did not speak. No one else said anything. Then I grabbed my napkin, wiped my lips, and said, "Well, I guess I'll get the check." I departed before the dessert menu arrived. The walk to the parking lot was peaceful. I did not bang the door. I did not punch the steering wheel. I did not cry. I just drove. 30 minutes of highway and empty silence. Until I arrived at my driveway, still wearing that stupid outfit. Inside, I sat at my computer and signed into the tuition account, which Julia never acknowledged, and Denise never inquired about. It was in my name, with years of savings poured into it. Tuition, rent, books, living expenses. Every penny she assumed came from scholarships and mom's hard work. Every debt she felt she didn't need. I was the reason. I gazed at the balance, then quietly moved every last dollar to a second account. Mine. I didn't think twice. Then I composed a short message, printed it, folded it in half, and placed it in an envelope. I addressed it to Denise. No lengthy letter, no dramatic monologue, just 2 words. Earn it. This morning, I awoke to 72 missed calls. Denise, Julia, unknown numbers, no voicemails, Just the frantic ping 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 of a phone attempting to scream. I didn't respond. I prepared coffee, ate my breakfast slowly, and watched a squirrel on the fence drop a peanut it couldn't carry. It was unusually tranquil. She had not texted yet. Perhaps she expected me to cave. Maybe she expected me to feel guilty. I did not feel guilty. I felt seen, and for the first time in 22 years, I felt like I was actually doing something right. People always talk about presence as if it's an easy concept, as if simply showing up is enough to demonstrate your concern. But no one tells you what it's like to be present in the shadows, to love from the edges, and to spend years trying to matter to someone who is constantly told that you don't. I used to believe that if I remained constant, quiet, helpful and dependable, she would figure it out eventually. But now I understand that silence does not build bridges. It simply allows the opposing side to burn them without intervention. Denise was 4 when Julia and I divorced. I recall how she clutched to my trouser leg the day I packed my belongings and walked out of the house we'd spent almost a decade attempting to make into a home. Julia stood at the doorway, arms folded and stone-faced, as if she couldn't wait for me to leave so she could begin rewriting the story. "You can still be around," she added, and she meant it in the same way that a landlord would say, "You can stay until the lease runs out, and then raise the rent behind your back." It began with minor changes, rescheduled visits, unanswered phone calls, and overbooked holidays. I tried to be understanding. I swallowed it like medicine, thinking it was best not to upset the balance. I told myself that simply showing up was sufficient, even if I had to wait in the car while she prepared. Even if I received the off-brand version of parenting, in which everything had already been chosen before I entered the room. I worked 2 jobs for the majority of Denise's childhood, warehouse shifts during the week and bartending on weekends. I missed out on a lot, not because I didn't want to be there, but because someone had to pay for the roof over both my and her heads. I paid child support on time, never missed a payment, and never disputed about the number Julia gave me. Even when things got tight, I remember one month having $38 left over after bills. $38. I bought a loaf of bread, some eggs, and a bag of apples, telling myself it was enough. When Denise reached 10, Julia enrolled her in a private school. Obviously, I was not consulted. I was handed a new tuition invoice and an ultimatum. If you care about her future, you'll find a way. So I did. I canceled my health insurance, took on extra shifts, and said no to everything that wasn't her. Every month I wired money straight to the school. There are no questions, and no thanks are expected. And when Denise mentioned how much her mother sacrificed to get her into that school, I just nodded. What else was I expected to do? Pull her aside and tell her, "Actually, sweetheart, your mom was just the mouthpiece, while I was the checkbook." She went to Yale. I paid for each semester, all 10 of them. The irony is that she always said she received full-ride scholarships, that she earned them via merit, and that Julia handled the rest. But no one gets through 10 semesters without help, and that help came from me. Every semester, I received an invoice in my mailbox and paid it within 72 hours. I saved the confirmation emails. I'm not sure why. Perhaps I planned to reveal them to her someday. Maybe I assumed she would want to know. I was never even invited to her high school graduation. Julia explained that they only had 2 tickets. She took her sister. I learned about the ceremony from Denise's Facebook post, which featured a photo of her in the blue gown with honor cords. I drove there nevertheless, parked behind the school, and stood in the back row of bleachers, just close enough to see her face. She never realized I was there. I sent her a present anonymously, a silver bracelet engraved with her initials. She thanked her mother for it in a Facebook comment thread. I never corrected her. You want to discuss presents? Let's talk about the time Denise fractured her wrist in 8th grade, and Julia didn't contact me until 3 days afterward. Or when Denise needed a new laptop for school and I maxed out my credit card to get her the one she wanted, only to see her write online about how her mother came through yet again. Or the time she was hospitalized for stress in her sophomore year, which I learned about from a friend of a friend because Julia didn't want me to be troubled. I was there. Always there. Just not where others could see me. So when she stood there at that nice restaurant, surrounded by friends and glasses of wine that cost more than my monthly groceries, and told me I didn't help her, that I didn't raise her, and that I didn't deserve to be there, I didn't become angry. I didn't yell, cry, or slam my hand down like a soap opera parent attempting to win a scene. I just heard the echo of all those years. All those missed birthdays. All those quiet sacrifices she was never aware of because someone made certain she never saw them. And I grinned. Not out of joy, but out of something uglier, colder. Because I recognized the truth. She wasn't mistaken. Not in her eyes. And not in the reality Julia presented her. I'd allowed myself to become invisible, and now I was being punished for succeeding. "You did nothing for me," she remarked. I replayed that statement over and over the next morning, sitting in silence with my coffee, allowing those words to hang in the air like smoke from a fire I didn't ignite. I did not return her calls. I didn't need to because, for once, I had the silence to myself. There's something horribly terrible about the way a falsehood, repeated deliberately, and with conviction over years, can seep into a child's bones and become their reality. Compass, and armor against the same person who would have taken a bullet for them, without hesitation. Julia did not launch an evident slander campaign following her divorce. No, she was too intelligent for that. She poisoned the well drop by drip, always with a smile, and just enough credible denial to make you doubt your own darn memory. "Daddy works too much," she'd say when I missed a recital I hadn't been asked to, or, "If Daddy loved you enough, he'd take you to Disneyland like Emily's dad," when I couldn't afford it. Denise as a child drank the poison like it was water. Julia had the ability, if you can call it that, to rewrite history before it happened. If Denise earned a C on a test, it was because I wasn't there to assist her study. If she sobbed at a birthday party, it was because I hadn't called that morning. If she didn't make varsity in 10th grade, it was because I didn't push her enough. Growing up, everything wrong became my responsibility, and everything right became a testament of Julia's courage as a single mother, despite the fact that she wasn't truly single, but rather deliberately coupled. And Denise took every warped interpretation of events, tucked them into her heart like little truths, and used them to build the wall that would eventually shut me out completely. I recall Denise asking for a pony when she was 7. A goddamn pony. During one of my visitation weekends, we were sitting in the mall's food court, munching soft pretzels, when she looked up at me and said, "Why won't you buy me a pony like Mom said you promised?" I was speechless. I chuckled at first, thinking she was joking, but her expression, that dead serious, already hurt look, made my stomach turn. "Sweetheart," I continued, "ponies need land, barns and food, but we live in a one-bedroom apartment." She stared down at her cinnamon sugar pretzel and whispered, "You just don't want me to be happy." And then I believe the moment I understood I was losing her. Not because of anything I did, but because someone else was constructing a picture of me that I couldn't match with. A mythological deadbeat, untrustworthy, and selfish. A man who couldn't show up and didn't care. When he didn't, I became the scapegoat for every bump in the road, every minor childhood disappointment. Since it was easier than recognizing that the world doesn't always give you what you want, especially when the adults around you are too busy settling scores rather than parenting children. Julia had the advantage of being present for every tear, tantrum, and spelling bee, and she used that position as a sculptor's hammer and chisel, sculpting Denise's image of me, until there was nothing left but a shell of a guy who only existed to disappoint. And, God help me, I let her. Because every time I considered fighting back, bringing Julia to court, or requesting equal custody, I imagined Denise in the midst, wailing in a fluorescent-lit mediation room as 2 lawyers fought over her future. So I remained quiet. I continued writing checks. I kept showing up in the small ways I was permitted. I kept believing that if I was steady enough, if I was quiet, good and giving, Denise would be able to see through the fog by herself. However, she didn't. Over time I became a ghost with a checkbook. I was the dad who always paid but never showed up to the party, who sent Christmas gifts with no return address, and whose birthday calls went directly to voicemail. I was valuable, yet invisible. That's the thing about being invisible. People stop thinking about you as a person. They stop thinking you have sentiments, pride, or a breaking point. I was telling Tommy about all of this one night, sitting in his garage with a couple of cheap beers. The air thick with the smell of old motor oil and whatever regrets reside in a man's toolshed. He let me speak for a long time, did not interrupt, and simply nodded and grunted in the appropriate places. Then he leaned back in his broken lawn chair, took a long sip of his drink, and remarked, "You kept feeding a wolf hoping it wouldn't bite." "Guess what, buddy? A bit." Tommy had a flair for telling the ugly truth in a single statement with no garnish. Later that night, I listened to Denise's message. She sounded different from the person who humiliated me over supper. Her voice was broken open, raw, and quite infantile in its desperation. "Please, Dad. We need to talk. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. Just please call me." And for a little moment I almost did. But the echo of her comments at the table, "You don't deserve to be here," sounded louder than anything else. Because, despite what she claims now, that moment was not a mistake. It was not a slip of the tongue. It was how she genuinely saw me. The monster her mother created. Perhaps she enjoyed it that way. The first voicemail arrived just before daybreak. Her voice was shaking, partly sleeping, or perhaps just broken down in that raw, early morning manner when the world seems colder than it is. I didn't respond. I just sat at the kitchen table, my coffee lukewarm, listening to the message play over the phone speaker, as if it were someone else's kid speaking. "Dad, I don't know what's happening. My card isn't working, and I have rent due Friday. Can you please call me?" The panic in her voice was not like the rage she directed at me over that supper. That was a slap in the face disguised as a toast, intended for a large audience. This was genuine, unrefined terror that cannot be faked. The second voicemail arrived 30 minutes later. She was crying now, with no pretense. "Dad, please. I think something's wrong with the account. I tried phoning Mom, but she has no idea what I am talking about. Please, can you call me?" She hesitated, perhaps expecting me to respond mid-message, like she used to do, assuming that if she wished hard enough, things would solve themselves. But nothing came. Just quiet. She hung up. By the fifth voicemail, she had stopped crying. Her voice had veered between begging and blaming, something Julia often did when things didn't go her way. "I don't know why you're doing this," Denise snapped into the receiver. "But it's not okay. I have responsibilities now. I have bills and an internship, and this is cruel, Dad. This is beneath you." As if she suddenly knew what was above or beneath me, as if she ever gave a damn before about what I carried on my back to give her the illusion of freedom. I sat through every message she left, each one becoming a bit more desperate, then angry, then quiet again, a full cycle unfolding in real time. By lunchtime there had been 72 missed calls, as well as short texts like, "Call me, what happened? Are you okay?" Then they got longer. "This isn't like you. I didn't mean what I said. Please don't do this to me." But I was not doing anything to her. I basically stopped doing everything for her. There is a distinction. One is an act of cruelty, while the other is a long overdue act of survival. Julia finally called at 2 p.m. when I believed Denise told her the whole story and understood Mom had no control over the consequences. Her voice was strong and furious, with that familiar tone she used when she believed she was right. "Mark, what the hell are you playing at?" she asked, not even saying hello. "Denise is in a crisis. Her internship is on the line. You know damn well that donation was tied to her placement. Her rent's unpaid, her laptop needs replacing. What do you expect her to do now?" I did not say anything for a second. Just listened to the clinking of her bangles on the phone, the impatience in her breathing, and the entitlement that had built up over years of making decisions she never paid for. And then I said, as frankly as I've ever spoken anything in my life, "No. This time I'm just letting her see what that really feels like." She gasped, that dramatic, trained gasp I'd heard 100 times during our marriage when things didn't go her way. "You're abandoning her," she declared, her voice rising like a siren. "Again?" "Not abandoning," he replied. "Just stepping out of the way. You raised her to believe I was nothing. Maybe it's time she lives in that world for real." She branded me selfish, cold, and vindictive, and said I'd never forgive myself, but none of it hit home the way it did before. I used to fold like cheap furniture when she said things like that, certain I was the villain because I didn't want to argue. But not this time. This time, I kept the stillness long enough to make her uncomfortable. Then I hung up. Tommy arrived later that night. He always had perfect timing, like a working-class guardian angel with a cooler full of cheap beer and opinions as hot as his lawnmower exhaust. We sat in the garage like we did when I first came in. Same plastic chairs, same crappy radio station playing in the background. I told him everything, from the dinner to the bank transfer, and he just listened, nodding as men do when they know there is no counsel to offer, only solidarity. "You sure this ain't gonna haunt you?" he finally inquired, cracking open another beer and pushing it across the table toward me. I stared him dead in the eye and stated, "Tommy, I've been haunted for at least 20 years, and the ghost knows my name." That night, I drove to the bank, not out of terror or regret, but out of clarity. I closed the entire education account. Whatever remained, I opened a new account in my name alone. For once, money wasn't for rent or school, or for crises that I didn't know about until they were too late. That was for me. For the first time in over 2 decades, I felt something that didn't quite register as happy, but was close. Perhaps tranquility, or simply not feeling like I owed everyone everything. I spent all of my time sitting in the parking lot. Afterward, the motor was turned off, the lights lowered, and my phone was constantly ringing near me. I did not touch it. She burnt the bridge. I had just stopped swimming to the other side. It was nearly midnight when she finally arrived. Headlights flashed across the front of the home, like a timid ghost returning to haunt the living. Her automobile was parked sideways in the driveway, as if she had been too scared to straighten it. I watched from the living room window, the lights off, the TV turned off, sitting in the same chair where I used to read her goodnight stories when her voice was gentle and her love simple. She didn't knock right away, instead sitting in the car with the engine turned off, most likely rehearsing whatever version of herself she felt may break through the wall between us. I waited not out of pettiness or pride, but because I wanted her to truly embrace this moment, without the distraction of a phone, a script, or her mother mumbling lines behind her back. When she eventually knocked, it was soft and timid, as if she wasn't sure I'd answer, or perhaps she thought I shouldn't. A part of me agreed. But I opened the door anyhow, and there she was. No makeup, curled lashes, or flawless posture, just raw and true in the way that only someone truly vulnerable can be. Her hair was twisted back in a jumble, as it always did when she was studying late or crying too hard to notice her reflection. Her eyes looked as if she hadn't slept since the dinner. Despite the chaos, she looked more like my kid than she had in years. We stood in the doorway for a long time, simply breathing. She did not try to hug me. I did not move aside to let her in. Finally, she asked, "Why did you do that?" Her voice was no longer furious, it was something heavier, something that wanted to comprehend rather than battle. "Why did you turn everything off?" I did not raise my voice. I did not move from the threshold. I stared her full in the eyes and replied, "You told me I didn't do anything. So I stopped doing something." I saw the words land softly but sharply, like broken glass. Her shoulders dropped. It was the first crack. She didn't expect me to be so honest, especially after years of cutting my tongue bloody. "I didn't know," she murmured, her voice wavering like a radio station in between frequencies. "I promise I did not know, Dad." Mom responded, "You didn't pay, you didn't care, and we were on our own." She looked up, eyes rimmed red, fingers curling into her sleeves like a child again. I believed her. Of course she did. Children always believe the parent who is still present, the one who prepares their breakfast and fills their minds with stories, while the other parent becomes a silhouette in a photo frame. "You believed her because I let you," I stated softly but steadily. Not out of cruelty, but because I had finally discovered my spine and was not going to give it up. Every time I attempted to press for more, she forced you to pick. And with every shove I lost a bit more of you. So I stopped pushing, hoping you'd come back on your own sometime. Tears flowed. Then she quickly wiped them, as if they were shameful, as if I hadn't changed her diapers and comforted her through fevers and night terrors. But I still didn't take a step forward. I didn't comfort her because it wasn't the right time. This was the reckoning. "So why didn't you fight harder to be in my life?" she queried, almost shouting, as if the question had been lodged in her throat for years, and she had only now received permission to scream. "Why didn't you break down the door?" "Because I was tired of bleeding just to prove I loved you," I muttered, and it came out harsher than I intended. But it was the truth, and she needed to hear it without sugar. "Because I gave up every damn piece of myself, and you handed them all to someone else." She nodded slowly, as if she were swallowing a truth that would burn on the way down. "I didn't know," she said again, this time quieter, as if the words were shattering in her chest. I didn't say anything for a long time but gazed at her, at the lady she'd grown into, at the girl who used to call me her best friend, but now treats me as a sad obligation. "Do you want to rebuild something?" I asked finally. "Good. Then rebuild. But this time earn it. Like I did." She looked up, surprised, as if she expected forgiveness to be delivered like a coffee order. However, there was no free pass waiting. Not this time. Not after 22 years of erasing. She took a hesitant, unsure step forward, as if approaching a wounded animal. When she reached for my hand, I jerked back. Not aggressively or in rage, but just enough to make the message clear. Some bridges do not reconstruct themselves overnight, especially when they have been burned for so long that all that remains is ash and memories. Her eyes moistened again, but she did not argue. She did not plead. She stood still at the doorway, and I took a step backward. Then I went inside. The door did not bang. It closed softly, and for the first time in years, I felt something that no apology could ever provide. Not peace, but strength. It tasted like both justice and pain. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. Brother-in-law called me a loser while my wife secretly planned to take half of my company. But they don't know I already have the perfect revenge plan. She kissed my cheek and called me a good husband, just 3 days after secretly planning to take half my business. And guess what? I still poured wine at dinner like nothing was wrong. As I went into the garage to grab additional chairs for my wife's family dinner, I overheard her brother remark, "I still can't believe you married this loser. Dad's right, you need to divorce him before you have kids and get stuck forever." She responded, "Already working on it. My lawyer says we can take half his business too." With a flawless grin, I brought the chairs back and carried on hosting. After 3 days, I received 47 frantic messages pleading with me on WhatsApp. The week before her family dinner, there was something strange about Alexandra. Not in the typical sense, such as when she's upset about work or unhappy that I left my boots in the hallway once more. This was not like the others. She began taking calls in a different room, changed tabs anytime I walked behind her laptop, and continued checking her phone when she thought I wasn't watching. You have a sense of these things after 7 years together, such as the ability to recognize a wall isn't plumbed by its appearance. See, I never imagined that I would be penning one of these posts. I'm not the kind to post private details online, but it is 3 a.m., and I am sitting here, drinking a glass of whiskey, still shocked that my life had fallen apart in 3 days. You strangers on the internet are getting front row seats to the performance, and I have to get this out somewhere. Background: I'm James, and I'm 34 years old. I left community college and started my own construction company from the ground up. Began with a dilapidated truck and me alone. I currently have 5 teams working on projects all around the county. It's not much, but it covers the expenses and more. My wife of 7 years, Alexandra, is 32 years old. I helped her pay for law school. While I was starting my business, I paid my rent, tuition, and other expenses. The blue-collar man her daughter brought home was never particularly well liked by her upper-middle-class family. Elijah, her father, works as a financial advisor of some sort. Pamela, her mother, works in real estate. Thomas, her brother, believes he is God's gift to capitalism because of his business degree. The thing is this. I was always aware that they believed she could perform better. Side remarks concerning my little business, such as when I would return to school, continued unabated. However, I believed Alexandra always stood up for me. In order to show off our house to her relatives, Alexandra insisted on having the yearly spring supper last Saturday. I helped with the cooking, pressure washed the deck, and prepared the yard in the morning. For her family, everything had to be ideal. I had been up since 6, preparing the smoker for the brisket that I had spent the whole week dry aging. Alexandra was more irritable than normal and would lash out at me over little matters. However, I attributed it to the typical tension of family dinners. Her parents, brother Thomas and his wife, and younger sister Magnolia, who is still in graduate school, all showed up at 4 o'clock. While Alexandra's father asked sharp questions about how business was doing, in a tone that suggested he was waiting for me to declare failure, Alexandra's mother immediately began criticizing the arrangement of the furnishings in the living room. We were ready to eat at 6 o'clock. We needed 2 more chairs from the garage, so I arranged the dining table with our nice plates, The ones we got as wedding presents and hardly use. I heard voices coming from around the corner of the house as I was leaving through the side entrance. Alexandra and Thomas had a smoke while standing among the azaleas. Which, given that she allegedly quit 3 years ago, was strange. I heard my name just as I was ready to shout. I went cold. She married this, Thomas said, and their father was right. She needed to obtain a divorce from me before having children and becoming stuck for good. The next thing Alexandra said was like being struck in the chest by a sledgehammer. Her lawyer stated they could also seize half of my business, and she was already working on it. As they chuckled about how I had no idea what was going to happen, I stood there, utterly paralyzed. They continued talking about how she had squandered her best years with me while I was playing construction, and that someone named Dominic was a much better fit for her. Have you ever experienced a sudden change in reality? 7 years of marriage. The many late evenings I spent assisting her with her exam preparation. She was able to purchase law texts by skipping our holidays. I took on extra work to pay off her education loans. In the glaring light of what I had just heard, everything appeared abruptly different. I didn't yell though, avoided going up against them. I felt a chill go through me. I took 3 heavy breaths, backed away silently, got 2 folding chairs out of the garage, and put on the most phony smile I've ever had. I saw a reflection of myself in the hallway mirror as I made my way back inside. I appeared very natural. Nuclear wasteland is inside. The remainder of that meal was bizarre. I watched my wife, this stranger across the table, behave like nothing was wrong while I poured wine, cut the brisket, and smiled at her dad's awful jokes. In an attempt to identify the woman I married, I examined her face. Was I seeing it now, or had she always regarded me with that barely disguised disdain? I almost broke down when her mother asked for my secret recipe after praising the cuisine. After 7 years of family dinners, she thinks I might know something important? My thoughts screamed as I mechanically described the dry aging process. Magnolia, her sister, once gave me a strange expression as if she was trying to figure something out. In that family, she has always been the lone good person. If she knew, I wonder. Following dessert, Thomas celebrated with a toast to family and future changes, grinning smugly at Alexandra. I thought about how satisfying it would be to smash that crystal stem over his face as I drank and clinked glasses. Around 11 o'clock, they eventually left, and Alexandra began tidying everything while humming to herself. Humming. As if she hadn't just ruined our whole existence. I advised her to get some sleep and that I would wash the dishes. She said, "I'm such a good husband," and kissed my cheek. I almost puked at the boldness. I checked her laptop after she had gone to bed. Password protected. I knew she used the same pattern, but it was fresh to her. I was in for the 3rd time. 3 months ago, she began sending emails to her lawyer. After she got a partnership at her firm, the goal was to file, use my money to support her status, and then divorce me after she locked it in. Spreadsheets detailing our accounts, my company's assets, and even a divorce timeline were included. She had been transferring tiny amounts to a different account for months, just below the thresholds that would cause notifications, according to the transfer record that was there. Astute attorney. Astute. I looked at our combined savings. $20,000 are missing. The funds I had been setting up for our future and business growth. It turned out that Dominic wasn't just a better fit, he was already test driving my replacement, when I discovered the texts with someone saved as D. They were 6 months worth of texts. 6 months. Neither that night nor the following, I slept. On Monday, for the first time in 3 years, I called in ill to work, and while Alexandra was at work, I had a consultation with a divorce lawyer. Mike is a guy that a friend suggested. Told him everything, presented the screenshots I had taken to him. Mike was straightforward. She may possibly receive half of the worth of my business in our state because it increased significantly during our marriage, despite the fact that she did nothing to assist. Even if I helped her through school and created it from nothing. I nearly passed out when he revealed the possible settlement sum. Everything I had worked so hard to achieve and everything I had given up was sliced in 2 and given to the woman who was going to surprise me. So what, I just bend over and take it? I recall asking Mike. I was already mentally gone when he began discussing friendly settlements and limiting harm. There was a fundamental change within me. Alexandra inquired about my well-being that evening. Brought soup home. Showed concern. I went along with it, claiming that I was simply exhausted and perhaps suffering from a sickness. She advised me to consult a physician. It was an Oscar-worthy performance. I told her I loved her, nodded, and thanked her for caring. She responded without hesitation, uttering those 3 meaningless words as she prepared to carry out my financial plan. As we sat on the couch, I watched her browse Instagram, pausing to like a picture of her and me from Christmas last year that her sister had shared. Couple goals, was the caption, and I almost burst out laughing. Living with a stranger who was dressed as my wife was like that. Every action and every phrase seemed premeditated. Has she been this way all along? Had she changed, or had I been blind for 7 years? Does it really make a difference? The truth is, I have never thought of myself as a vengeful man. I normally just break off contact and move on when contractors try to take advantage of me. I assist clients who fail to make their payments on time. However, this was unique. It wasn't business. My life was like this. Something hardened inside me as I lay awake that second night, seeing her sleep soundly next to me, most likely dreaming about spending my money with Dominic. I've never felt such clarity. You know, I was always undervalued by Alexandra and her family. They thought I was simple because of my calloused hands and lack of education. They never realized that it takes patience, strategy, and knowledge to create anything from nothing. The following morning, I began calling my bank, then my business partner, and finally a few important clients. I had a scheme in the works by lunchtime. I knew exactly what I was going to do by dinner time. Does Alexandra want war? All right. However, she is attending a chainsaw battle with a butter knife. Money is no longer the issue here. Showing her and her whole family who they chose to fikikias with is the goal. They are going to receive a masterclass in consequences from the loser they have denigrated for 7 years. 3 days after that supper, I'm now finishing up my demolition blueprint. Additionally, like with any successful construction job, planning is necessary before beginning any building. Everything is different tomorrow. Alexandra believes she has everything figured out. But she doesn't know what's going to happen. Her family doesn't either. Or Dominic. Who the devil is he? For 7 years, I encouraged her to pursue her aspirations. I can now see hers go apart in real time. Update. First of all, I want to thank everyone who supported my previous post. I never anticipated such a reaction. For those who want to know if I've relaxed or if my thoughts are clearer now, the answer is no. I'm still angry. Still going forward. Now, just more strategically. You see, building something by hand teaches you that hurrying only leads to issues that you will have to deal with later. It's the same with revenge. It requires a suitable base. Like any other day, Alexandra departed for work the morning after I blogged. Gave me a farewell kiss, reminded me to contact the plumber regarding the guest bathroom's leaking faucet. Requested that I come get her dry cleaning. Like witnessing someone sleepwalk across a minefield they planted themselves, the complete normalcy of it was unreal. I started working as soon as her car left the driveway. Securing my real business was the first thing I had to do. For an urgent meeting at the coffee shop across the street from my workplace, I called my accountant. I couldn't do this on the phone or at work, where coworkers could overhear. The problem is that you have to make concessions when you're starting a business and helping someone with their education. Had even assisted us with some of our initial tax returns when we lacked the funds for a qualified accountant. The meeting at the coffee shop opened my eyes. It appeared as though my accountant, Frank, had not slept for days. As it happens, Alexandra had already gotten in touch with him and asked him naive questions concerning ownership documents and business appraisal techniques. She said she was helping me get ready for a meeting with a possible investor. Unaware of what was going on, Frank had provided her with some cursory information but felt uneasy enough to flag it. His face lost color when I explained what was actually happening. Then he took out his tablet and said, "James, I need to show you something." He produced a stack of papers that detailed my business dealings over the last 3 years. These highlighted ones, they don't quite add up. It turns out that Alexandra had been involved in more than just divorce preparations. To give the impression that I was mismanaging company funds, she had been fabricating a paper trail. Minor date inconsistencies, oddly timed sums transferred between accounts, and inconsistently numbered invoices. It was enough to make things appear sloppy in divorce court, but nothing illegal. She was too intelligent for that. Sufficient to warrant hiring a forensic accountant, who would charge me thousands of dollars and discover nothing amiss, but would cause the process to drag on for months. It took Frank and I 3 hours to carefully document everything. Establishing transparent records that demonstrate the legitimacy of every transaction. We paid off equipment loans early, expedited supplier payments, and recorded Alexandra's total disengagement from the company's operations. Alexandra's sister Magnolia texted me while we were working. This was not like the norm. Although we rarely text directly, we have always been amicable. She wanted to know whether we could have coffee soon. Claimed that she had an important topic to discuss. Inquiring as to why, I consented on Saturday morning. The bank is the next destination. During that dinner, Alexandra's brother made a remark about their parents assisting her when the time comes. I had been thinking about it ever since. Additionally, in construction, intuition frequently saves the day. I talked to our financial advisor at the bank. Verified my suspicions. 2 weeks prior, Alexandra had applied for a home equity line of credit secured by our house. Because I used my pre-marriage savings to make the down payment, the house is mostly in my name. I personally renovated the house, increasing its value by almost $100,000. The document was going through the system, but I was still labeled as a needed signatory. She would have had access to roughly $200,000 in cash in another week, which I would have to repay in part. The advisor was uneasy when I clarified that I had not given my approval. I was able to withdraw the application after presenting my ID and marriage license. Then I transferred precisely the amount I had contributed, half of our shared savings, to my own account. Is that petty? Perhaps. However, it's far less than what she had intended to take. I'm not proud of what I did when I came home. But times of desperation, etc. I put little recording devices in our bedroom and living room. It is entirely lawful in our state because it is also my home, but it is unethical. Additionally, I positioned a camera in our home office at an angle that faces her desk. Then, as if nothing were amiss, I took the dog for a stroll around the neighborhood. While casually contemplating the total breakdown of my marriage, I waved to the neighbors, threw a ball for the Jenkins child, and used a small plastic bag to pick up some dog poop. Typical Tuesday fare. Alexandra appeared preoccupied throughout dinner that evening, looking at her phone nonstop. She offered me evasive replies when I asked about her day. Then I saw her name, Dominic, on her phone as it chimed once again. I reached for more pasta and inquired in a casual tone, "Who's Dominic?" The fork hesitated for a few while before reaching her mouth. She placed her phone face down on the table and said, "Oh, new client at the firm. Time-sensitive case." I could tell everything from that little hesitation. I continued to play Mr. Relaxed Husband and remarked, "It must be important if he's texting you during dinner." She smiled tightly at me. "You know how it is. Some people don't respect boundaries." I nearly choked on my garlic bread because of the irony. She mentioned she had some work to do after dinner and vanished into the home office. I made enough noise while cleaning the kitchen to give her the impression that I was occupied. Then slipped quietly to the corridor via the office door, which she had left slightly open. Her voice was low and personal, and I could hear it. Not the voice of her client. Not her family talking voice, her voice from the bedroom. "Can't just call whenever you want. No, he doesn't suspect anything, just be patient. Yes, I miss you too." I still felt something for her, but every word was a nail in the coffin. I was on the verge of losing the anger I had been suppressing. I would have destroyed everything if I had rushed through that door, confronted her, and put an end to this charade immediately. So I turned to leave. Let's go back to the kitchen. Switch the faucet on. While preparing my next move, I pretended to wash more dishes. The issue about constructing is that timing is crucial. Concrete will not set properly if it is poured too soon after rain. Rushing the frame comprises the entire structure. It took months for this retaliation to fully heal. I unintentionally left my printed divorce papers out on my bedside table on Wednesday morning. Only the typical forms from the county website were completed. They were a little displaced when I returned from my shower. She had examined them. However, she remained silent. I didn't either. I started preparing quietly at work. Contacted clients who owed me favors. For information, not money. As it happens, Dominic wasn't just a stranger. Thomas, Alexandra's brother, was good friends with him. Together, they attended college. He was the type of man her parents had always desired for her, and he came from a similar socioeconomic background. The intriguing part is that Dominic had attended a number of family gatherings that I had missed over the years due to professional obligations, including birthday celebrations, a ski vacation, and even a cruise that I was unable to attend because I was completing a significant project. The undertaking that genuinely launched my company. I found out that Dominic and Alexandra had dated briefly in college prior to our meeting through a mutual acquaintance. Everything was coming together. This was a long game, not simply an affair. As I investigated all of this, I also made a thorough spreadsheet that listed all of the money I had spent on Alexandra's education. Rent, books, tuition, the laptop I got her for graduation, the course to prepare for the bar test, the interview outfits, and the several Ubers home from late study sessions since I didn't want her using public transportation after dark. The sum came to $43,600, excluding the interest I could have received if I had used that money to fund my company instead. For the first time in months, Alexandra started having sex that evening. The timing almost made me giggle. Did she also have this in mind? Keep me happy and distracted while she planned the execution of my financial plan? As she played out passion, I followed along, acting as I should have, and feeling nothing but disinterest. After that, I sat in the dark and stared at the ceiling fan while she slept, counting rotations rather than sheep. How long had our marriage been a lie? Was the one question that kept coming to me. Did she always see it as a transaction? Did I only serve as a stepping stone? I met Magnolia for coffee on Thursday morning. I got there early and waited while browsing Reddit on my phone. You strangers on the internet continued to offer assistance. I would never consider some of the harsher tactics that were offered. Others told stories that were so similar to mine that they seemed mild in contrast. In some way, the solidarity was helpful. Magnolia showed up looking anxious. Being more sincere and less preoccupied with looks, she has always been the odd one out in that family. As she picked at a muffin and engaged in small chat, she ordered a complex coffee drink. At last, she inhaled deeply. Her next statement reaffirmed everything. For months, she had been aware of Alexandra and Dominic. During the family weekend I missed due to a water damage incident at a job site, I managed to catch them all together at their parents' lake cottage. Alexandra, whom she had challenged, insisted it was an isolated incident, but it wasn't. Recently, during a family meal that I had also missed, Alexandra had confided in Magnolia while intoxicated. I explained the entire strategy to her. Stay with me until we became partners, then exchange half of my assets for Dominic, which would be her golden parachute. Magnolia told me this because she was at her breaking point. Claimed to have liked me always. Believed that I was beneficial to her sister. I couldn't comprehend why I was never given a fair chance by her family. Not wanting to give away that I already knew the majority of this, I thanked her for being honest. Asked her not to talk to anyone else. She seemed relieved to get rid of the weight, and she agreed. She gave me a hug and apologized in a whisper as she walked away. For the first time in days, I felt a true human connection. I started the second phase on Thursday night. Made up a fictitious business emergency. Said I needed everyone on deck for a crisis meeting the following evening when I called Alexandra. A significant client is threatening to withdraw. Possible financial catastrophe. Needed her help, and the counsel of her family. She paused. Claimed to have plans. I exerted more effort. Permit my voice to falter a bit. Claimed that I was afraid of losing everything we had created. Took advantage of her guilt. She gave in. Decided to have a last-minute family supper on Friday. Said she would give Thomas and her parents a call. Excellent. I made the last adjustments to my preparations on Friday morning. Prepare the dining area by placing printouts in a folder next to my chair. Loaded every piece of evidence, including financial records, videos, and screenshots, onto a tablet. She picked up her favorite dessert from her favorite patisserie across town. I made sure everything was in order at work. I had an open discussion with my business partner, who was very supportive despite being understandably astonished. Our friendship dates back to high school. He was aware of the several ways in which Alexandra's education had cost me. Alexandra was already at home when I arrived, rearranging our nice plates on the table. I didn't miss the symmetry. Another meal with the family. Same face. A whole different play is going to start. She appeared uneasy and was always looking at her phone. She gave me a preoccupied nod when I inquired whether everyone was confirmed for dinner. Said that wine was being brought by her folks. There would also be Thomas and his spouse. I also proposed inviting Magnolia. As I watched, Alexandra texted her sister, looking astonished but agreeing. Everyone in the gang would be present. Excellent. Alexandra called me to ask what the client issue was particularly so she could prepare her ideas as I went upstairs to take a shower and change. I promised to fill her in on everything over supper. Wanted to experience it once, under the shower water, with everyone in attendance. For maximum impact, I practiced my speech, the order in which I would reveal the information, and how I would present the proof. Planning a presentation for the most significant client meeting ever felt unreal. Alexandra had always told me that wearing dark trousers, a blue button-down shirt, and leather shoes rather than work boots would make me look the most professional, so I did just that. The outfit for my last act as her devoted husband. I could hear her talking quietly on the phone below. I could review that chat later if necessary because of the recording in the living room. However, I already knew to whom she was speaking. Her words were already familiar to me. Give her one last chance to believe she is in charge. Allow her to tell Dominic that everything is proceeding as planned. Let her think she's the wisest person in the room for these last few hours. The doorbell rang. Alexandra abruptly hung up the phone. Her parents were the first to arrive, and as promised, her father brought a pricey bottle of wine. He asked about this business emergency, with hardly disguised glee in his voice as he shook my hand with that same patronizing hold. Next to arrive were Thomas and his spouse, then Magnolia, who was unable to look me in the eye. The whole gang was present, every player in the game. Alexandra touched my arm and inquired about my well-being as we made our way to the dining room. For a moment, I nearly questioned everything because the worry in her voice sounded so real. I nearly questioned whether I had made up a complex conspiracy theory based on miscommunications and coincidences. Her phone buzzed in her pocket after that. Before she swiftly hushed it, I saw Dominic's name appear on the screen, and any remaining doubt vanished. With the evidence folder next to my plate, I sat down at the head of the table. Her father sat on my left, and Alexandra to my right. Like the dinner where I learned of her deception, the symmetry was flawless. I was the one with secrets now, though. I noticed Magnolia observing me with an odd look that was a mix of fear and interest as Alexandra's mother inquired about the wine option. Something was approaching, but she wasn't sure what it was. Everyone grew silent as I stood up, holding a glass of wine, anticipating that I would explain the business emergency. I saved Alexandra for last and grinned at each of them in turn. "I'd like to make a toast before we discuss why I called this meeting," I remarked, lifting my glass. "To relatives? To allegiance. And at last being able to see things clearly." Their expressions of bewilderment were only the start. Neither Alexandra nor they knew what was going to happen next. Last update. For the past hour, I've been glued to my phone, watching the message counter rise. In less than 3 days, Alexandra sent 47 texts. More desperate than the others. "You see, I told you what happened at that dinner, and it was very crazy." I simply lifted my glass in celebration of loyalty, family, and at last having a clear perspective. The look of bewilderment on everyone's faces was invaluable. Calmly, I took a seat and sipped Elijah's pricey wine. Now, regarding the business emergency that I mentioned. Alexandra gave me a supportive touch on the hand. I nearly had to respect her dedication because of the way she performed it. I went on, taking out my tablet. "I found some major issues that put everything I've built at risk. Issues that are arising directly in front of me." Elijah leaned forward, his smugness scarcely restrained. "Money problems? Issues with cash flow? Your business approach always looked risky to me." "The issue isn't with my business," I responded, plugging my tablet into our TV. "It has to do with my spouse." There was silence in the room. On my hand, Alexandra's froze. She said, "James, what are you doing? The problem is this. When tearing down a building, you don't begin with the roof. You start by undermining the basis." The sound of Alexandra and Thomas's voices from the last dinner filled the room as I played the recording. Thomas claimed that before she had children and became permanently stuck, she needed to get a divorce from me. In response, Alexandra stated she was already working on it and that her lawyer suggested they could also seize half of my company. I observed every face at the table. Thomas turned pallid. The mother of Alexandra covered her mouth. Elijah tightened his jaw. Magnolia closed her eyes as if she were witnessing an impending car accident. And as her meticulously planned strategy fell apart, Alexandra simply sat there, immobilized. I then displayed screen grabs of her conversations with Dominic. Edited with care, but damning nonetheless. 6 months, I muttered. "You've been seeing him for 6 months, and I've been working 60-hour weeks." I looked at her parents. "Were you aware that she was unfaithful, or simply that she intended to get a divorce from me?" I wasn't finished when Elijah attempted to interrupt. To access my spreadsheet, I swiped. All of the money I had spent on Alexandra's education, $143,600. I added, "I built my business from nothing, and this is what I invested in our future." The following page shows the canceled home equity application and documentation of her secret bank account. And she intended to thank me in this way. The quiet was overwhelming. Then, nearly at the same time, 3 things occurred. Elijah knocked his chair back and got to his feet. "This is absurd? We're heading out, Alexandra?" Alexandra took hold of my arm. "I can explain, James, please." Additionally, coward Thomas attempted to remove messages beneath the table. I gestured to him. "I already have the mails you're deleting, every time you assisted her in organizing this." After he froze, Thomas turned to face his wife, who was staring at him with a startled gaze. Alexandra changed her strategy. With tears in her eyes, she remarked, "It wasn't like that." I couldn't understand. "Not happy?" For years, we had been drifting apart. "Decomposing," I repeated. "When I was funding your schooling? While I was creating our future?" Something snapped, even though I hadn't intended to lose my temper. I lowered my voice and whispered. 7 years. I had faith in us for 7 years. And I was only a stepping stone the entire time. Her dad took over. Any issues you two are having are private. But you're wrong if you believe that this ambush will scare my daughter. You cannot fathom the resources we possess. I chuckled. Resources? Do you mean the $20,000 she took from our joint account? Or the HELOC she attempted to obtain against my residence? I saw Alexandra texting beneath the table while Elijah was ranting about everything they had done for us. That's when I revealed the last secret. Did Alexandra mention that Dominic is also married? I remarked nonchalantly. The room became silent. Elijah paused in the middle of his sentence. Yeah, found that out yesterday. His wife's name is Rachel, very understanding when I showed her the text between her husband and my wife. Alexandra's face became pale. You, what? Yesterday, we had coffee. It seemed only right that she should be aware. Elijah lost it at that point. I took hold of the edge of my hand-built dining table and turned it over. Everything flew, dishes, wine, and food. Alexandra let out a scream. Her mom let out a gasp. Thomas leaped back. Sitting there, strangely at ease, I watched as 7 years of pretense fell apart all around us. Only Magnolia moved to assist with cleanup. She offered me a slight nod of respect, realizing that I couldn't tell, as our gazes locked across the chaos. With trembling fingers, Elijah gestured toward me. You think you've won? You're nothing. You build things with your hands because you weren't smart enough for college. My daughter made a mistake slumming with you. But we'll fix it. Slowly, I got to my feet. I may work with my hands, Elijah, but at least I built something real. What have you built, besides a family of liars? He sprang at me. Genuinely attempted to punch someone. He hurled threats about lawyers, but Thomas only managed to stop him. James, please, let's talk privately. Alexandra insisted. I didn't want it this way. How did you intend to end our marriage? To steal half of what I created while someone else I gave a headshake. There is nothing to discuss. I opened the front door. I think it's time for you all to go. Thomas pulled his dad outside. The last to depart, Magnolia stopped at the door. I apologize, she muttered. You always deserved better, in my opinion. Then our ruined dining room was empty but for Alexandra and me. Where are you heading? Her voice was small as she requested. I said, I have a hotel room already. When you're at work tomorrow, I'll return to get my belongings. You orchestrated everything, she muttered. I grabbed my already packed overnight bag and responded, I learned from the best. You'll regret this, she called after me as I left. When it came to the lawyers, my father wasn't playing a game. I didn't answer. Rebuilding on certain foundations is impossible due to their deterioration. I slept better that night at the hotel than I have in months. Alexandra was at work the following day, so I returned. I left my key on the counter and packed the essentials: clothes, tools, pictures of my family, and my dog's belongings. I had previously rented a modest flat close to my workshop. Just making room, not hiding. I informed my staff over the phone that I would be working remotely to handle personal things. I avoided social media for 2 days, ignored emails, and concentrated on organizing my new space. The dog rapidly adapted. Animals are able to detect problems in a home. I eventually turned my phone back on the third morning. It buzzed right away. 47 WhatsApp messages from Alexandra, ranging from begging to angry. The first 2 were all caps Rudge. You've ruined everything, and how dare you embarrass me like that? Then they moved. Call me, James, please. I know I made a mistake, but we can work through this, and we need to talk. She was negotiating by message 30. I'll attend therapy. I'll cut my family off. Please just speak with me. Message 45 was straightforward. I apologize. At 3:14 a.m., the last 2 arrived. I told Dominic everything, even the preparations for the divorce and the money. We should remain together, he says. Then, he simply called to end the relationship. Claimed to be attempting to keep his marriage to Rachel intact. Now I have no one. I felt nothing but fatigue as I read through them without replying. Not contentment, not confirmation. Simply a sense of emptiness, similar to doing a challenging task and knowing the client will never value it. I was scrolling when another message appeared. I'm sure you've read these, James. Tell me what you want, please. Cash? The home? Whatever you want, I'll sign. She still didn't understand after all. Money was never the issue here. It had to do with treachery. A waste of years. Stolen trust. At last, I answered. The divorce documents have already been forwarded to your office. I just want this to end as soon as possible. She responded right away. Can we get together? Just to talk, please. My phone rang before I could reply. My lawyer, Mike. After I showed her the proof, Dominic's wife, Rachel, contacted him. After conducting her own research, she found that Dominic had engaged in similar plots with other women. For our divorce processes, she wanted to compare the notes. I glanced around my small apartment as Mike was speaking. A mattress on the ground. Unpacked boxes. The dog is patiently observing me. Starting afresh at 34 was not how I had envisioned my life to go. However, there are instances when repairing a weakened foundation requires tearing everything down. I consented to have coffee with Rachel. Not in a romantic sense, but rather because shared betrayal fosters unity. I hung up the phone and sent Alexandra one last message. There is nothing to discuss. The union is over. Please use our lawyers for all future correspondence. I blocked her number after that. I went trekking with the dog that afternoon. Magnolia texted me, and my phone buzzed. I heard you left. Our folks are hosting Alexandra. Mom is finally questioning what actually happened, but Dad is on the warpath. Believe that his facade of being a perfect daughter is crumbling. Thanks for letting me know, I said. I hope everything is going well for you. She said, I am. Actually, better than okay. I finally informed them that I was leaving the program they had selected so that I could pursue my true interests. I suppose your bravery was infectious. I observed my dog exploring as the sun went down, carelessly waving his tail. It's been 7 years. Hours and hours. Work. A planned and ruined future. Freedom too. The truth. An opportunity to restore something real. It buzzed on my phone. With a link to a support group for those coping with divorces including financial deceit, Rachel confirmed our coffee date. It seems to be more prevalent than I had thought. I put my phone in my pocket and dialed the dog. It's time to return. Prepare dinner? Unpack perhaps. Little steps. One day at a time. The foundation is the initial step in any successful construction project. And I'm making sure it's sturdy this time. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. Dad cheated while Mom was dying. Say a few words, son, he said at his wedding toast. I did, and burned his fairy tale to the ground. He called me a disgrace, so I raised my glass and told the truth. By the time I finished, his best man dropped his drink, and the bride screamed. The mess began at that moment. My father labeled me a shame for failing to toast his new bride during the wedding. I got up, held out my glass, and stated, "Here's to the woman who was sleeping with my dad while Mom was dying." His best man's champagne fell to the floor. His bride let out a shriek. The priest left after what transpired. Laughter, clinking glasses, and the hum of an expensive live band playing a gentle love tune filled the ballroom of the Fairmont Hotel in downtown Chicago. Everything about the scene was tastefully done: golden candlesticks, white floral centerpieces, and cleanly folded linen napkins next to plates that likely cost more than my rent. This wedding screamed money in every way. It was ostentatious, absurd, and, to be honest, offensive. My dish was practically untouched, and my whiskey glass was half empty when I sat at a round table close to the front. Stephanie, my sister, sat next to me, picking nervously at the navy blue dress cloth. Quietly, "You okay?" she inquired. I let out a breath through my nose. Peachy. The man of the hour, our father Richard Holloway, was standing close to the dance floor, grinning as if he hadn't set our family on fire, and her eyes shot to him. He wrapped his hand firmly around the waist of his new bride, Veronica, who had been his wife for a long time before my mother died. I gripped my glass more tightly. This isn't where I should be. I didn't plan on attending. I had thrown the thick, gorgeous, gold-embossed cardboard invitation straight into the garbage when it came. I made no hesitation at all. Then I got a call from Stephanie. "Alex, please," she had pleaded in a broken voice over the phone. "I know you hate him. I do too. But I can't do this alone." I squeezed the bridge of my nose and sighed. "You really want to sit through Dad marrying her?" "No," she said. "But if I have to suffer through it, I want you there with me." Suddenly, I found myself sitting in a rigid chair at an unnecessary wedding on a plane headed back to Chicago, watching my father play happily ever after with the woman who had contributed to the dissolution of my family. The worst thing? The visitors were enjoying it immensely. Richard was a man of respect to them. A well-known attorney. A loving father. A widower in mourning who had fallen in love once more. Bullshit. The truth was unknown to them. They were unaware that my father was surreptitiously moving with Veronica behind her back while my mother, Martha Holloway, was dying of ovarian cancer and was hardly able to raise her head off a pillow. And here we are now. Stephanie said next to me, "Are you drinking that or just staring at it?" My fingers were still wrapped around my whiskey glass when I blinked. Allowing the burn to settle in my throat, I took a slow drink. "Both," I said sourly. She gave a low chuckle, but her face was still strained. "I don't know how you're keeping it together right now." "Who says I am?" Throughout the night, I could sense my father's eyes straying in my direction. He didn't want me here, and I knew it. He was trying to paint the ideal picture, but I wasn't in it. However, Stephanie had persisted, and he had reluctantly invited me, presumably thinking I would say no. He ought to have been extremely fortunate. I was about to order another drink when my father did something that would end his life. His glass clicked. There was silence throughout the ballroom. With that endearing, well-practiced smile that he always wore in courtrooms and country clubs, Richard cleared his throat. "First off, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight," he said. "This is a special day, not just for me, but for Veronica. We are so blessed to have such incredible family and friends to celebrate this new chapter in our lives." There was polite applause. I tightened my jaw. Like the last chapter, my mother's life, the new one was a book he was eager to close. "Of course," he said, "I want to take a moment to acknowledge my children, Stephanie and Alex." My stomach turned over. They've been through a lot this past year, and I know how difficult transitions can be. But Stephanie, sweetheart, you've been such a strong, beautiful soul through it all. I couldn't be prouder of the woman you've become. Stephanie gritted her teeth and smiled. My father then turned to face me. "And Alex," he put forth. I gave him a blank stare in return. He went on, his voice calm and practiced. "I know we've had our differences, but family is family. And in the spirit of unity, I'd love for you to say a few words." My body froze. There was silence in the room. Stephanie seemed as shocked as I did when I looked at her. My dad gave me a hopeful smile. "Come on, son. Don't be a disgrace." The remarks were like a kick to the stomach. Suddenly, I lost my temper. I gently got up and picked up my glass. The room waited and watched me. I inhaled deeply and then, "Here's to the woman who was sleeping with my dad while my mom was dying." The impact was immediate. The throng echoed with a piercing gasp. The sound of a fork hitting a plate was heard. Peter, my father's best man, dropped his champagne glass to the ground after fumbling with it. Veronica's flawless smile vanished as her face lost all of its color. Then the mayhem started. Veronica screamed, "What the, Alex?" Her voice pierced the quiet like a dagger. The room echoed with a whisper. "Did he just say?" "Oh my God." Richard's face grew serious. "Sit down." I remained motionless. "No." Anger flashed in his eyes. "You have no idea what you're talking about." "Really?" I asked with a sour laugh. "Because I remember Mom crying herself to sleep when you'd work late. I remember the whispers. The hotel receipts? The perfume on your shirts that weren't hers? I remember everything." Veronica clenched her hands into fists. "You're lying." "Am I?" I retorted. "Because last time I checked, mistresses don't typically get wedding rings." Beside me, Stephanie choked back a sob. My father said, "Enough," in a loud voice. "You will not ruin this night." I sneered. "Ruin it? Dad, you ruined it, you ruined us. And you don't even care." The tense atmosphere in the room was oppressive. The priest then got to his feet, took off his glasses and let out a sigh. He whispered, "You know what, I'm done." The priest left the wedding after saying that. The murmurs became full-fledged discussions. Seething, Richard turned to face me. "Get out." I carefully placed my glass on the table. "Gladly." My father's ideal wedding was in ruins when I left the reception without turning around. My heart was racing in my ears as I left the ballroom. Decorative mirrors and pricey floral arrangements lined the dimly lit big hallway outside the reception, reflecting the face of a man who had finally spoken his truth. I had to breathe. I pushed open the massive doors to the outdoor terrace with trembling hands. The crisp, chilling Chicago night seemed like a slap across my warm skin. Leaning on the stone railing and holding on to the edge with my fingers until my knuckles became white, I inhaled deeply. In sharp contrast to the pandemonium I had left behind, everything seemed peaceful out here. I had burned my father's entire wedding to the ground after he declared me a shame. I let out a breath that was audible in the chilly night air. Was it expected of me to feel bad? Feeling relieved? Furious? I made my home somewhere in the middle. Alex. The sound of my sister's voice caused me to turn. Stephanie had come onto the patio after me, her shoes clicking on the stone. Her eyes were still hazy from tears, and her cheeks was heated. I said, "You okay?" in a hushed voice. She laughed unsteadily. With a loud exhale, she ran a hand through her dark curls and asked, "Am I okay? I should be asking you that." I wiped a palm across my face and turned my head away. "I don't know, Stephanie. I couldn't let him get away with it." Softly. "You didn't," she said. "Believe me, you didn't." I gave her a quick look. Was I out of line? She gave a snort. Out of line? Alex, you just nuked Dad's wedding. I think out of line is a bit of an understatement. I exhaled sharply. Yeah. She folded her arms across her chest and leaned against the railing next to me. She tilted her head and said, "I mean, I probably wouldn't have done it that way, but I don't blame you. Not even a little." With the distant city lights flashing, silence descended between us. After some time, Stephanie whispered, "Mom would have wanted this, wouldn't she?" The lump in my throat was swallowed. "Yeah," I muttered. "I think she would have." She blinked quickly as she nodded. I grabbed her hand and gave it a light squeeze. I inquired, "Are they still in there?" She drew another trembling breath. She glanced at me and said, "Oh yeah. The guests are still whispering, Dad's trying to do damage control, but it's bad." Veronica looked like she was going to combust, and the priest actually left, like, straight up walking out. A dry laugh slipped out of my mouth. "Good." Stephanie grinned. "Honestly? Yeah." Suddenly, the door behind us cracked open. We both turned, and our father, Richard Holloway, was standing there. His jaw was clenched so tightly that I felt his teeth may break, and his face was taut with barely contained rage. He had unzipped his tuxedo jacket, as though he had jerked it open in exasperation. At his sides, his hands were clenched into fists. "Stephanie," he murmured in a quiet, steady voice. "Go inside." She tensed up. "No." His gaze now shifted to mine. I moved forward, putting myself in their path. "She stays." His voice remained even as his nostrils flared. "I don't want to do this here." I sneered. Then I pointed to the ballroom and said, "Oh, now you care about appearances? Pretty sure that ship sailed when you called me a disgrace in front of 200 people. He clenched his jaw. "You humiliated me." I laughed without humor. I shook my head and said, "You embarrassed yourself, Dad. You could have just let me sit there in silence. But no, you had to drag me into it. You had to make me play along with your little fairy tale." His voice trailed off as he stepped closer. "You had no right to do what you did." Unflinching, I looked him in the eye. "And you had no right to do what you did." His gaze grew gloomy. "You don't understand." I abruptly interrupted him, saying, Don't you dare try to justify it. I was there, Dad. I saw what it did to her. I saw Mom waste away in that hospital bed while you were off with her." Beside me, Stephanie took a short breath, but she didn't say anything. Slowly, as though attempting to regain control, Richard let out his breath. "You don't know what my marriage with your mother was like." My blood became frigid. "Excuse me?" His face grew stern. "Alex, it wasn't flawless. He halted, shaking his head. "There were problems long before Veronica." I gaped at him in shock. I erupted in rage and said, "You don't get to do that? You don't get to rewrite history just to make yourself feel better. She loved you. She trusted you. And you repaid her by cheating on her while she was dying." His lips clenched. I was unhappy. In fact, I laughed. "You were unhappy?" I asked, reaching out. "Do you have any idea how much pain Mom was in? How she clung to the hope that maybe, you still loved her? And you were, what, bored?" Richard's expression grew gloomy. "Watch it." "No," I yelled. "You watch yourself. Because I am done letting you pretend you're some kind of victim here. You made a choice, Dad. You chose Veronica over Mom. Over us." Quiet. For the first time in my life, I noticed something that nearly looked like guilt on my father's face. However, it went by too soon. Instead, he smoothed a hand down his tuxedo and straightened. His voice was icy as he spoke again. "If you walk away from me now, you walk away for good," stated the man. "Is that what you want?" I gazed at him. It was this. He believed he could terrify me back into obedience at this point. He didn't comprehend though, because I had already lost my mother. I wasn't afraid of losing him at all. I squared my shoulders and looked him in the eyes with a certain assurance. Yes, that's exactly what I want, I answered steadily. If that's what it takes. Beside me, Stephanie quietly gasped, but she made no attempt to stop me. Richard's face remained unchanged. If anything, his face was hidden behind an unreadable mask as his jaw just tensed. Then don't come crawling back when you regret it, he added. I shook my head and let out a breath. I won't. After saying that I turned and left. After a brief moment of hesitation, Stephanie followed. We never once turned around. With everything bearing down on us, Stephanie and I moved away from our father, the chilly air stinging my skin. Even though my breath was shallow and my legs felt heavy, I continued to walk. My dad didn't give us a call. He made no attempt to stop me. Excellent. I didn't think he would. Richard Holloway wasn't the type to go for anything that he gave up. Stephanie and I arrived at the hotel's side entrance, where some employees were smoking. They were too preoccupied with whatever drama was taking place inside the ballroom to even look at us as we passed. Stephanie wrapped her arms around herself and sniffed next to me. I said, "You okay?" in a softer tone. She shook her head and laughed dryly. Am I okay, Alex? I don't even know what the hell just happened in there. She turned to face me and stopped walking. Do you realize what you just did? One hand swept through my hair. Yeah, I do. She looked into my face. And do you regret it? I paused, for just a moment. The truthful answer was, no. Not even a little. Stephanie nodded, letting out a trembling breath. Yeah, she said quietly. Me neither. The noises of distant traffic filled the silence between us as we stood there. Then Stephanie laughed once more, a genuine laugh, a gasping and somewhat incredulous laugh. Jesus Christ, Alex. The priest walked out. In spite of myself, I grinned. Yeah, that was something. She continued to smile as she shook her head. Then her face became serious. What do we do now? I let out a breath and gazed up at the night sky over Chicago. I don't know, I said. But I know I'm not going back there. Stephanie looked toward the hotel entrance and bit her lip. The air was still filled with the sounds of music and muted voices. She said, should we just leave? I looked at her. Should we stay? After giving it some thought, she nodded. Fair point. The door behind us suddenly opened as we turned to go for the parking lot. Alex. We pivoted. Veronica was the one. As though she had nearly ran after us, her wedding dress, a gorgeous, form-fitting gown with intricate lace trimming, had hiked up at the bottom. Her face was contorted with anger, her makeup was flawless, and her blonde locks were now slightly frizzed. Stephanie groaned softly. Oh, for fuck's sake. With her heels clicking fiercely against the pavement, Veronica charged in our direction. She pushed a manicured finger into my chest as she stopped. Herzing. You ruined my wedding, I cocked my head. Did I? Or did you ruin your own life when you decided to screw a married man? Her eyes were blazing. You arrogant little... Careful, I said. Wouldn't want a guest to hear the blushing bride throwing a tantrum. She stomped her foot, really? You think this is funny? You think humiliating us in front of everyone was some kind of win for you? I folded my arms. I think it was the truth. Something neither of you seemed to be familiar with. Her nose wrinkled. You selfish little crap. Beside me, Stephanie took a sharp inhale. Whoa. Veronica stepped forward. Your father gave you everything. He built a life for you. And this is how you repay him? I exhaled slowly and deliberately. You want to talk about repayment, Veronica? My mother spent 25 years loving a man who betrayed her while she was fighting for her life. And you? I motioned at her. You were part of it. You don't get to stand here in your stolen wedding dress and play the victim. She opened and shut her mouth, but nothing came out. Stephanie uttered a silent, damn. Veronica bounced back fast. Your father doesn't deserve this. He's been through enough. Something inside of me snapped. He's been through enough? I said in a harder, more irate tone. Do you hear yourself? My mother died, and you think he was the one who suffered? Veronica's expression contorted. Margaret. Don't say her name, I abruptly interrupted. She paused. I lowered my voice and stepped forward. You don't get to pretend you cared about her. You don't get to act like this wedding was some beautiful new beginning when we all know what it really is. Her jaw tightened as she swallowed forcefully. My voice was deadly calm as I said, you're just another chapter in a book of lies. She was speechless for the first time that evening. Claire folded her arms. Are we done here? A small line formed on Veronica's lips. Without saying another word, she pivoted on her heel and strode back in the direction of the hotel. Wow, mumbled Claire. That was dramatic. I breathed out slowly. Yeah, I'm exhausted. She gave me a look. Are you really okay? I paused. I don't know, I said. But I think I will be. She smirked after giving a slow nod. So, since we're already dressed up and out in the city, you want to go get some overpriced cocktails somewhere fancy and pretend we belong there? A tiny smile pulled at my mouth. That might be the best idea you've had all night. She put her arm around my own. Then let's get the hell out of here. After that, we left the ruins of my father's wedding behind and left the Fairmont Hotel. I felt free for the first time in a long time. As Stephanie and I strolled along the busy Chicago street, the bustle of the city surrounded us. I relished the bracing cold air since I needed any chance to get my mind clean. Stephanie put her arm through mine and asked, "Are you really going to be okay?" I breathed out slowly. I think so. You? She gave a shrug. Honestly, I thought I'd feel guilty. I thought I'd be panicking about how we just set Dad's life on fire. However, she trailed off before smiling. I feel amazing. I laughed with a sigh. Good. We finally arrived at a cocktail bar in River North, a classy lounge populated by individuals who appeared to have been featured on magazine covers. We really didn't belong there, but Claire persisted, and I reasoned that we should have something upscale after everything we had just been through. After ordering 2 extremely expensive drinks and slipping into a leather booth toward the rear, we let the night descend on us. Following some time, Claire stirred her martini and stated, "You know he's going to come after us, right?" I gave a nod. "Yeah, but I don't care." She grinned. "So what's next?" I sipped my whiskey slowly. We finished what we started. And we accomplished precisely that. My father's wedding went viral by the following morning. When Stephanie and I woke up, our phones were exploding with missed calls, texts, and social media notifications. The controversy had taken off like wildfire. My toast was apparently videotaped by many of the visitors. The internet did what it does well once someone placed it online. The video was widely shared. Groom's son exposes the affair. Wedding, Chicago lawyer's big day turns into a public meltdown. Brutal wedding toast calls out father's infidelity, and we are here for it. When Stephanie saw the headlines, she almost choked on her coffee. Holy crap, Alex, we broke the internet. I read through one of the video's comments. Justice for Margaret. Imagine being called out like this on your wedding day. Couldn't be me. Low-key, the priest walking out was the most iconic part. You love to see karma working in real time. I couldn't contain my laughter. At last, my father's true self was revealed to the world. As she continued to browse, Claire wondered, "Do you think Dad has seen it yet?" Just like clockwork, my phone rang. Holloway, Richard, I allowed it to ring. Claire's eyebrow went up. "You're not going to answer?" I sipped my coffee. "Nope. Cold." She smiled. "I like it." But I wasn't finished yet. My father's impeccable reputation began to deteriorate over the course of the next days. His legal practice, which took pride in its honesty, was not pleased with the controversy. Customers began to distance themselves from him because they didn't want to be connected to him. Then more rumors began to circulate. People started excavating. Veronica wasn't the only affair, it turns out. Others were present. Several. A few of them existed for years before to Mom's illness. There was nothing Stephanie and I needed to do. The task was done for us by the internet. My father resigned from his firm a week later. Veronica removed all of her social media accounts a week later. The icing on the cake was when Veronica abandoned him. The outrage and humiliation were too much for her to bear. She was committed to a life of luxury, wealth, and prestige. She didn't agree to be the woman in that wedding incident that went viral. Thus, she packed her bags and left his life just 2 months after their terrible wedding. Poetic fairness. Claire and I went to Mom's cemetery one afternoon. There, it was quiet. Keep quiet. The rows of headstones were bathed in a golden glow as the sun began to set. I brushed away some fallen leaves and set a bouquet of fresh lilies next to her headstone. "Hey, Mom," I whispered. "You won't believe what we did?" Claire, who was kneeling next to me, laughed quietly. "You would have loved it?" As I gazed at her name etched in stone, I exhaled. I felt like I could breathe for the first time in a long time. As if we had at last provided her with the justice she was never able to receive while she was alive. I have no regrets at all. Richard Holloway made one attempt. A voicemail, half-hearted and pitiful. Alex, I know things got out of hand, but you're still my son. We should talk. I didn't listen to the others before deleting it. I moved on with Stephanie. What about my dad? He was living alone in a condo downtown when I last heard from him. His reputation has been destroyed. His career is deteriorating, and to be honest, I couldn't have imagined a more pleasurable form of retaliation. I was free for the first time in my life. And it was sufficient. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. On Mother's Day, I brought Mom flowers, her favorite perfume, and a heartfelt handwritten letter. But she dumped everything in a trash bag. This year, I hoped things would be different. Not perfect, not outstanding, but softer. I'm not sure why. Perhaps because I had been working so hard. I had not had time to overthink it. Or maybe it was because I had recently assisted her with her taxes, and she truly said thank you, which did not sound forced. Or because when I texted her last week to confirm brunch, she responded with a smile. Not an emoji, but a colon and parentheses. Old school, familiar, like when she texted me in middle school, before everything changed. So, yeah, I gave myself hope. I got her favorite perfume, the one she used to wear as a child and called me love in public. I got fresh flowers from a local shop, not the grocery store. And I spent literally hours on a handwritten letter. This isn't your typical Hallmark thanks for everything card. I told her that I understood things hadn't always been easy, that I respected all she sacrificed for me, and that I still loved her, even if she didn't always seem to want me around. It wasn't desperate, just honest. I convinced myself that brunch may be a reset, a way back in. She had me when she was just out of high school. For very some time, it was just us, messy, yet close. Then when I was 10, Mom met Jake, her current husband. He was decent at first, quiet and practical. I thought I could be gaining someone. I hadn't realized I was about to disappear. When the baby arrived, my half-brother Zach, I became more of a reminder of her past than her son. And Jake? Jake preferred a clean slate, a nuclear family. You could feel it in the way Dad always said our boy, but never referred to me as his stepson. Unless someone specifically inquired. But I remained hopeful. Because sometimes your need to be wanted outweighs all of the reasons you should know better. So when I arrived at the house that morning with gifts in my hands, I felt happy. Nervous, yes, but also proud. I felt like I was showing up as an adult, someone worth having at the table. The house looked great. She goes all out for occasions. Mimosas, cloth napkins, and proper place cards. Pinterest energy. When I walked in, she looked up from the table. "Oh, you made it," she replied. And for half a second, I thought she meant it. That perhaps this was it. Perhaps I had finally done something correctly. I handed her the flowers and perfume. She examined the bottle as if it were a receipt she didn't recall authorizing. "Oh, you remembered this one," she remarked. Not warm, only witnessed. I didn't let it get to me. "Yeah," I smiled. "They only had one left." She nodded, already returning to the table. My half-brother Zach was talking about dorm life and how his economics professor resembles a person who has never paid rent. Everyone laughed. I sat down. My place setting included a folded napkin but no card. Nobody had saved me a mimosa. It was fine. I poured juice for myself, like a responsible adult. Jake asked how things were going at work and then turned away before I could finish answering. My mother was fixing the centerpiece. Zach passed the salt to me without looking. This was not new. But today, for whatever reason, it felt heavier. Perhaps because I had tried this time. Maybe because the letter was still in my jacket pocket and I was wondering when to give it to her. I had sealed it in a crimson envelope. Even used a decent pen. "Does anyone want more coffee?" I offered. My mother did not hear me, or she claimed not to. Halfway through lunch, my brother gave me a smirk. "So, do you enjoy celebrating Mother's Day from a distance now? Or is this a charitable visit?" Jake laughed. My mom said nothing. She simply sipped her drink. I smiled as if nothing bothered me, saying, "Well, I didn't bring a coupon, but I did bring a gift." My brother grinned. "Cool. Did you send it to her via Venmo like last year? Nope, I replied. This year it's actually in writing. I stood up, removed the letter from my pocket, and placed it next to her dish. The red envelope stood out like blood on a white tablecloth. She looked at it as if I had just delivered her a court summons. Then my brother snorted. Do you write her a love letter or something? Jesus, no, I replied, still smiling. Just a thank you. The table fell silent for a moment. Then someone asked for the butter. After brunch, I helped to clean the plates. I was halfway to the kitchen with a stack when I realized the garbage bags had already been brought to the garage. We had barely completed our meal. Maybe she was simply being efficient. She preferred a tidy environment. I went outside to trash the napkins. The garage door was half open, and the sun was just bright enough to illuminate the bins heaped toward the back wall. And there, leaning against a black trash bag, I noticed it. The perfume is still packaged. The flowers were bent sideways, as if they had been thrown in without consideration. And my envelope is still sealed. Red on black plastic. My entire offering was dumped. I just stood there and stared. It did not feel like fury. At first I felt heat rise up my neck and settle behind my eyes. Not enough to make you cry, but enough to make the world seem blurry. I looked around. Nobody was watching. No camera crew appeared to suggest it was a mistake, a joke, or that she intended to return it. It's just stillness and rubbish. I crouched down, reached inside, and took everything back. The scent, the flowers, and the note. I held them for a second, standing in the dimly lighted garage, unsure what I was doing. Maybe it was instinctive. Perhaps it was pride. Perhaps I couldn't stand the image of my love decomposing under coffee grinds and eggshells. I walked back to my car holding the bag as if it were evidence from a crime scene. Sat there for a minute, engine turned off, letter on the passenger seat. What a ridiculous thing to write, I thought. Thank you for the years that you provided me. I understand it wasn't easy, but you did your best. I am proud of the woman you have become. I stared at the envelope. I then drove home. We didn't say goodbye. I did not text. I did not mention what I witnessed. I did not even slam the door. Just left softly. That night, I placed the note on my kitchen counter, next to the perfume and the wilting flowers. I stood there looking at them, hoping they'd explain why I continued trying, why I cared, and why I didn't see it coming. I didn't get much sleep, but I made one decision before the sun rose. And by the next morning, she was phoning non-stop. I used to believe that things change gradually, like erosion, and that you wouldn't notice it until the coastline was completely gone. But, looking back, I believe it happened faster than I allowed myself to admit. She met Jake when I was 10. He showed up for supper a few times before becoming a regular. One morning, I woke up to find his car in the driveway, his shoes in the hallway, and my mother wearing more makeup than normal. She smiled at him in a manner she hadn't for years. I recall thinking, oh. The baby arrived not long after. I was still 10. I did the math later, but I don't believe she expected me to at the time. In what seemed like a single breath, she and Jake had created an entire new family, new habits and rules. Where the home office formerly stood, there is now a nursery. A second fridge in the garage stocked with formula and organic baby food. A chore chart that no longer contained my name. Naturally, they were busy. Newborns are challenging. So I told myself it made sense when they neglected to inquire how my spelling exam went, didn't show up to my school musical, or left me waiting outside for karate practice in the rain. They were simply tired. It was a phase. I waited years for that period to pass. It did not. The baby grew. They adored him. He walked, and they applauded. He said "Dad," and they cried. When I brought home a school award, my mother responded, "That's great. Can you keep an eye on your brother while I take a nap?" It wasn't like she quit loving me overnight. It was as if she began to love someone else more loudly. And over time, the silence became terrible. By the time I left for college, the house no longer seemed like mine. Every wall featured photos of them, smiling at parks, matching holiday jammies, and my brother on Santa's knee. I was not in any of them. Not even a high school graduation photograph. Just erased. I recall walking past a framed canvas by the stairs that stated, "Family is everything," and thought, yeah, but not this one. But I continued trying. That's the part that still makes me embarrassed. I kept coming up on holidays. I kept purchasing birthday gifts. I assisted with expenses when I knew money was tight, even after I discovered they had taken a vacation and had just forgotten to tell it. I helped Jake find a job. I used my relationships to promote him for a client-facing function for which he lacked the necessary qualifications. He nailed his interview. When no one is fact-checking you, charisma can get you far. They never told anyone I helped. It was fine. I reminded myself that I wasn't doing it for credit. I was doing this to stay connected. To feel as though I was still theirs. Even after I acquired my own apartment and a decent job, I continued to visit, call, and contact my mother on odd Wednesdays to say, "Hope your day is going well." Sometimes she responded. She sometimes left me to read for days. But when she did answer, it was like oxygen. She texted me once after I helped her with some insurance papers saying, "You always come through. Thank you." I reread that message for weeks. I'm not proud of it, but if you've ever felt invisible to someone you used to be close to, you'll understand. That's why this year's brunch hurt so much. Because I had allowed myself to imagine that we had turned a corner. She confirmed the invitation with a smiley face in her text message. She thanked me after I assisted with her taxes. She did not beg for money. That month I felt things could be leveling out. Perhaps she was softening again. And for a little moment that morning, standing on her porch with flowers, a message, and the perfume Mom used to wear when I was younger, I felt like a son again. Then she smiled at my brother's joke about me being part family, and remained silent when Jake halted me mid-sentence, and moved the conversation to something about stock options. And when I delivered her the envelope, she hardly looked at it. The one I'd spent the night writing. The one in which I told her I loved her even when it hurt and felt one-sided. Then she tossed it away. I kept seeing it. The bag outside the garage, the folded and crumpled red mail, the unopened perfume box, and the half-crushed flowers under other trash. I took it all back out. Not to give it again. Not trying to make a point. I just couldn't bear leaving it there. Because those items were not just gifts. They were mine. They were me. And if she didn't want them, I was finished giving. My mother sent a message that same evening. "You departed in a strange mood. I hope that wasn't something we did." It almost had me laughing. But it didn't, because nothing about it was amusing. Not the years I spent shrinking myself to make room for the version of her life she preferred. Not the 1,000 little kindnesses I gave without asking. Not the memory of her tucking me in at 7 and saying, "You're my whole world." Only to grow up and discover that world had borders I was never allowed to cross again. They did not kick me out. They simply made sure I always felt like I was visiting someone else's family. So, I have not phoned them back. Because for the first time, I'm not attempting to be invited in. I'm trying to recall what it's like to belong to myself. I didn't sleep that night, not out of fury or sadness. There was something worse. Clarity. That dismal, cold clarity that sets in when you've stopped hoping. It's like standing in a house you thought you'd live in forever, only to discover that all of the walls are hollow. Around 2 a.m., I strolled into my kitchen and arranged the 3 gifts on the counter: perfume, flowers, and a letter. They appeared smaller and sadder today, like vestiges of a version of myself I no longer recognized. I stared at the envelope for a long time, wrinkled by the garbage bag, but still sealed. I did not open it. I did not need to. I understood exactly what it said. I opened my laptop. First the utilities. I logged into the accounts I'd been silently paying, gas, water, and power, and set up final payments for the month. Then I erased my name from everything and closed the auto draft. Next, consider the tuition account. I had offered to assist pay for my brother's next semester. The transfer had not yet gone through. It was slated for the 15th. I canceled it. The confirmation email made it official. Then I opened a fresh email and addressed it to my mother. Subject: Re-Mother's Day. Body: just a heads up. I hid an envelope of cash inside the letter I handed you. It was intended to go for Zach's tuition. I thought you'd know what to do with it. I hope it did not get lost. I pressed send. Then I shut off my laptop, brewed tea that I did not drink, and sat in silence. Allowing her to deal with it felt better than yelling. The text began to arrive around 8:12 a.m., as expected. Wait, what do you mean by cash? I did not see any envelopes inside. Are you serious? Oh my God, how much was inside? I will look right immediately. Then there were the calls, which came in repeatedly. I watched as the screen lit up and then went dark. Voicemail after voicemail piled up like small panic episodes. I didn't respond. I allowed her to panic. Allow her to mentally retrace her steps. Allow her to wonder how much she had thrown away, literally and metaphorically. It wasn't true, of course. It was not. There was no cash. But she didn't realize it. And now, every time she thought about that garbage bag, she felt it. The potential that she had thrown away something important. Not just a gift. Not only money. Something that could have saved them. And now it's gone. Around midday, Jake finally texted me. You are being childish? This is a significant issue. Could you please inform us whether you are lying? I almost responded. Consult the garbage truck. Instead, I turned my phone to silent and kept going. There was one final step to take. I checked my contacts and found the names of 3 people I'd personally introduced Jake to, people he currently works with. Client leads, vendors, and an old acquaintance who helped him score a side contract. I sent them all a version of the same message. Hi. I just wanted to ask. From now on, please do not associate my name with Jake Hatcher. There is nothing dramatic. Just a personal barrier. I hope that made sense. There's no chatter. There are no details. Just enough to let folks feel it. Enough to make them question what had occurred behind the scenes. Enough to loosen several threads. I understood how that universe worked. Jake's entire employment rested on his reputation as a trustworthy guy with connections. And if I took a quiet step back, others would follow. By the end of the week, he had already lost a long-term recommendation. A contract was paused. Another client preferred to work directly with someone else. I didn't even have to move a finger, just one email and a few spaces, and the machine began to unwind itself. That night my phone vibrated again. Have you found it? Kindly answer. I need to know. I assume I saw the bag you're referring to, but everything is now gone. Please tell me if this is real. I looked at her name on the screen for a second. I imagined responding with something harsh, abrupt, and final. But that would give her closure. So, I did nothing. Because this was not about vengeance. This was about having them feel the weight I'd been carrying since I was 10 years old. When I stopped being her entire world, and became a nuisance she couldn't wait to get rid of. This was about seeing them struggle in silence, finally realizing what I'd been saying for years. You can't continually erase someone and expect them to remain faithful. I realize I lied. I know the envelope never existed. But the pain, withdrawal, and abandonment were real. And for the first time in my life, they were unable to ignore it. My mother left me a voicemail that night. Her voice was shaky. She wasn't crying yet, but you could sense the desperation seeping through her calmness. Kindly call me. Please. I did not know. I did not see it. I would never, if I had known what was within. Please call me, okay? I apologize. Please call. She didn't say I love you. She didn't say I'm sorry like she meant it. Just panic, as if they'd misplaced something essential and couldn't remember where they put it. I still did not respond. My aunt texted me the next morning. Apparently my mother had called her crying. I told her I was being unkind, withholding, and tough. My aunt's message was simple. If I were you, I wouldn't answer. That one really made me smile. Because for once, someone noticed it. I really saw it. How much I had given. How little I had received. How peacefully I had endured being nothing, until it became terrible. That weekend, I stowed the gifts away in my closet. I didn't want to keep them, but I also wasn't ready to throw them away. They were no longer reminders of her. They were reminders of me. The version of myself who persevered. And I wasn't trying anymore. I was finished. By Monday, she had stopped asking whether I was okay and began demanding answers. Her texts ranged from, I'm sorry you're upset, to, you need to stop this now. Jake emailed me directly, in a professional tone, as if we were negotiating a contract rather than untangling a decade of hidden animosity. He stated that my decision to disconnect was harming his career, and he hoped I would rethink for the sake of the family's stability. Translation: your silence is costing me money. I didn't respond. Then Zach became involved. He wrote a voice note beginning, "Look, I know things were never perfect." And ending, "But seriously, you're ruining Mom's life over what? Some trash?" That one almost had me laughing. Some rubbish. That was the entire problem, wasn't it? They'd spent years treating me as if I were a piece of clutter to be boxed up and thrown in the attic to avoid ruining the aesthetic. Now that I was gone, they found themselves unable to function. I still didn't say anything. I did not gloat. I did not rant on social media. Did not send a final, "Here's everything you did wrong" message. I simply stopped playing the character. And this drove them nuts. By the end of the week, my mother arrived at my office. There's no warning, no call. Just walked in, as if on a mission. The receptionist buzzed me as if there was a fire. I came downstairs and saw her in the foyer, dressed in a white blazer and heels that clicked like punctuation points. She did not smile. "Can we talk?" she requested, already approaching the main doors. We stepped out. She didn't ask how I was, did not apologize. She went right to it. "You've humiliated this family," she retorted. "You've embarrassed your brother. Jake's job is hanging by a thread. Do you understand what that means?" "I understand exactly what that means," I replied quietly. She stared at me, her eyes intense. "You're doing this out of spite over one party?" I tilted my head. "Is that what you think?" She folded her arms. "We raised you. We paid for your clothes, your food, your school." I nodded slowly. "And I gave you a down payment on this house, covering your utility bills for 2 years. I offered to help with Zach's tuition. But sure, let's talk about the time you bought me sneakers in 5th grade. That broke something." Her jaw clenched. "That was your choice. We never asked you to help." "No," I replied. "You didn't ask, you just expected it. Expected me to pick up the slack when Jake forgot the mortgage was due. Expected me to understand when you skipped my birthday because Zach had a test. Expected me to stay quiet when you smiled while he called me half family, like I was an accident." She opened her mouth. "And you expected me to keep giving," he said. "Even after you threw away the only thing I had left to offer." That landed. She blinked. Something flickered in her face, perhaps remorse, or simply discomfort. Then she attempted one more play. "You're punishing the wrong person," she explained. "You're punishing your brother. He didn't throw anything away." I grinned, tight and exhausted. "You want to talk about the letter?" She paused. "I saw it, Mom," I replied. "In the trash bag next to the garage. I took it back." Her face transformed. The sharpness melted into something smaller and weaker. I didn't know," she replied. "I thought maybe you'd taken it with you. I wasn't sure." "You weren't sure?" I repeated. "I didn't mean to." "You never do." I did not yell. I did not raise my voice. I just let her hear it. Really hear it. "I'm not dropping the act just so you can feel better," I told you. "I'm not cleaning up the mess. And if Jake has to answer for how he got that job, that's not my problem anymore." She looked at me as if I'd grown a second head, as if the peaceful, trustworthy version of myself had been murdered in his sleep and replaced by someone unknown. Then she said it. "You're not just punishing Jake," she retorted. "You're punishing this family." I nodded. Then maybe this family should have stopped treating me like a stranger with a checkbook. I walked back inside. I didn't look back. 2 days later, Zach shared a hazy, dramatic story about people who abandon their family when times go tough. A few mutuals enjoyed it. One cousin contacted me individually. "Is that about you?" I responded, "Probably. And if it is, good." Jake, I heard, began hemorrhaging clients. People were questioning their partnerships. One of the vendors I introduced pulled their contract. He was asked to quit a month later. They termed it reorganization. Everyone realized it wasn't. Zach's tuition wasn't paid. He had to defer. I never said anything about it, not because I wanted to be unkind, but because silence was the only language they never learned to understand. A few weeks after the office scene, my mom, Jake, and Zach called me as a group. I didn't respond. They left a voicemail. "We just want to talk," she murmured, sweet and cautious, like someone attempting to reset a chessboard after flipping it. Zach murmured, "Sorry, I guess." Jake did not speak. Then my mother added, "You made your point. So what now? You're disowning us?" I replayed the message twice. Once to hear what they said, and once to hear what they didn't. Nobody said I'm sorry like they meant it. Nobody complained we didn't treat you well. They simply wanted me back in position. Return to the role. But I was done playing it, so I did not respond. I blocked that number. 3 months later, I was promoted. We moved into a better flat. I began having small dinners with folks who genuinely wanted to hear what I had to say. Then, one night, my mom sent me a message. "Saw you moved. Hope you're doing well. If you ever want to talk, I'm here." She didn't say what she did or didn't. She didn't ask how I was. She only wanted to see if the door was open. It was not. I made tea, sat on my balcony, and gazed out at the city lights. There's no noise, there is no guilt, no performance, just silent. And in that silence, I felt freer than I had in years. Sometimes I wonder if I was overreacting. Maybe I should have just let it go. Smiled despite the sting. I picked a better time to set boundaries. I choose peace over quiet. But then I remembered the garage. I recall standing there with my unopened gifts, still damp from the garbage bag. I recall writing the letter with shaky hands, attempting to appear vulnerable in front of someone who threw it away without hesitation. And I know I didn't burn any bridges. I just stopped carrying the weight of one that was torn down years ago. I'm not proud of lying about the money, but I am not ashamed of it either. Because for once, they had to deal with uncertainty, discomfort, and the potential that what they threw away was more important than they thought. So what are your thoughts? Was I overly harsh? Was it finally time to say enough? Would you have done the same thing, or gone away quietly? Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode.